Let me take a look at this. He find out.
That's just funny. That's just funny.
No, get mad. Get up. My hat. My fucking hat.
Damn, actually.
Oh, that's fucking good. Bro. That's a fucking good one.
My fucking hat.
Damn, actually. Shit. Oh, I didn't know that was bad. My bad, Brad. Like, actually. No, actually. Put the camera down. Damn.
Good for him. I'm gonna say it. Bradley's doing him a favor. He is. Now, he's not gonna realize that for a while. How many of you guys, whenever you were a kid, like around this age, got checked by somebody that was older and it prevented you from doing something even dumber in the future? I did. He's obviously being a rat. And it's like, yeah, it's not really a big deal that he's doing it, but honestly, yeah, that's my opinion. I think this dude's doing him a favor, man. I agree, but either way, it's assault. I mean, I would agree that it is assault, but I would also say that taking somebody's hat off their head's also assault. Is any?
Yeah, if you remove somebody's hat, it's called simple assault. But that is funny. I love how he smacked the shit out of that kid. That's fucking good.
My fucking. My fucking hat.
That's fucking good.
To all my haters out there, especially on Reddit, the people who say that I don't know anything because I was just a sergeant, that even though I have 3 degrees, 2 of which are advanced, I'll never be as smart as an Army officer. I just want to let you know that I can't hear you haters because my hearing loss claim was denied by the VA.
We caught him. That was probably the most unexpected person we've caught.
How did you feel when you found out?
Just the same as I did with anybody else. I mean, if my mother was a paedophile, I would go and do sting her as well. It's no one's exempt. Hi.
When was the last time you ate meat? Also, how long did it take for urges to leave, if you ever had any urges?
Well, I've been vegan for 14 years now, so I haven't eaten meat in 14 years. And I never had any cravings for meat. Thanks for the donation, Anon.
Hey, I'm Joe Jones from the northeast of England. I run a paedophile hunting team known as Guardians of the North, and I'm here today to answer questions from the honesty box. How do you even begin the hunting process? What we do is we get photographs donated to ourselves of people who are over 18 but look younger, or send us photographs from when they were children. We put fake profiles online using those photographs, and we leave them there till somebody contacts the profile. We'll just talk about whatever they want to talk about, and then go down that road, see what they want to do. We'll tell them our age, and if they want to continue, we'll continue speaking with them, whatever they want to speak about.
And when you say online platforms, which platforms are you talking about?
Wherever you have children, whatever platform children's on, you'll find a paedophile will worm their way in some way or another. How did you get into this? I got into this because my son was getting messaged by a paedophile. I went to the police twice to help us to try and bring him to justice, but the police wouldn't help us, and I just went home as a helpless parent. So I decided to try myself. Whilst trying, I had 30, 40 men and women messaging my profile. So I just felt guilty putting my phone down and just carried on from there. Have you ever been violent off camera to any of them? The answer to that is not so much violent. We've had to defend ourselves. We've had a car wrote off, sorry. People's tried to bite us. But like I say, is when you make a citizen's arrest, you're allowed to use reasonable force. And basically what we do is just take them to the floor and hold them there till they settle down or till the police arrive. But no, I've never been violent towards any of them.
Have you been on the other end of violence?
Yeah, I've had teeth knocked out. Well, not so much knocked out as I got elbowed in the face and it knocked me teeth slack. And like I say, I've ploughed everything I've got into doing this paedophile hunting. And like I say, I always say it's a waste of time putting teeth in a face like this. So, I mean, that's just the way I say it. It's, like I say, I'm willing to take anything from them rather than be a child or rather be one of the team. So I'm always the one that goes in first or confronts them first.
What's the preferred public location to meet someone?
Just anywhere. Shopping centres, anywhere. Like I say, we tend not to ask them, tell them where we'd wanted to meet. We wait for them.
Remember those old clips of you raging at babies or other things that people like Leafy would use? Were they out of context for comedic purposes? Also, what changed for you to go from lean back in the day to bulkier/larger now?
The baby stomping thing was taken out of context. It was a joke, and people just clipped it to make it seem as though I wanted to just stomp babies. And I was super into cycling when I first started the channel, and then I just got more into weight training again. So that's why I'm just bigger and bulkier now. Thanks for the donation, Anon.
Them to tell us, and if it is our choice of meeting someone, we'll always meet somebody in a place where there's a lot less people, if possible. But there's been times where, like the other night, I had to go to a nightclub in Sunderland and have the DJ taken out of his box on a Saturday night when it was full. So, I mean, you know, if I've got an opportunity to go out and catch somebody.
This whale reminds useless human her life is as valuable as a summer ant. It would be amazing to witness a mass animal uprising.
There have been several attacks on humans by killer whales in captivity, and luckily, the majority of them survived. But one...
What do you mean, luckily? Like, they all deserve to die. They're horrible.
Killer whale in particular, named Tilikum, was responsible for 3 of the 4 attacks that did result in deaths. He was the largest killer whale ever in captivity at 22.5 feet long and 12,000 pounds. Don Branshaw was an
Dude, if I was a killer whale or any animal in captivity, I would just wait for an opportunity where there's like, 10 people in my enclosure and I'd fucking kill them all. I would fucking swallow them whole and shit out their fucking corpse.
Animal trainer at SeaWorld. Following a show she performed with Tilikum on February 4th, 2010, he dragged her into the water by her ponytail. He attacked her aggressively, scalping her and even biting off her entire arm, which he
good, bitch deserved it.
Then swallowed. Unfortunately, Branshaw died in the attack.
Yeah, they're fucking horrible, evil monsters. Keeping a fucking killer whale in captivity is like locking a human being inside a closet for its fucking entire life. All of those fuckers deserve to die. Thanks for the donation, Rip Harambe.
I'll take that opportunity. I'll never let it go. I very rarely go to the door, and if I do go to an address, I'll wait round the corner. I'll get the police in. I'll give them the evidence pack and ask them to go in, and it's a lot less traumatic for the families. Do you think paedophiles can be rehabilitated? most certainly not. You can't change somebody's orientation. I mean, I like women, obviously. I would never like men, or I would never like children. So, I mean, no, definitely not. And it's been proven in the past that rehabilitation does not work.
So how common is reoffenders?
Very common. I've been out and caught the same person quite a few times, 4 times in Birmingham, 4 times in Sunderland. It's just, you know, they just do not stop. Like I say, if you're attracted to children, you'll always be attracted to children. You just can't take that away, you know, so no rehabilitation will ever work. Do you think the police are doing enough to help catch paedophiles? Most certainly not. If I thought police was doing enough, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing now. And the fact is they're underfunded, understaffed, and the amount of cases that we put before the cybercrime units around the country is basically put them on overtime, and there isn't enough staff to do what we do, and there's a lot of red tape when it comes to the police doing what we do. So now that there's so many paedophile hunting groups, I think the cybercrime units has just backed off, and they're allowing us to do what we do, which is wrong. But I mean, at the end of the day, if they're understaffed and underfunded, what else can they do?
Do you feel the police respect you?
Yeah, I've got a lot of respect from police, judges, barristers. They all praise what we do, because like I say, we're doing it in a way that suits everybody and not just to suit the public or, you know, being big-headed or anything about it. Do you have trauma from this kind of work? Yes. At first, when I was doing the decoying, I was waking up through my sleep on a regular basis, sweating, talking about chat logs, talking about the people that would need to go out and catch, and shouting nonsense in my sleep, which upset my wife quite a lot. So,
how did you feel on the day, like that first sting you went to? How were you feeling?
Oh God, I was really nervous. And like I say, you've got that little, when you first start, like some of the team, and like one of the girls who's in the team at the minute, just...
Well, you twerk for $49.99. Sure, but not a cent less.
Still going through the phases where you feel a little bit guilty for what you're doing. But you soon realise, once you've caught a few and time goes on, you get used to the idea of what you're doing. And you settle down and you realise you're doing something good. It's just like a walk in the park to me now. I've done that many. But there's always that side of you that, you know, things could go wrong, this could happen, that could happen. But my main aim is when we go out is to make sure the team's safe and everybody gets home safely. Who was the most unexpected person you've caught? My wife's relation. One of my wife's cousins, we caught him. That was probably the most unexpected person we've caught.
How did you feel when you found out?
Just the same as I did with anybody else. I mean, if my mother was a paedophile, I would go and sting her as well. It's no one's exempt. How many...
Have I been practicing piano? Not really.
Women have you caught? We've caught 2. We caught one in Aylesbury and we caught a woman on the Isle of Wight. Women actually groom children in a different way.
Moral of this video: the only good pedo is a dead pedo. The end.
Yeah, pretty much. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
A woman will talk about touchy-feely stuff, whereas a man will talk about penetrative sex. What's the most dangerous situation you've found yourself in? There's been quite a few, actually. 2 of the team were in a car.
When will you admit that consoles are better than PC? That sounds like something a dumb baby would say. Do you think your little tricycle is better than, you know, like a fucking actual car? Like, it's just fucking retarded. Like, in what way are consoles better? They have worse fucking graphics, worse performance, They have shitty fucking controls. You can't use a mouse and keyboard in most games. The online experience is fucking worse. One, you have to pay for it, and then two, it's all fucking 13-year-old children. Like, there's like no advantage to playing on console. Nicholas donated $2. Election day tomorrow in Belgium. Remind Jasmine, should we vote for the Small Animal Rights Party or for a better established one? Also, do you use ChatGPT, and why not? I don't know anything about the Belgian elections, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. And no, I haven't really used ChatGPT. I think I tried it in one stream and then that was it. I just haven't really had an interest. Thanks for the donation, Nicholas.
Did you struggle with depression before, or was it brought on by a vegan diet? Any chances of a Hamzasdan Arena debate part 2?
I had suicidal depression ever since I was about 5 or 6 years old, so that was long before I ever went vegan. Right now, my depression is in remission, and I think I've permanently solved my issue with depression. And no, there's no chance of a Hamzasdan Arena debate part 2. Every time I try to get on the arena, they just kick me. Thanks for the donation, Anon.
I hit a 655 deadlift at the gym today.
Sick, dude. Hell yeah. Yeah, you'll be able to get 700 sometime soon, I'm sure. Sick lift, bro. Thanks for that donation, Matthew.
And a guy who'd left his 2 children at home alone while his wife was at work. He was a driving instructor. He came out and met us in behind some shops. And when he knew he was trapped in that back lane, he drove head on into the car, wrote the car off. And he came for me at around 50 miles an hour, and I just managed to get my car out the way. So, yeah, that was probably one of the most dangerous situations I've ever been in whilst doing this.
Is there a typical reaction from people when they know they've been caught out?
The typical reaction is denial, but a lot of people will say they've been hacked, or it's somebody else that's doing it, somebody's setting us up and all the rest of it, but normally they're froze on the spot. They know they've been caught, and like I say, it's very few and far between that people actually do try and run away or get away. Is paedophilia a worse crime than murder, in your opinion? I would class them both as bad as each other. There's a lot of children being abused around the country, so, you know, the way I see it is anyone that's willing to abuse a child should be doing the same amount of time as somebody who would go out and murder someone.
What is a typical
agree.
sentence?
I would say 75% of the people that we've caught have been given suspended sentences or community orders, which I'm very much against. Is like I say, it's no punishment at all. Like I say, a slap on the wrist. But like I say, in my eyes, I think the starting term should be 5 years. But in reality, in the law, it begins at 2 years. But it's very rare you'll see a paedophile being jailed for that amount of time. Do you have any statistics about how many people you've caught? We've got over 400 convictions now, but the amount of paedophiles that we have caught is larger than that. And like I say, we've had cases take up to 5 years to get to court. I would say 25% of the people that we catch go to jail, and 9 times out of 10 they'll be a repeat offender, or they've done something previous. But yeah, I would say 75% get suspended sentences or community orders, but 25% do go to jail. I think when we've tried to tot up how many years the paedophiles that we have caught are in jail. It's over 100 years. So, like I say, it swings and roundabouts. What kind of people are in your team? The people in my team are actually people that's been affected by abuse themselves within their life. What I've noticed is when I first got to know these people, they were sad, they were doom and gloom. But now, doing this, it's actually acted as a therapy, and now they've got smiles back on their faces, they've got a purpose in life again. And that's probably the best thing about what we do, is seeing these people become people again. Have you ever gotten it wrong? No. We make sure that we're 110% sure before we actually go out to catch these people. Potentially it could be ruining someone's life. So we'll make sure that we do not get it wrong. We've spent over a year speaking to the same person. It took them that long to actually open up and feel.
What do you think is helping put your depression into remission? Just compounding efforts or specific treatment? Well, I haven't had depression since I did mushrooms the last time, and it's not just the mushrooms, it's what I learned from doing the mushrooms. I've just completely internalized nihilism.
I'm glad to hear about your depression being in remission. That inspires me. Have you ever read Hindu texts regarding abstaining from meat? From my understanding, there isn't a consensus about it, but I think some of the texts contain very moving wisdom.
Yeah, I've seen some of them. Some of them relate to karma, where it's bad karma to harm an animal. I know there's some other weird bullshit where if you kill an animal that's like suffered, and you eat the animal, you're going to consume its suffering, and then that suffering is gonna like enter you. That's kind of stupid. It sounds like thetans from Scientology, but some of the arguments for it are better than others. Thanks for the donation, Anon.
Enough trust in the child to speak about sex, so we will spend as much time as necessary as what we have to apprehend this man or woman.
And what's the shortest amount of time you've ever spent?
1 night.
1 night?
1 night. People surely take their lives on a result of your actions. Do you feel no remorse? Definitely not. A dead paedophile will not reoffend.
Hell yeah.
How do you feel about live streaming? The way I look at
that is absolutely fucking based.
Live streaming is, we work with fictitious children, and when you go to a family's home in your live stream, if that paedophile's daughter or wife or relation comes to the door, I don't understand why they should be on camera, because it's them that have to face the music after the paedophile's been taken away from that home. So we will never live stream. We always edit our videos. And that's just so the public and the police are comfortable with what we release online.
Why do you think other groups do the live streams?
For likes and shares.
Right.
They say it's for awareness, but like I say, is how can you justify going to a paedophile's house and, you know, exposing his daughter when she comes to the door and things like that, or just innocent people? You can't delete that footage of an innocent person that's been caught up in the live stream. That's just the way it is, and I'm so dead against it, because, like I say, the children we use are fictitious, so why go out and harm a real child? Because that's what will happen. They'll be bullied at school.
Why do you think there is such a large public appetite for these videos?
It's public entertainment now. That's what it's become, and it's pretty sad, to be honest, because, like I say, is if you're going to do something that's so important, like protecting children, is why put a real child at risk through live streaming at their house? I can't get my head round that fact. Do you not feel guilty about the children of the family you were hurting? Yes, I feel really guilty. We did a case down Stoke, and we have to. I actually left that property crying my eyes out. Actually, well, it's starting to affect us now. We knew this person was the sole carer of these two children. The police already had intelligence on the man, but when we spoke to the police officers when they came out of the house, they told us that the children would have to be examined and taken away by the social services. So that is probably the downfall of what we do, because a lot of families has broken through this. I'm from a broken home myself, so I know exactly how they would feel. So yeah, I do feel sorry for the kids, really do. How many priests have you caught? Yeah, we've caught one priest. He turned up to meet a young boy. He had this stuff called liquid gold poppers, and he also had lube as well. And he turned out to meet a young boy. He went to prison for a year. So yeah.
Dude, what the fuck? What is with the criminal justice system going so easy on fucking pedophiles? Like, even if they're a first-time offender, they were going to rape a kid. Like, put them away for life. I don't understand.
Now that your depression is resolved, will you be making more old school skits when you make new videos? I miss those. And you said what time? I know you said that your depression was the only thing that kept you from making those. Bring back classic VG.
Yeah, I am going to do more skits. And this is Finn. See Finn? There's Finn. That's Finn. See him there? That's Finn. Okay. Yeah, I am going to do more videos with skits very soon. I've got a few ideas that I want to do. So yeah, I am going to do skits again soon. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Yeah, relax. Relax. Lie down. Lie down. It's okay. Yeah, lie down. No! Lie down. Lie down. Don't try to jump in my mouth. Oh my god. No!
We've only ever caught one priest. Does it make you despair at the state of humanity? Humanity is upside down. Our country's upside.
He said that pedos are impossible to rehabilitate because you can't change their sexual preferences. That is one of the most retarded things I have ever heard. As if the sexual thoughts or desires are the actual crimes and not the grooming or assault.
So, no. Down. So, down. So, they're almost one and the same. If, let's say it were illegal to have, gay sex, right? Which is the case in many countries. It was the case here not too long ago. Well, look how many people were still having gay sex. Like, sexual desires are very, very powerful, and there's a reason why so many pedophiles offend and reoffend. It's the same reason for why anytime you make illegal any sort of sexual preference, whether it be, being gay or lesbian or trans or whatever, people still have those activities. So yeah, it is almost one and the same. There's a reason why so many pedophiles reoffend. It's because the fact that they have those sexual desires makes it a very, very high likelihood that they will in fact offend. But thanks for the donation, Kumar. And again, there's no way to change somebody's sexual preference. So, if you can't change their sexual preference, they are very likely to reoffend.
Upside down. The laws is upside down. There's laws surrounding the stuff that we do that contradict themselves, and it just doesn't make sense. But like I say, there's all different walks of life, and basically what we are trying to do is just to take the worst ones off the street.
No. No. Just lie down. Oh my god. This is a happy boy. Finn's a happy dog. Yeah, you're happy. That's a nice boy. I run a comedy channel, sometimes can't post daily because I don't have funny ideas and don't want to be like The Simpsons releasing shit. Any advice? Only post when I have good ideas. I mean, that's just kind of the way, you know, entertainment is. You're not going to have the absolute best banger ideas every single day. I think there's a reason why so many creatives end up getting addicted to drugs, because drugs do help with inspiration. They do help you think differently. They do help you come up with new ideas, and that is kind of a way to get over that problem. But I wouldn't recommend taking drugs to solve that issue. I would say, like, just having a calm, relaxed, open mind, not putting as much pressure on yourself, and just letting ideas kind of come to you is probably the best solution.
Do you feel as if you've got a right to do this job? Well, the fact is if you went to the police and the police turned around and says they couldn't help you, would you go back home and tell your child that you couldn't help your child? As far as I'm concerned, is you've got a duty to care to your children, and if your children are feeling abused in their own homes, and it's not by yourself and it's somebody online, you will do your utmost to go out and you'll do that job of trying catching them. So, you know, I feel as if I shouldn't have to do this, but the way the day and age is and the internet.
What Scientology agent will do is...
Thought you might find this entertaining. Starts at 5:02 and ends at 5:24. I know you're not a fan of Kengan Ashura, but did you watch the Baki Hanma vs Kengan Ashura movie on Netflix? Link for timestamps.
I did not. I still haven't watched it. I do want to watch it, but I haven't seen it yet. Let me see.
Gaza graduation. Let's see how much students actually know what they stand for. If you get them right, you win $100. First question, have you guys chanted from the river to the sea?
Yes.
Okay, which river, which sea?
The Sea of...
So you don't know that? No. And the answer was the Mediterranean and the Jordan. Wouldn't it be great if these expensive colleges actually taught them something?
I've seen a few of you in the comments say that I'm not pro-Palestine because I take the piss out of these protesters. I'm not taking the piss out of them because they're supporting Palestine. I'm taking the piss out of them because they don't even know what they're supporting. They're a bunch of aimless sheep that are just following anything they're told to follow.
Yep. None of these pro-Palestinian protesters care about Palestinians, and that fact is shown when you ask them any questions about, you know, what they're chanting, what they're protesting, why they have a specific problem with Israel. It's all anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic hatred. That is the only reason they're protesting.
Any idea what you're looking at?
They'll get a list of everybody you know, including your doctor, your dentist, your travel agent, whoever, your friends, your family. They will then contact every person on the list, whether directly or on the phone, and say, we're gathering information about John Atack or whoever, and their criminal background. We found out some really interesting things already. I was told when the head of the harassment division in the UK defected. They'd spent £2 million harassing me up until that point.
Jesus.
Hi, I'm John Atack. I'm an expert on Scientology. A long time ago I was a member. And I also am an expert on authoritarian cults in general. And I'm here to answer questions from the Honesty Box.
Came to $2. You probably saw this already, but gotta admit it was pretty badass. Let me see. Oh yeah, Eddie Hall. This was mostly fake. It's not really real. Yeah, so, yeah, it's cool how he picked the guy up, but it wasn't a real fight. It's kind of funny how he picked him up like that. Thanks for that donation, Cam.
What?
Eddie would destroy you. No, he wouldn't. So, Eddie Hall threatened me in the comment section of one of my videos. I offered to fight him, and I haven't heard a peep from him. So the only reason he hasn't taken me up on that offer is because he knows there's a real risk of me beating his ass, and it would be pretty fucking embarrassing for him and pretty bad for his career if I were to beat his ass. So, no.
What is a Scientologist, and what do they believe? Scientologists are followers of a man called Lafayette Ronald Hubbard, L. Ron Hubbard, and he basically devised a science fiction set of beliefs and techniques. In reality, Scientology is an elaborate system of mind control and thought reform. Scientologists believe that they have lived for 1.25 quadrillion years. The origin story is the idea that we're all individuals completely, who separately came together in our multi-billions to create the universe. And we do that at every moment. So the universe is an illusion generated by the people within it, the beings within it. Core beliefs are quite elaborate, but the essential belief is that we are all gods. We all have godlike powers, and we've lost these powers because we didn't want to hurt others. And so what Ron Hubbard promised was that he would give us magical abilities, the ability to intend whatever we want and make it happen in the world. This hasn't proved to be true. Why did you join? Because my heart was broken. I was 19 years old. I'd come back from a tour in Toulouse. I was playing drums in a band, and I came back from my girlfriend who I'd been living with for 15 months had gone. And I freaked out, and I went looking for help, didn't find anything substantially, and then was introduced to Scientology by a book. And I went along. People were incredibly friendly, very smiley, smart people, and they seemed to have something that I wanted. And so it began. How is Scientology structured, and how do you progress through the ranks? There are two elements to Scientology. One is the staff Scientologist, and the other is the public Scientologist. Public Scientologists pay a great deal of money to undertake processing, as it's called, and indoctrination. Those are the words used. Processing, some people say, is a form of counselling. I would disagree with that. It's a form of hypnotism. The structure of Scientology is a hierarchy, very strict hierarchy. There's no democracy of any kind in Scientology. I have a man called David Miscavige who took over from Ron Hubbard after Hubbard died, and he basically determines exactly what Scientologists will do. And there are hundreds of organisations around the world, though the membership is far smaller than people would usually imagine. It's about 25,000 internationally. If you were a staff member in Scientology, you would start out as a gopher.
Name the trait between pedosexual desires and vegan meat desires that makes one inherently immoral but not the other. If a vegan can control his immoral cravings by eating fake meat, why can't a pedo do the same with ICP or lowly and still be a moral person?
I don't really necessarily have a problem with somebody having desires that they control. Look at it this way. If you had a friend who came and told you, you know, I want to rape your kids, kill your mother, torture people to death, cut their skin off, and wear it as a coat, but I'm not going to do it because I know it's wrong. Like, you're probably not going to be friends with a person anymore if they actually told you that. Like, it's just a massive liability. And there's something down. There's just something deeply wrong and disturbed with somebody. Down. No, down. No. There's something deeply wrong and disturbed with somebody who just thinks that way. So there's a very valid reason why people have a problem with even the urges and mind state that a pedophile's in, even if they don't act on those urges. Down. No, you're annoying. But yeah, I don't have a problem with somebody using AI generation or lolly to control their urges so they don't actually harm anybody. Okay, you're going down. Go lie down. Thanks for that donation, Richard, third Somali cousin.
Somebody who basically does what they're told and fetches the coffee. And you would then be assigned to a particular division in Scientology, and you'd work your way up until you're perhaps the head of that division, say the Treasury division, which deals with finances, or the Public division, which deals with recruiting. Then you have executives above that, and you have an incredibly complicated set of organisations.
Beamo. Not you. Talking to Beamo. She keeps squeaking in the background.
They're all pretty much spying on one another. If you are unlucky enough, you'll rise to go and work with David Miscavige himself, who lives in a secret location to avoid process servers from the courts. He has a violent temper. He is a short man, but physically he exercises. He fires a crossbow.
Here's Beamo. Do you guys see this cat? That's a good cat. See? That's a good cat. Look at the little kitty. Oh my god, that's a cat. Cat. This is a cat. Meow, meow, meow. Cat go meow. Actually, this cat doesn't go meow. She just squeaks. Hey, Beamo.
We're told. He has been known to punch people when he's lost his temper. He controls people. He is a very dangerous human being because he has the control of Scientology's funds, which are perhaps in the region of $3 billion. So it's probably best not to get on the wrong side of him. What am I doing here? Will you be in danger from making this video? Yes, there is some danger. I have been harassed and I've been sued many times. But hey, what the heck? Would you say you're an easily manipulated person? No. Have you ever met anybody who thinks they're an easily manipulated person? I once interviewed a young man who'd come out of Scientology, who'd been in the 14 people governing Scientology, and he said, the great thing is, John, we'll never be manipulated again. And I said, the great thing is, I know I'm gullible. I know that we are all vulnerable. But no, I'm probably less manipulable than most people because I've spent 40 years studying the methods of manipulation and teaching people about them. What is the Sea Org? And why do you sign a billion-year pledge? LOL. The Sea Organisation was started in 1967 by Ron Hubbard when he was basically being chased out of pretty much all of the English-speaking world. So he took to international waters so he could be safe from prosecution. And he called his followers initially the Sea Project, Sea, SEA, as in a body of water, and then the Sea Organisation. Somebody joked to him that they ought to sign contracts that would go beyond one lifetime.
Tuladara said, "O Jajali, I know morality, which is eternal, with all its mysteries. It is nothing else than that ancient morality which is known to all, and which consists of universal friendliness, and is fraught with beneficence to all creatures."
Was the person who said that vegan? Because if they weren't, they're probably full of shit. But thanks for that donation, Anon.
As Scientology believes in reincarnation, and put forward the idea that it should be for 1 billion years. How many Scientologists are there? About 25,000 around the world now. They have claimed as many as 11 million members over the years. The last census in 2021 showed 1,800 Scientologists in the UK, which was a decline of 24% over the 10 years leading up to it. Is Scientology a cult? Well, what's a cult? By dictionary definition, a cult is a group of people who have reverence for a particular discipline or a particular leader. And in those terms, yes, Scientology is a cult. I would go one further. Is Scientology...
You know, it's funny, there's not any difference between religion and cult. They're all cults. Judaism is a cult. Islam is a cult. Christianity is a cult. I don't know why, like, people are like, oh, Scientology is just a cult. Are you Christian? Yeah, but that's a religion. Like, no, it's all a cult.
Scientology a dangerous cult, and from my point of view, it most definitely is. What is auditing? Originally, the word comes from to audit or listen, but it's basically a set of hypnotic procedures that are used on Scientologists to bring about states of euphoria so that they'll want to buy more. There are counselling sessions which are called auditing, where one individual will audit another individual as if they were the counsellor and the other person was the recipient of counselling. There are about 2,000 processes that are used, and they vary from straight memory questions, asking you about something that happened in the past, through to trying to get you to relive trauma, which is what was called Dianetics originally. It's a technique that was abandoned by Freud because it didn't work. It made people more dependent upon the therapist, Freud said. What is an e-meter? The e-meter is a Wheatstone bridge. It basically...
Finn, you better calm down and not be annoying on my lap, okay? Calm down and don't be annoying. No, lie down. No, 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 no. If you keep doing that, I'm putting you down again. Just relax. Just calm down. Oh my god. He, like, can hardly contain himself. Just relax. Yeah, just relax. 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 That's a good boy.
Basically measures the conductivity of the skin on your hands. It's a part of the police polygraph, used in the United States extensively, and it has no value whatsoever. During most forms of auditing, the auditor will have an e-meter in front of them, which has a dial with a needle on it, and that is connected to electrodes, which are usually supercans, or conventionally were, and that measures the electrical resistance on your skin, on your hands. In fact, the movements in your sweat glands, they're not sweat itself, and the needle will move according to the questions that you're asked. And there are a number of different needle movements that's supposed to indicate something. What are the OT levels? OT stands for operating thetan, and the word thetan is the being, the soul, the spirit, the self. The whole idea of Scientology is that you can become an operating thetan. You are a thetan, you are a being, but you're trapped inside your body. And using Scientology, you'll be able to...
I think that is a terrible way to categorize all pedo individuals. It is like putting all the people who like rape play into the inherent future rapist category just because they enjoy the dynamics or aesthetics of rape.
Having rape fantasies or rape play where you have consensual acts is very different than somebody who actually wants to commit rape. Two very different things, so I don't see how that's analogous. Thanks for the donation, Frozen Cum Sculpture.
Exteriorize from your body and make things happen at a distance. Your intention will be roused up so that you're capable of performing miracles. If you wanted to blow a planet up, you could do it. These are the kind of stories that are told. The reality is, and I've interviewed more than 1,000 Scientologists over the years, nobody achieves any of these abilities. You go through a set of procedures. By my reckoning at the moment, there are 28 levels on Scientology's bridge, and you go through those step by step. By the time I left, I'd done 25 of them. So I'd finished the 5th operating thetan level. The great secret is that you're not meant to know that you're inhabited by millions of little beings and you have to get rid of them. So it's primarily a modern form of demon exorcism, and it is ineffectual. If they were able, if they did have these powers, then obviously they'd be aware of what I'm doing now and would be able to stop me from speaking. It hasn't happened in 40 years. Should Scientology be classed as a religion? I would personally abstain on the question because I think it's up to people to decide what their religion is. Should it have special privileges on a religious basis, for example, tax exemption? Absolutely not. It's harmful to the community, so it should not have such benefits. There are places in the world, particularly the United States, where Scientology has tax exemption.
Religion should not be tax exempt. It's fucking retarded. I think the whole reason religion is tax exempt is because the Catholic Church was making so much money and they were able to just convince the government through lobbying and shit to give religious institutions tax exemption. They should not be tax exempt. It's fucking retarded. Religion is a business. So, like, fuck you. I don't care if you believe in some magical fantasy creature. If you're making money off what you're doing, you should pay taxes just like everybody else.
It's exempt from certain taxes in this country as well. So you're paying for them, basically. How does Scientology handle criticism of the cult? It uses a procedure called fair game, which is to say that if you're opposed to Scientology, you do not deserve to live, and everything can and may be done to silence you. I was harassed on a daily basis for...
Good evening, VG. I'm so happy to see you right now since I'm at work lol, but I only have a few hours left, so you streaming will speed things up for me lol. Fake MD Chaffee strikes back at Dr. Ids.
Let me take a look. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass.
Anthony Chaffee, the fake MD, made another video on me completely lying.
Doctor, are you on Big Soda's payroll or something? What's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, apparently I am being paid. I've not seen any money yet, which is quite unfortunate.
I didn't hide the fact that I worked with the ABA to educate people on the safety of aspartame. I literally put paid partnership.
At least now that you've openly admitted on the record that you're a paid shill for the food and beverage companies, hopefully in the future you're not going to be able to get away with lying about it, like you did here. Class dismissed, IDS.
This is the worst call out I've ever seen, and that can only mean one thing. Time for expulsion. Does he not understand the concept of time? One thing happens, time passes, and then another thing happens. He used a clip from a podcast in 2022 before I worked with the ABA, then stitched a clip of me disclosing the fact I worked with them in 2023 to make it out as if I lied about it.
Yeah, this is like saying this is like finding a clip of somebody when they're 15 saying I'm unemployed and don't have a job. And then, like, a few years later, when they graduate high school, they have a job. And then you're like, you lied. You do have a job. Like, fucking retarded. And, of course, he did this because he wants to take away from the fact that he lied about being a doctor.
Do you know how slimy, unprofessional, and disingenuous that is? The chronology of events is easy for anyone to see. H3 Podcast 2022. Partnership with the ABA 2023, a whole year later. This is the only way Chaffee can pretend like he got the up on me, by misrepresenting what happened and stitching old clips with new clips to make it seem like I lied. Not only that, but he tags me and then restricts me, so I can't even tag him or defend myself in the comments.
Yeah, dude, Chaffee is a fucking slimy scumbag.
This whole thing is completely shameful, invalidates his entire 11-minute rant, and I hope people now see what a Muppet charlatan he is. So, Anthony Chaffee, the fake MD, made another video.
Yeah, bro, what a loser. And he didn't even bring up the fake doctor thing. Chaffee's lying about being a fucking medical doctor. What a loser. Thanks for the donation again, dude.
For 16 years after I left Scientology and spoke out. There's a process called noisy investigation. It's written up in Scientology and approved by Ron Hubbard. And what a Scientology agent will do is they'll get a list of everybody you know, including your doctor, your dentist, your travel agent, whoever, your friends, your family. They'll then contact every person on the list, whether directly or on the phone, and say, we're gathering information about John Atack or whoever, and their criminal background. We found out some really interesting things already. I had this done to me, and my mother-in-law, one of my brothers-in-law decided to talk to the private detective who'd been sent over from Los Angeles. He travelled as far as Australia to find people who'd known me. It was put about that I was a recovered heroin addict. I've never taken heroin in my life. I was a rapist. I'd attempted murder. I'd molested children. These are standard stories that are told about critics of Scientology. They're made up. I was told when the head of the harassment division in the UK defected after a conversation with me, and she told me that they'd spent £2 million harassing me up until that point. It was incredibly destructive. It took me 17 years to recover my physical health. All through litigation, they sued me in America, they sued me here, and through legal costs I was bankrupted. My marriage fell apart, my health came apart. It took me about 17 years to get back to a place where I could stand up again. What is the Celebrity Centre? The Celebrity Centre was started by a woman called Yvonne Gillum, who became Yvonne Jensch, in Los Angeles in the 1970s. And the target was to find celebrities, recruit celebrities, and use them to promote Scientology. That's how John Travolta and Chick Corea and quite a lot of other people became involved. It's worth saying that as many celebrities as they've managed to keep hold of, they've also lost. So Van Morrison, for example, and Leonard Cohen were both briefly involved in Scientology. There is a rule within Scientology that if you upset a celebrity, then you are in trouble. So these people are treated with kid gloves. What happens to children inside the church? That's variable. If you are born to a family who are public Scientologists, then you may have a fairly normal upbringing in that you'll be in society and you'll go to an ordinary school. But you may also go to a Scientology school where the principles of Scientology will be used in your education. This is not very effective. I've spoken to children, adults now, who grew up in this organisation, where there'd be one adult looking after 80 children. About 50% of the kids who grow up in Scientology will leave. By the time they're 16, they will not want to stay. Quite a lot are thrown out if they cause any sort of trouble. They'll just be got rid of. What is a silent birth? In Scientology, it's expected that women will give birth without making a noise. Hubbard put forward the idea that if we're not unconscious, or during unconsciousness, we're still recording what's being said around us, and this can act in a kind of moronic way through the hypnotic mind, what he called the reactive mind. And so he put forward the idea that birth should be in silence so that the baby doesn't receive what he called engrams, these traumatic memories. It's a nonsense, because the reality is, and we know this, that we don't register memories when we're unconscious. We're not physically capable of it. It's
Hey VG, you said if I donate $20, you would call my friend and ambush him with a vegan debate. He hates you VG, so be careful. Can I DM you his phone number? My Discord is s.f.sorrow.
Send me a message on my Instagram. That'd be the easiest way. So I'll just link my Instagram in the chat. Yeah, don't put foreign languages in the chat, please. Thanks. So I'll call him when you DM me. Thanks for the donation. Go vegan or die.
Could you PLS react to these both? Can you give your thoughts on the sum up of Palestine/Israel history? Also, this is some good vegan activism aftermath. C equals 5 PBERP 9 SN8 LP 136_.
History of Israel-Palestine conflict and militant vegan debate. I can do both of those. Thanks for that donation, Riley. No foreign languages in the fucking chat. Holy fuck, dude. This is fucking America, and you're gonna talk fucking American in fucking chat. You got that? Just waiting for the guy to DM me on Instagram. Maybe he has to make an account. I don't know. Alright, let's watch some of this.
Israel, the world's only Jewish state, located east of the Mediterranean Sea, and Palestine, the territory of the Arab population that hails from the Israel-controlled land, have long been known for their enduring conflict with the Israeli occupation of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. The tension between Israel and Palestine has been deteriorating in years, climaxing with many violent clashes between the two sides. To understand the root of the Israel-Palestine conflict, we have to look back a few thousand years ago. Early history of Israeli-Palestinian conflict. In the 17 centuries BC, following the call of God, 3 patriarchs of the Jewish people, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, settled in Canaan, a region approximating present-day Israel, the West Bank, and the Gaza Strip, parts of Lebanon, Syria,
Okay, this is already retarded. There is no way to know if these people are real historical figures, and this is biblical bullshit.
I forgot to add to my last dono. How are you doing? I hope that you are feeling great tonight. Are you as great as these 4 hostages being saved by the IDF from Hamas?
I don't know, they're probably feeling a little better and more relieved than I am, but it's good news either way. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass. We're actually going to look at some news reports on that.
and Jordan. The region later had the name the Land of Israel, the Promised Land, the Palestine region, or the Holy Land. In 1000 BC, King Saul established the Israelite monarchy, which then was ruled by King David, who made Jerusalem the capital of his kingdom, and his son King Solomon, who built the first temple in Jerusalem. After the death of King Solomon, the united monarchy was split into the Kingdom of Israel in the north, with Samaria as the capital, and the Kingdom of Judah in the south, with Jerusalem as the capital. The land became...
One donated $2. How is it that everything this guy says is literally bullshit? Like, it doesn't even make any damn sense, even without getting into nutrition science.
Today we're going to talk about how to regrow your hair. So whether you are losing hair or your hair is becoming thinner.
It is very, very unlikely that anything you do is going to cause hair regrowth. So, if you're under eating, so say you have anorexia, that can cause hair loss. And then if you start eating again, your hair can regrow. Having very stressful situations can cause hair loss, and if you remove that stress, that can cause hair to regrow. But if you're having androgenic alopecia, incredibly unlikely you can reverse
I can't
that.
figure out how to use Instagram. It doesn't make any sense. Can you add me on Discord? S.F.Sorrow. You can delete afterwards.
I don't know why the hell you can't just make a fucking Instagram account, but fine. Let's see. I don't even think you gave me the right info. Okay. I sent you a request. Thanks for the donation. Go vegan or die. Yeah, so if you have androgenic alopecia, incredibly unlikely that you're going to be able to regrow hair. If you have something like alopecia areata, which is an autoimmune disease, autoimmune treatment can allow you to regrow hair, but yeah, when you're talking about androgenic alopecia, like, no. We'll react to that in a minute. We'll just keep watching this Israel-Palestine horseshit.
Came home to...
You put as much thought into the topic of pedo as pro-Palestinians put into the Gaza war. Being a pedo only implies action and not wanting to act upon it by abusing children. Stereotyping pedos and saying they have no hope is the solution we need.
That's great. Again, there's a reason why pedophiles fuck children. It's because those desires lead to that outcome. I'm not going to like pedophiles for the same reason I don't like people who want to rape my wife. So, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, dude. Jessica donated $2 wrong. The resistance released the prisoners while the IDF killed 200 civilians. Also pretty hypocritical that Israel contains over thousands of hostages in poor conditions. Israeli prisoners don't have a scratch on them, don't you think? Fuck Israel. Israel doesn't take hostages, they take prisoners, and yeah, if you commit a crime or are suspected of committing a crime, you're going to be arrested. I don't know why you claim Israel keeps hostages. What does that fucking mean, you idiot? Okay, Finn. No more, Finn. You're being annoying again. I don't know where you got the... news that, Israel killed 200 civilians. I'm assuming you just read a bunch of news articles that said 200 people were killed, and they didn't actually track whether or not, of those 200 people, they were civilians or Hamas members. Guess what? If Israel killed 200 people, chances are some of those people were Hamas members. So, you just read a bunch of dumb news articles or watched some TikTok videos without looking at any context. And resistance, you mean Hamas. They released the prisoners. You mean after they were killed? Where did you even hear that? IDF... hostage release. Let me see. 4 hostages rescued from Gaza. 4 hostages kidnapped by Hamas have been rescued in daylight raid as scores of Palestinians were killed by Israeli attacks in the same area. The IDF said the released hostages were all in good health and they were later pictured embracing family. 2 hospitals earlier. Where's Al Jazeera has to have a article on this, right? Let me see what Al Jazeera had to say. Did they not report on this yet?
Tel Aviv, where Israeli army spokesman Daniel Hagari is speaking.
I don't know if they have an article on this. Here we go.
I'm on a mission to get richer, the sickest lyric kicker, dig in a ditch for different spitters, weak lyricist to get disfigured, sip spit like a sick mixture of notorious pun and L, get the big picture. Go vegan, I'm chin checking these heathens, swag.
Well, that's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, Gaza striptease. Israel kills more than 200 in attack on central Gaza, so even in the headline, they don't mention that they were all civilians. Israeli military is conducting intense assaults across the Gaza Strip by air, land, sea, killing more than 200 people and spreading fear among its war-displaced populations. Dozens of air raids hit by besieged territory on Saturday, particularly Deir el-Balah and Nasserat in central Gaza, homes west of the city of Rafah, and the south and multiple areas in Gaza City north. So this wasn't even... So these deaths aren't even necessarily part of the raid that led to the hostage rescue.
Bark bark, what party would you vote if you were in Germany? Thoughts about aft? Bark 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 bark, I'll dog bark bark bark.
What party would I vote for if I were in Germany? I have no idea. I don't know much about the German political system. I don't know what the AFTD is. Thanks for the donation, though, Finn.
Who cares? All these Plastian children are most likely Nazis anyway.
True, Dodo. That's a pretty base take. Thanks for that donation, dude. The Ministry of Health in Gaza, aka Hamas, large numbers, quote-unquote, of killed and wounded were arriving at Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital. The majority of whom are children and women. Sure. I'm very sure of that. Dozens of injured people are lying on the ground. Medical teams are trying to save them. Basic medical capability. A statement released by Gaza government media office said that 210 people had been killed in the Israeli attacks on Nuseirat and other parts of central Gaza. Health ministry spokesman earlier said that there are still a lot of bodies and wounded people that remain on the streets. Communications were affected amid the intense bombardment, but reporting from inside the overwhelmed hospital via telephone call. Al Jazeera Hind Qudri said the situation intense, there are explosives every minute, blah, 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 pediatrician, this and that, short statement. Targeting terrorist infrastructure in the area of Nuseirat. It later announced its forces rescued 4 captives during the operation in Nuseirat. The 4 who were killed, the 4 who were taken into Gaza after the Hamas attack. Good medical condition. Dozens of air raids targeted the southern areas of Gaza. Witnesses reporting the entire residential blocks were wiped out while gunships bombarded the area near its fishing port. Where did you hear that Hamas willingly released the hostages? Where the fuck did you... Like, even Al Jazeera isn't claiming that. Israeli army says 4 captives were rescued amid heavy strikes in Gaza. They're rescued in 2 separate locations in the heart of Nusrat. Commenting later on Saturday, spokesperson of Hamas's Qassam brigades said that other captives had been killed during the rescue operation. Sure. Saturday's operation was the largest recovery. So, okay. Even Al Jazeera, one of the most biased Hamas-supporting fucking media outlets, isn't claiming Hamas willingly released the hostages, and a Hamas spokesperson didn't even claim that. They were just saying, oh, well, Israel killed other hostages in this attack. Where, like, Jessica, where the fuck did you get that information? TikTok, I'm assuming? Okay, let me,
I am retarded dumb bitch. I suck Hamas's dick dry. I spread propaganda so I can have daddy Hamas's cock. I am dumb bitch. If you agree, put a 1 in the chat that I am dumb bitch. I have blue hair and dry pussy that smells like bacon, egg and cheese. Lamau.
Yeah, I already assumed that, but thank you for confirming. Thanks for the donation, Jessica. I don't think he's gonna pick up.
2, 6, 7.
I'll try one more time. Hello?
Hello?
Is this Jeremiah?
Yes, this is. Hi.
This is Vegan Gains.
Vegan Gains?
Yeah, this is Vegan Gains.
Okay, so, alright, that explains why it's restricted. Hi. Well, I know who put you up to calling me.
Yeah,
My buddy, so I guess he'd donate or something? How much did he donate?
$20.
Damn, nice, dude. I don't know how much your average donos are, but that's pretty fat.
Yeah, so apparently you have a problem with veganism?
Not really, no. I think I'm personally not a vegan. I don't have like a hatred toward vegans or something.
Well, seems like you have a hatred towards animals if you're not vegan. Why do you think it's okay to murder animals?
No, I just respect the life cycle on Earth. And I realize at like scale, the amount of people we have, we'd have to kill a lot of people probably. Like not everyone is going to be able to, I mean, maybe when we can lab grow meat, that would be kind of cool. But
So, animal agriculture actually reduces the food supply because food that we could be feeding directly to humans gets fed to animals. What was it? Cornell University did an analysis. They found that 700 million more people could be fed if we stopped animal agriculture. The United Nations also did a analysis. They calculated that we would be able to feed the population that would be expected to exist by 2050, which I think is 9 billion people or 10 billion people. While using less land than we currently use today for agriculture if we were to stop using animal products. So that's not a good argument since animal agriculture actually reduces food insecurity.
Well, I am like largely against a lot of the factory farming type of things. Like a lot of that is kind of disgusting.
Okay, well, like 95% of farming is factory farming, so all the meat you're eating is factory farmed. So if you're against it, why are you supporting it?
Well, I mean, I'm not really in an economic situation right now. I'm sort of just, I mean, I'm not very wealthy. I also didn't want to like I'm not
Okay,
like,
well, that's also a really
I'm not
bad
like
excuse
a-
because the cheapest foods are plant-based foods.
I don't need to make excuses to you. I didn't call you. You called me. I didn't.
Yeah, well,
I
you're
never
the
wanted
one
to
making
talk
these
to you. I don't
arguments
even
against
watch
why
your
you're the
stuff.
one making these arguments for why you're not vegan. So
You asked me.
we've already
Well,
established.
you're just like pointing a finger.
Yeah, well, we've already established that eating meat does not improve food security. We've also established that eating meat is not cheaper than being vegan. So, what's your justification for murdering innocent animals?
Well, I didn't murder innocent animals.
Well, you absolutely did. If you're paying
I'm
for them to
eating
be
them. They're
murdered,
already
you're the one
dead.
culpable for it.
Okay, all right. Look, listen. I'm not here to try to defend like whether I eat meat. In fact, I don't even know why I'm here. You just called me. But what I would say, if because the first question you asked is whether I hate veganism. Veganism, I don't have anything against vegans, especially ethical vegans. Like it. I mean, I really do. I do understand it, and I hope that we can get to a point where potentially we could reach that as a society with like lab grown stuff and whatnot. But in terms of like hunting, and I think that you can live ethically without being a vegan if you, I think dipping your hand in like the life cycle of the planet by shooting and killing a deer and feeding your family with that for many months. I don't think there's anything wrong with that because that deer was going to be consumed by another predator. There's nothing, I mean, nature is inherently amoral. Like it doesn't have morals. So as long as you're not torturing something and you're just killing it to eat it, you can do it in
Okay,
an
so
ethical
if
way.
I killed
So
you
I
to
think if
eat
we could
you,
have
that'd be
farms
fine?
that are massive farms.
So if
we
I
have
killed you
massive
to eat
farms that
you, would
aren't
that be okay?
torturous, I think that's fine. If you kill to eat me, well, I would defend myself.
Well, I'm sure a deer would also try to defend itself if I tried to kill the deer. So,
Yeah. Well, that's the planet. Nature is amoral.
Okay,
It's just
so
how-
you don't
how
have
it
a
is.
problem with me, like anybody, say, killing you to eat you.
I do have a problem with it, but so does the deer. Yeah, that's not the point. But that's
Okay,
not nature.
so
That's not
if you're
reality.
okay with murdering
We don't live in the
deer,
Garden of
okay,
Eden.
so I can understand why you would have a personal problem with somebody killing you. How about me just going out and killing random people and eating them? Would you have a problem with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you
I'm a
name the
human
trait that's
supremacist.
lacking in
Humans are-
deer that
I'm
if
gonna-
lacking in a human being, it would make it morally acceptable to kill and eat that human being?
Why it's okay to human beings would have more rights than a deer because of, I mean, literally just the fact that you're a human, in my opinion, is enough. There's also just like intellectual capacity.
Okay, well,
That sort of
the
thing.
first answer you gave me is question begging. I asked you what trait animals are lacking that if lacking in a human being would justify killing
fact
and
that
eating
we're
a human
humans.
being. Then you just mentioned they're humans. I understand that, but that's begging the question.
Well, I'm a
You mentioned
species-ist.
intellectual capacity. That's actually a trait. So are you saying like mentally disabled human beings would be okay to kill and eat them?
No, I'm telling you, I'm a speciesist. Like literally that.
Okay,
I think
so
it's cringe
species
to call
the
people
trait?
speciesist, but I just believe in human supremacy. If you are a human, I'm going to inherently value your life more than basically any other animal.
Okay, so let's say if Jews weren't human beings, they lacked the cluster genetics that made them part of the genus Homo. Would it be okay to kill and eat Jews?
If Jews weren't human, they wouldn't be Jews then.
Well, they would. It's just that
so I
they
don't
lack
know
the
why
cluster
you're-
genetics to be considered part of the genus
You're saying
Homo.
if a human wasn't a human, would it be okay to kill them to eat them? So what would they be? Would they be an animal? I
Well,
don't-
they'd look the same. They'd have the same level of intelligence. It's just that they don't have the same cluster genetics that would make them part of the genus Homo. So Jews could be the exact same they are now, but let's just say they had a divergent evolution where they could only interbreed with other Jews, but they couldn't interbreed with other humans. You'd be okay with killing
I
and
don't
eating
know.
Jews?
I don't know, man. Maybe I would, if in the event that was reality, maybe I would develop some sort of scale to find out, like, there's sort of a like
you don't know
shades
if
of
you'd
how
kill
close
and eat
you are
Jews.
to humanity. And if you're close enough to humanity, then I would consider you human-like, or you're a humanoid. And if it was like Elder Scrolls with a bunch of different like races, like Khajiit
Okay, so
and
the
Argonians, you know
the
what I mean?
trait.
But like,
Okay, wait. So the trait is no longer being part of the human species. It's having traits that make you
Humanoid, I
close
guess.
enough to human. Okay,
Yeah, I guess.
well, cows, pigs, chickens, they all have feelings. They all have maternal bonds. They form friendships. Even their body plan is similar. You can find, like, we all share a genetic lineage. They all have similar bones in their structure. They have femurs. They have, like, joints in the same places. They have 4 limbs, so they're humanoid-ish, right?
I mean, they evolved on the planet Earth, and they're mammals. I mean, they're not humanoids. They're mammal. I mean, you're just describing things that like most mammals have.
Right. Well, you said being
I could
close.
describe all the things that
So
work differently
you
as
just
well.
said
I mean,
being close enough to being human. So I would say they're close enough to being human. Like, again, what traits are they lacking?
like everything else that makes them not human. I mean, but this is kind of arbitrary. Like, who gives a fuck if they have a female? I mean, it's mostly about the intelligence, I guess. It's like the pairing between those two. I don't know. And I mean, I don't like the fact that I don't like that nature is cruel and that we kill things to eat it and other things kill things to eat them.
Well, then you don't have to be a
And
part
one
of it.
day it would.
You
You're
don't
right.
have
Well,
to
I
engage in
don't.
that cruelty. You have the choice to not do that. And let me ask you a question.
Not everybody
So,
has that choice, to be fair.
no,
but
you have that choice. Well, and by the way,
Well,
everybody
you don't know
has that
anything about
choice.
me or my
Every single
scenario.
person has that choice. There's no situation.
Every single person.
There is no situation where you are forced to eat animal products unless you're tied to a bed and you're getting food forced feed to you down a tube. So everybody has a choice.
Some people don't know where their next meal is going to come from, dude.
Yeah, and
I
they
don't
can
know.
choose to die and
are you
and
saying
starve to
everyone in the
death.
first world? You think someone should starve to death rather than eat like a plate of chicken in front of them to not starve to death?
Yes, because eating that plate of chicken
All right, dog,
means you
you're
are
retarded.
murdering another creature. And let me ask you
doesn't.
this.
It's for self-sustenance. It's me or them, dog, and it's gonna be them. I have more power over them. That's just how it is.
Okay, so I have
I'm
more
not
power
gonna-
over you. I'm 6'3", 270 pounds. I'm a bodybuilder. I can bench 400
right.
pounds. So can I kill and eat you? But let me ask you this.
Well, you can try, but thankfully we have equalizers. Thank God for Smith and Wesson.
Oh, well, you know what? I'm
and
pretty
we have-
goddamn
we
good
have
at
laws,
shooting.
we
I
have
posted some
morals.
videos of me shooting on
Okay,
Instagram.
well,
So
I mean, I wouldn't
you might
advise you try
still
and
be
kill
at a
people and eat
disadvantage.
them.
But
Maybe.
But
and you
let
would
me
be
ask you this:
imprisoned.
if you were to find a chicken that had human intelligence, so you could talk to it, it could have a conversation, you can have, a chicken could argue with you like I'm arguing with you now. Would it be ethical to kill the chicken?
If it was as annoying as you, then yes.
Okay, so if
No,
I think
well,
you're
okay,
being
wait,
facetious,
say it again.
but
I'm sorry.
But if you found a chicken that had human level intelligence and could advocate for its own life in a similar way that I'm advocating for the lives of animals right now, would it be ethical to kill the chicken?
I think it would be. I would say it's certainly less ethical than killing a chicken with like how chickens actually are in reality.
Okay, well, I'm asking you if
I
it
would
is
say it's
ethical or not.
unethical.
You'd say it's unethical?
Well, ethics aren't black and white. I would say that it's unethical, but it's still more ethical than killing a human.
Why?
Because I guess I'm just a hardline speciesist.
Okay, so if somebody were to tell you, I think killing a black person is less ethical than killing a white person, and I just think white people are superior. What would you say to that person? Like the only
that's being racist, not speciesist.
Yeah,
being racist.
that's the exact same thing. That's the exact same problem because I just posed to you a hypothetical where the chicken
it's a group preference.
is. I just
it's a
posed
group preference. It's not the same thing.
Well,
no, it's a different
I
type
just posed a hypothetical where the chicken is just as smart as a human being. The only differentiator is skin deep. So it has the same mind, it just has a different body.
Well,
you would criticize somebody who said white people are superior just because they have white skin.
I did
you're
say it
telling
is
me.
unethical.
Sorry?
I did say it is unethical. I did say it was unethical. But basically, well, the reason why I threw that in is because Yeah, like if the brain of the chicken is literally identical, it's basically like human in a chicken's body, then that is unethical, and I don't think you should kill that chicken. But if it was posed with like, you have to kill this chicken with this human brain or this human with a human brain, if I had to pick one, I was just making it clear my preference toward the human, even though I think both would be unethical.
Okay, so say if somebody had, say if we were to ask this question in a different way, and I were asking you, would you rather kill a black person or a white person? And you said, well, I'd rather kill the black person because black people have black skin and white people have white skin, and I just have that preference. Like, do you understand that's literally the argument you're making? You're saying because of qualities that are literally just skin deep, just physical appearance, you're going to murder somebody over another person.
That's being racist. I mean, it's a group preference.
There is
so in that way
nothing
it's
different.
similar, but
There
it's an
is
entirely
no
different set
difference
of
between
classifications.
speciesism and racism, as I have demonstrated. You literally said you'd kill a chicken with a human brain simply because
which
it
one
has
would
the
you
body of a
pick?
chicken.
Would you not be able to pick? You would just pick arbitrarily?
Well,
Even if it's just an emotional thing and it's not actually logically based, I would be inclined to kill the chicken as opposed to like this child or whatever. Like, I just would.
If let's say this was a trolley problem and there was a human being on a set of train tracks and a chicken with a human brain on a set of train tracks, and all else were equal, I wouldn't do anything to switch the tracks because either decision to me would be equally bad. I don't see how I'm gaining anything by killing the chicken with a human brain versus killing the human who is just a normal human. Now,
It's
if you were to say,
right?
now, if it were
Like, it's
Hitler
one
on the
chicken and
tracks, now, if it were Hitler on the tracks and a chicken with a human brain on the side of the tracks, I'd kill Hitler. I'd kill Hitler if it was just a normal chicken on the other side of the tracks. And conversely, if there was a chicken with Hitler's brain on the one side of the tracks and a human on the other side of the tracks, I'd kill the chicken with Hitler's brain. Now, I just find it very strange and disturbing that you'd tell me you'd have a preference of killing a chicken with human brain over human simply because it looks like a chicken. Like, how is that quality difference meaningful to you?
Well, I think a lot of it, I think it's probably innately like an emotional impact. Even like, so like, even if like I have a what's the term I'm looking for? It's kind of like if there was like a group if there was people in a burning building, there was like, let's say like 8 people or whatever, I could save them or I could save my mom. It would be pretty hard for me not to save my mom, even though I could save 8 people, which is more people. But I have this bias toward my mother.
Well,
and
that's understandable.
I think every time I'm saving my mom,
Yeah, sure,
even though I don't know these 8
that's
strangers.
understandable. I can understand
So it's
how
basically
you
like that.
Yeah, so I can understand how you'd have that personal preference, but we're talking about complete strangers, and the only reason you can give me for why you'd kill the chicken with a human brain is because it looks like a chicken. That is no different than saying I'd kill a black person over a white person because a black person
Well, you're just
has black
restating.
skin.
I have a love for humanity in the same way I have a love for my mom compared to like another species on the planet. I want to see humanity as a species do well. And so if I could eliminate one human versus one chicken,
Yeah,
I'm going to pick
you. Okay,
I'm going to
well,
pick the
if
human.
you love, okay, well, if you love humanity so much, the fact is, animal agriculture is increasing food insecurity. Less people are being fed. There is more hunger, and more people are dying of hunger because we use animal agriculture. On top of that, people who do eat meat live shorter lives. They have higher risk of chronic disease, and zoonotic disease transmission and communicable diseases are largely due to animal product consumption. So, like
Okay,
the
well, you're
like the
shifting. So what
coronavirus.
was the point of the chicken thing?
So coronavirus, about 7 million people worldwide died due to coronavirus because we ate meat. That's a zoonotic disease transmission. I think there's
it came from the
about
bat.
I think there's about like 300,000 people worldwide who die each year from the flu virus. Again, that's zoonotic disease. Flu comes from poultry, chickens. So if you love humanity so much and you want to see humans thrive, how do you justify eating animal products? Like again,
I mean,
you're making these claims, but everything you're saying goes completely against those.
what are the
those
claims I'm making? I
The
feel like
claim you're making is
I don't
that
even,
you have a preference for humanity. You want to see humanity thrive,
versus a chicken
and then
with a human brain.
yeah,
That's what
and
I
then
said. Yeah.
well, you're saying you
Then
want to
just
see
cited, like,
humanity
coronavirus
thrive.
statistics.
You're saying you want to see humanity thrive, but then you're supporting an industry that kills human beings.
Okay.
So if more people can survive, live better lives, live longer from not eating animal products, then how do you justify supporting the industry?
Wait, so okay, so I can like talk to that, but what was the original like hypothetical? What was like the point you were going to get to with that?
Well, the point I was making with a hypothetical is that the qualia difference you're making for why you think it's okay to kill animals is because they're just not human. It's literally a skin deep distinction you're making, and it's no different than saying I'm fine with killing and eating black people because they have black skin. You're fine with killing and eating animals because they have feathers or they.
Well, can the chicken reproduce? Can the chicken reproduce a human, or does it reproduce chickens with a bunch of human brains in it?
Well, again, that wasn't the issue you had. I gave you a hypothetical of a chicken with a human brain, and you said you'd still be okay with killing and eating the chicken.
Well, I'm just thinking of reasons to favor the human with the human brain versus the chicken with the human brain. Because I admitted it's like an emotional thing. Like with my mother, it's not entirely logical. It's not like data-driven at all or analytical.
Well, do you think we should rely on logic and use logic and reasoning to come to ethical decisions, or do you think we should rely completely on emotion? Because we've seen where emotion gets us, and that leads us to Nazi Germany. So
I agree. I agree. We shouldn't hard rely on emotion. We should think about things thoroughly. But I also realize that. I mean, I was just being honest with. I mean, that's part of being human.
And
those,
you know
like,
what?
weird decisions.
I appreciate you being honest, but when we're talking about this and you admit there's no logical basis for me to say this, it's purely emotional. Well, maybe you should put your emotions to the side for a moment and think about what you're actually saying.
What would all of
you're
those
saying
animals?
You would
what would the animals do with us if they had an option? I mean, you could say that we are just.
Well, sure. I'm sure. I'm sure
caretakers of the earth.
Well, look, I'm sure
if
lions or tigers or something had the intelligence that we have. In a different universe, maybe lions would be doing the same thing we're doing. They'd be doing the same thing to us as we're doing to them. But we're not in that situation, and I don't see how that would be a justification to murder animals. I mean, we could look at alternate realities where Jews were the ones killing Germans. Okay, I don't see how that justifies the Holocaust.
All right. Well, so in order to. Your main issue with me is the fact that I'm not vegan yet, essentially, and so you want to know why I'm not vegan. I would say that right now, it's difficult for me. I know you can say whatever, but I would rather put my money elsewhere than doing that for sort of like a long-term thing. I would just rather spend my money elsewhere to try to further my bank account, essentially, so then I can actually be successful in life and help the people around me who need help.
If you want to save money, then go on a plant-based diet. If you want to save money, then go on a plant-based diet. Look, foods like beans, lentils, potatoes, rice, corn, they're all extremely inexpensive foods. Even if you want some like higher protein foods like tofu, again, per pound or per gram of protein, they are cheaper than buying most cuts of meat. And on top of that, you're going to save on healthcare bills. Vegans have lower rates of heart disease. They have lower rates of obesity, cancer, diabetes. Down the line, you will easily save thousands and thousands of dollars on healthcare costs. That's assuming you have insurance. And when you look at the actual total cost saved over the course of your lifetime, it'd probably be hundreds of thousands of dollars if you count for insurance spending.
Do you what do you think about like ethically sourced? So like ethically sourced eggs, or even if you have chickens yourself or something, and you take care of them. And
what do you mean by ethically sourced?
So like you're not shoving them in time, like they don't have shitty lives. You're not bloating them genetically. and just like basically breaking their legs, like all of these terrible things. It's
okay. Well,
like
egg-laying hens.
It's ethical farming, essentially.
So egg-laying hens are a different species. Well, they're technically not a different species. They're a different breed than meat chickens. So egg-laying hens are genetically bred to lay as many eggs as possible. That causes their a unique set of health problems. They're laying more eggs than they would naturally lay. That makes them prone to reproductive disorders. So they can get egg binding, which is extremely painful and oftentimes deadly. They're more prone to nutrient deficiencies like osteoporosis because they're laying so many eggs and they're losing so much calcium. So if you're breeding chickens for egg laying, that is inherently unethical because you're breeding in disease. It's kind of like if you were to breed a human to produce as many babies as possible. Pregnancy is very stressful on a human body, and it's stressful for any animal. And if you engineer an animal to produce as many offspring as possible, that's going to breed in disease. So that's inherently unethical. It's just wrong. It's exploitative.
Well, can you have a chicken that is not, like, are all chickens at this point a result of genetic tampering, or could you have?
So the only chickens that aren't a result of genetic tampering would be the feral hens that live in the wild. That's the ancestor of modern domesticated chickens. Those are the only chickens that haven't been genetically bred to produce as many eggs as possible. And again, if you were to keep these hens to lay eggs, that would be exploitative. You're taking them out of the wild, you're taking away their free will, and you're forcing them. You're forcing them to do work for you. Sorry?
They would die in the wild. I mean, there's a lot of ways in which we can sort of live. We can both benefit each other, like a shepherd defending his flock with his dogs to shear the sheep, and then they don't get like eaten alive by wolves or by outside predators. Not like there's many wolves left anyways, but
okay, well,
you know what I'm trying to say?
again,
like, there's ways we could do this where we could farm ethically and we could benefit both parties involved.
Okay, so if an alien species were to come down to the planet and said, we can get rid of all of your wars, all of your hunger, all of your energy problems, all of the problems of society, but
sheep are retarded. Dude, sheep are stupid.
Okay, well, we're stupid compared to an alien species. We haven't figured out how to solve all wars. We haven't figured out how to solve world hunger.
We've reached the threshold of understanding the value of freedom and liberty and making our own choices and developing systems of government. That's a far cry from sheep that just want to survive. I'm pretty sure the sheep would love the deal to stay in a colony of their own, defended by a shepherd and his dogs.
Okay, so you're saying it's okay to exploit a being if it doesn't realize it's being exploited?
I think they would want that. I think they probably are much happier than a sheep that's going to get mauled in a couple days because it's a fucking sheep.
Okay, well,
and they can't.
By the way, I do want to eradicate wild animal suffering, and I do think it would be a good thing to eradicate the world of predators. So say wild chickens or wild sheep could just live on their own without having to get ripped apart by wild animals. But again, I don't see how this is an argument against exploiting animals.
So you see,
or in favor of exploiting
genetically
animals,
evil, so we should wipe out all the predators because they're genetically evil?
Yes, if Nazis were a different species that fed on Jews, I would be in favor of eradicating, these Nazis that feed on Jews. Well, like, let me ask you this: have you seen the Alien movies? So Alien, Aliens.
I think maybe not really. I don't remember the plots really.
Yeah, so the xenomorphs, this alien creatures.
For our own preservation. Yeah, I'm sure the sheep lobby, Big Sheep, wants to get rid of all the wolves. Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah, what would be the issue?
What if I like wolves better than sheep? I just want a bunch of wolves. They can eat each other or something. I mean, why not have that versus a bunch of sheep that will probably die, will probably overpopulate and then just have massive spikes because there's way too many of them. It's like why we have deer hunting. I mean, it's kind of hard to fuck with like the Like, you're basically saying you want to mess with
Okay,
the
so
entire
let me ask
ecological
you this:
biome of the Earth.
do you think
Which is
war is a good thing
insane.
because it like whittles down the human population?
Well, I wouldn't say war is a good thing, and I wouldn't say that's a reasoning, but some war is inevitable. Like, sometimes war needs to occur, but I don't think it's ever a good thing. It's usually a result of many missteps that humanity keeps making.
Yeah, so I think we can agree we want a less violent existence where people aren't brutally murdered, and that would include animals. You've talked about how you don't like factory farming, you want animals to be taken care of. Well, you could have that world, and you could contribute to that world if you just didn't pay for animals to be brutally murdered. And again, every excuse you've given me doesn't make any sense. Like, you talked about how you love humanity, you want humanity to thrive. Well, your diet and the diet you're promoting prevents human beings from thriving. It increases food insecurity.
I don't know if
it
that's
increases
true.
the
I mean,
amount
I
of...
don't.
Okay, well,
I know you do
can
this
look
for
at
a
the,
living, but
you
I don't have
can
like a
look at the
laundry list of
UN's
shit.
climate report. You
so-
can look at the UN's climate reports. You can look at reports put out by Cornell University. This is well-established scientific fact. This is well-established scientific fact. Animal agriculture reduces the available food supply because we have to feed these animals with corn and soybeans.
Yeah, I'm aware that, I mean, you're feeding the animals. Yeah, I'm aware that you have to feed the animals, and therefore there's like a net loss of energy there. But I mean, look, I don't know why he told, I think he's just doing this for fun. Like, I don't have like a massive, I mean, I'm sort of like I'm any person that really hasn't put much thought into this in terms of like why or whether I should or whether vegans are bad people or whether non-vegans are bad people.
Well, not only do I think you haven't put any thought into it, I think you're actively trying not to put thought into it, because every time I try to get you to think of these things, you push back by saying, well, you know, it's just my emotions. Like, do you think you should put thought into this?
Ridiculous hypotheticals. You've offered me
look,
some ridiculous
it's not a ridiculous hypothetical
so-
when I bring up the fact that it's reducing the available food supply, it's increasing world hunger, it's increasing zoonotic disease transmission, it's shortening human life expectancy and increasing chronic disease risk. Those aren't ridiculous hypotheticals, and for a guy who's claiming he loves humanity and he wants to see humanity thrive, how can you support animal agriculture?
Well, I've never heard any of that until like just now. So if it is doing all of those things, then I'd be interested to look into that and understand exactly what's the best way to curb that.
Okay,
and
well,
realistic in terms of like economics and like, I don't know how, if there's a way we can actually do this as a society, I wouldn't be against it. I mean, I think that's probably the direction we should go.
Okay, well, fair enough. I can understand why you'd want to do some more research and reading on your own, and you don't want to just take my word for it. But let's just assume, for the sake of argument, just to, you know, progress this discussion, let's assume for the sake of argument that animal agriculture is reducing the available food supply. It is increasing world hunger. It is increasing zoonotic disease transmission, so things like coronavirus, flu virus. It's killing millions of human beings worldwide. And it's increasing chronic disease risk and reducing human life expectancy. What would be your argument to support animal agriculture if it's doing nothing but harming humanity?
Animal agriculture? My argument would be for certain, large swaths of the animal agriculture industry could and would or should be eradicated at that point. But I think there still is room for like local farms that you can do things ethically, because I don't agree with the idea of just, well, you're putting them in fences and all of these things. I think a lot of these animals, they are simpler beings, and they do just
agree.
like my dog or something. My dog, sure, like she wants to go out on walks and explore, but she still wants to come home to some place where she gets food. She's safe. I can defend her against predators. There just aren't,
Well, sure,
there's qualities to life bonuses for these creatures.
Well, sure,
and so it's not like we should just get rid of all farming.
And you know what? I think things like animal sanctuaries are a great thing. I think areas where animals can live happily without the risk of getting torn to pieces by a wolf are a good thing. So what is your argument for murdering an animal that you're taking care of?
So for like slaughtering for meat?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I was thinking more along the lines of like sheep and eggs and things that you don't necessarily have to, or goats for their cheese. You don't necessarily have to kill the animal. I mean, I don't know enough about. Can you kill the animal once it's reached a certain, like it's going to die soon for natural causes, or at that point is the meat sort of not useful? I don't know. I mean, I would like to maximize the quality of life while also not wasting resources that could help other people. Sort of like it's like a native sort of like the Native American sort of
Okay,
approach,
so
where if
do
they're
you
going
think
to die in a couple days, just
have
kill
you
them
ever
and eat their meat.
have you ever heard of Soylent Green?
I've heard of Soylent, but no, I don't really know what
Okay,
it is.
so
But people say
the
it's
term
disgusting.
the term Soylent Green comes from a science fiction movie where in the future, people are killed and they're turned into food. So do you think, like, say, once you're 80 years old, you're going to die in a few years anyway, you should be, like, put to death and turned into food? Would you be okay
Well, I think
with...
it would have to be a personal decision. For a person, they would have to, if someone wanted, like if I'm going to die, or if after I die, if my wishes were to be ground up and fed to, like, I don't know, the local soup kitchen or something, they would have to, I don't know, this is probably way more complicated than we're making it. Like, I don't even know, are you going to get diseases from eating human? Like, I don't know. So, but let's just say there is no risks to it. The people eating it would have to be informed, but I don't think there's anything wrong as long as you're not imposing that will on another person and there isn't some sort of centralized power controlling that, because there's a lot of issues that come with whether, well, is he going to die in 10 days? Maybe he had a couple months and you cut him early. I don't think there should be any sort of like grip on control, but as a personal choice, there's nothing wrong with that. If I want to be eaten,
Okay, so then why are you taking that personal choice away from animals?
Because the animals don't have the capacity for, and they don't have this, they're not on the same level in terms of.
Okay, so you'd be fine with taking
thought.
mentally disabled people and turning them into Soylent?
No.
Well, you just said they don't have the mental capacity, so if that's the trait, then you'd
a mentally
have
disabled
no problem.
person, how mentally disabled are you talking? Because none of them are going to be
Let's say
that.
they're as mentally disabled as a cow.
Well, it would have to be their wishes.
Well, we just established that animals don't have the mental capacity to choose.
How about this? How about it's the price they pay for allowing us to defend them from the outside world their entire lives? We kill them, or we just eat them whenever they die. Like we quickly turn them into meat, as opposed to letting their corpses rot. That's the price they have to pay. As if they would even think about this shit. They don't care. It's still a net
again,
positive
you'd
for
be
people
okay with
to not
turning
waste
mentally
the
disabled
meat.
people into Soylent. That's the price they pay for us taking care of them.
That's not what I just. No.
Then what's the trait difference?
I mean, they're still a human. They still have. I mean, because that if you allow that, you get into eugenics, and you allow a slippery slope of a lot of morally abhorrent things throughout history.
This isn't eugenics. So you just named the trait as mentally disabled. So if that's the trait, then what's the argument against doing that to a mentally disabled human?
You're just saying we can kill and eat weak people because they're weak.
Well, no, not weak.
I
Mentally
don't support
disabled.
that. It's a form of weakness. It's a lack of capacity in some way, whether it's physical or mental.
Okay, and
No,
animals have that
we should do that.
weakness, and animals have that weakness. So you're making the might makes right argument. You're the one
they're
making
going
that
to-
argument,
we're-
not me.
It's animals. They're going to be eaten. We don't. I mean, somebody's not going to just die in society, like in the same way that we're taking care of animals from like the predators of outside. And I mean, regardless, this
Well,
boils
bears
down
kill
to
human
me
beings all
not
the time. So
Me not
I don't know what you
seeing
mean by
animals
that.
the same as humans.
Huh?
I mean, I don't see animals the same as I see humans either.
Right,
Like, we're
and
just working with totally
I'm
different
sure
frameworks.
KKK members, neo-Nazis, they don't see black people the
Okay,
same
but
as
I'm
white
not
people.
them. Okay, but you can compare like a bias toward anything to some group that biased something in a heinous way. Like it's like, you like basketball more than baseball.
Let me ask you
well,
this: How are
they like
you
white
any
people.
different? How are you any different from a Nazi saying Jews should be holocausted when you say animals should be holocausted?
I never said animals should be holocausted.
In
fact, I've said several times that I would support us moving in a direction towards sustainability and not torturing and killing animals constantly to sustain
well,
our population.
what do you
But
like?
I
What do you
said-
eat on a daily basis? So you can
I
say
said-
that,
I
but
was
you're the one
making the
supporting
argument
these
for local
industries.
farms to kill the animals when they're
Well,
nearing
look,
death.
you're
A
the
local
one
farm,
supporting. You're the one supporting these industries. So how are you any different than a Nazi supporting the Holocaust?
Okay, wait. So what are you? So when if there's a local farm and they're going to kill the animal when they're nearing death, you value the animal's like life for like a day after,
Well,
or
look,
what if
I'm-
they just eat the body
So
right as it dies?
listen. I'm not against mercy killing. I have had to put an animal to sleep because she was in really horrible pain from kidney disease. So if you're putting an animal to sleep because it's just it's mercy for the animal, I don't have a problem with that. But that's not what we're talking about. You're going to the store and paying for chicken, steak, pork. You're buying bacon, things like this. And these animals
that's not
are
what
getting
we were-
killed. Well, wait, these animals are getting killed when they're literally months old. So, how do you justify this?
What-
Like, how are you any
when I was-
different from a
when-
Nazi?
I don't know if I can necessarily justify. I already told you I'm not well read in terms of like whether it's even realistic for everyone to go plant-based right now. Like I don't know how many years it would take, or whether
guess
we
what?
even have.
It's realistic for you.
I don't
so
know.
we can argue about other people, but it's realistic for you. So how are you any different from
Okay,
a Nazi supporting a Holocaust when you're the one supporting a Holocaust against animals?
Well, first of all, whenever I was talking about killing the animals, we weren't even talking about. We were talking about the animals in like I was making a case for if we can reach that point, which I would support. And I already told you, dude, I haven't thought about this shit. So am I eating chicken right now? Like, no, I may have eaten chicken in the past week. I told you I haven't thought about this stuff really. So if you're going to like berate
Well,
me
you can
because
think about it now.
I'm focusing
Well,
on other things like school and
again,
friends
you
and living a good life.
well,
and not
again, you can
about
think
the
about it
diet I'm
right
eating,
now.
Like I'm not you.
You can think about it right
Okay,
now,
what
and
do
I'm asking
what do
you,
you want me to go do?
what
Save a
makes
chicken
you
right now?
what makes you different from a Nazi supporting the Holocaust when you're supporting a Holocaust against animals? What's the difference?
Well, for one, I'm killing animals and not humans, which I know for some you believe that it's equal, but it isn't for me, and it isn't for like 99% of the humans on Earth.
Okay, so if
that's,
Jews
like, the
weren't
main
human
difference.
beings, if Jews
They
weren't
are,
human
though.
beings and they didn't have the cluster genetics that make them part of the genus
If
Homo.
Jews were chickens, it would be the same thing, yeah, because it literally would be the same thing.
I'm not saying.
Like, wow.
Wait. You named the trait as being part of the human species. So that can mean a lot of different things. That can mean you're a chicken. That can mean you're a humanoid organism that has the same intelligence as a human being, but you're not necessarily a human being. So if the trait is species specifically, would you have been okay with the Holocaust if Jews were not part of the human species?
If they were instead something like another humanoid race that isn't human, it's like, I don't know, like a Neanderthal, but they still have they're still similar intelligence. They have all this different culture and they have like families and all, like they're still human in nature. If there's like an Argonian, like what I said before, like the races.
Okay, so then this
in,
isn't,
like, different
okay, so then the trait
fantasy
isn't
things,
human species.
It's still humanoid.
So the trait isn't
I mean,
human species. So
It's
we
not
can get over
specifically
that.
It's a lot of things. There's a lot.
Okay,
there's a lot of
wait.
things that separate us from
You just
chickens,
said
and what makes it not the same as the Holocaust.
okay, we can get rid of species because now you realize how stupid the trait
It's
species
one piece
is.
of the puzzle. No. The species thing is one piece of the puzzle. There's a lot of things like our intellect, like our culture, like our capacity, like our
let's
like
say,
morals,
let's say-
philosophy. There's so much.
Well, let's say Jews were chickens, but they had human intelligence. Would it have been okay for the Nazis to wipe out Jews if they were chickens with human intelligence?
Would it have been okay for Nazis to wipe out Jews if they were chickens with human intelligence?
Yeah.
I would say no, but if they had to pick two people, I would rather than pick the chicken with
okay.
the intelligence. But yeah, still no, it's bad.
Okay, so it's bad.
Yeah.
So not right. Now, let's say those chickens did not have human intelligence. So Jews are just chickens. It would be okay?
Are they, I mean, if they're just killing chickens just to kill them, are they eating? Are they using them
Yeah,
for
sure.
some sort of...
Let's say they're eating
it's
them.
still not good, but... Okay, well, I wouldn't say it's the same. It's not as bad as killing Jews
Right,
with
we
full
could say
human
it's not
IQ,
as
but
bad.
it's still not good. But it's not good, but it's not as bad. Yes, I would
Okay,
say.
well then let me ask you, why would you support something that's wrong?
I don't know if I necessarily. I've already said that I don't necessarily support it. That I think it. I mean,
okay. Then
I'm working from
if
a
you
position of
recognize
ignorance.
it's
I don't
wrong,
know all of the
if you
complicated.
recognize it's wrong, why would you do it? If
I'm
something's
hearing-
wrong,
okay,
it's something you shouldn't do, correct?
Okay, my position is that your name is you go by Vegan Gains. You have a very vegan centered. So you're giving me all of these data points. I don't have data points from the other side, and I don't actually know. Like what I'm saying, I'm coming from a position of ignorance. I don't know. I haven't really thought about this, and I don't know whether it's feasible or whether it is okay or bad to do this. I just know
we're
that it's not the
thinking
same
about
as killing
this
Jews
during
in the
this.
Holocaust.
You have been thinking about this throughout this discussion. Okay, this isn't something you've
Yeah.
considered much in your personal life, but you've been thinking about this in this discussion. You've admitted it's wrong. So I'm just asking you now, why would you do something that you recognize as wrong?
If you're eating them,
well,
I
you
don't know
said
if
it's
that is
wrong. You said it's wrong. So why would you
I did
support
say
something
that,
that
yeah.
is wrong?
Well, I don't know if I think it is wrong now that I'm thinking about it. I'm not quite sure.
Why would it not be
killing
wrong?
a bunch of chickens to feed the population of Germany in the 30s? It depends on the ramifications of not doing that, you know?
Well, I'll tell you what the
ramifications. What
ramifications.
happens?
Well, I'll tell you what the ramifications of not doing that would have been. People would have been eating more plant-based foods. They would have been consuming less cholesterol. They would have
I don't know if
more
that's a
food
fairy tale,
availability
though.
because guess what? Chickens are fed with grain. And you would also reduce zoonotic disease transmission. So you'd see less outbreak of flu virus. The flu has killed tens of millions of people worldwide. You realize that? There was a flu outbreak in the after World War I in 1918 that killed about 50 million people. That originated from chickens. From farming chickens, a flu
We should keep
outbreak
killing the
killed
chickens, then.
50 million people worldwide. So,
Chickens.
well, those chickens wouldn't exist if we didn't breed them into existence and consume their flesh. So, from farming chickens, that led to the brutal deaths of 50 million people who had to die from a viral infection. So, again, how is any of this okay? You're supporting a Holocaust against animals. You're causing their suffering and death. And on top of that, you're causing tens of millions of people to suffer and die from a transmittable disease. So how is any of this okay?
Well, here's what I would say. I would say that I recognize sort of how historically we've gotten to this point, and I would support phasing out of this. Unless like we reset
if
ourselves.
you support phasing out of
if
this,
we continue,
then go vegan. If you support that, then go vegan.
I've considered
you vote
it.
with your dollars.
I have considered it.
Look,
I'm not
vote
against,
with
I'm
your
not
dollars.
against becoming vegan, but I also don't know whether it's like in terms of nutrition and all these things. There's a lot of things that I'm not aware of. I don't know whether
Okay,
I can
well, I'm
actually
6'3".
get a certain amount of B
I'm
vitamins or
270
something, all this
pounds.
stuff.
I do bodybuilding. I can bench 400 pounds. I've been vegan for 14 years. I'm not dead yet. So it's pretty clear you can get enough nutrition.
It's certainly something I would consider, but I would definitely still think me and you would be in largely different camps because I don't think you're putting much larger.
Look, I don't think we
importance
are.
on a lot of things.
Look, I don't think we are. I think the only thing we disagree with, I think the only thing we disagree with is the evaluation of whose life matters more. And fine, that's your personal preference. You can think the life. Well, you can think the life of a human being matters more than the life of a chicken, and that's fine. But
do you not?
Depends on the human. Depends on the chicken. But
depends on the chicken. So in what scenario would the chicken be more valuable than the human? If they're
if we're
Hitler,
talking about
basically?
Hitler, if we're talking about a pedophile, if we're talking about somebody who's violating the rights of others.
What if it's both neutral? What if it's like a newborn and a newborn chicken, They both have no baggage at all.
Well, then, assuming the child's going to grow up to be vegan, then I'd save the child. But again, you recognized that this is wrong. Mass killing of animals.
To be vegan?
Look, mass killing of animals is not a nice thing.
Wait, that makes it sound like you'd pick the child if the child was going to eat meat.
No, I'd pick the chicken if the child was going to eat meat.
Well, yeah, that's what. Yeah, you'd choose to kill the child.
Yeah. Yeah, so, look, you already agreed with me.
That's crazy.
No, you already agreed with me that, the mass killing of animals is not a good thing. Causing animals all of the suffering and death is not a good thing.
Right.
I've
I'm
already
still
pointed
a
out,
human supremacist, though.
and I've already
I love humanity
pointed out
more than I love any other species.
Well, listen, I already
and I'm not
pointed
gonna-
out that animal agriculture is harming humanity. It's reducing food security. It's increasing zoonotic disease transmission. Tens of millions of people, if not.
I know, but I would pick that baby no matter what.
Okay,
basically.
well,
unless
that's great.
unless it's going to be Hitler or something, unless it destroys more humans, then I would pick that baby. That's what I mean by we are still opposed and diametrically opposed in a lot of ways. Even if maybe I do become vegan, I think you have a large set of weird ideological traits that I don't think I would ever be able to get on board with.
Well, that's great.
Like killing
but
humans because they eat meat.
Well, again, that's great, but you've talked about being a human supremacist. You want to see humans thrive, and I've pointed out that you don't like the idea of animals getting brutally murdered or mistreated. You don't like the idea of humans starving to death because of food insecurity. You don't like the idea of tens of millions of people dying from zoonotic disease transmission. By the way, the bubonic plague is a zoonotic disease. It was picked up from animals, transmitted to humans, and it might have caused, I think the estimate is 500 million human deaths. It wiped out half of humanity. And that's because humans were killing and eating animals. So if you care about humanity so much, I don't see any way for you to make these claims and not go vegan.
Well, I can't really. I mean, I agree. You are making a strong case for veganism, apart from your psychotic lack of preference for humanity, which I find kind of concerning. Aside from you as a person and some of the things you're saying is but what you're saying, you're sort of turning me off because of you're coming off kind of psychotic a little bit, but you are making just in terms of what you're saying, you're making a strong case, and I haven't made a strong case against it to really back it up. So I would say that you're fairly convincing. Yeah. But I'm not in the complete camp that you are. And I don't know if I ever will be per se. But I may stop eating meat when I could. But I've already come to that conclusion before that it's something that I would consider. I'm not entirely against going vegan.
Well, look, if you're going to claim you love humanity so much and you want to see humanity thrive, but you're supporting an industry that not only harms animals, and by the way, killing animals causes psychological disturbance to humans. All these people who live in who work in slaughterhouses. They have PTSD, they can't sleep at night, they have horrible nightmares, a lot of them have to quit their jobs because they can't handle the psychological torture of, brutally murdering these animals. And on top of that, again, it's causing zoonotic disease transmission. It's causing food insecurity. People are starving to death because we're feeding animals food that could have gone to these people. And we're just feeding these animals and fattening them up so, wealthier people can enjoy eating a steak. It's contributing to climate change, which is causing even more food insecurity. There's zoonotic disease transmission that's killing tens of millions of people worldwide. If you don't go vegan while claiming you care so much about humanity, you're just a hypocrite.
Okay.
So
that's fair. I'll definitely consider.
Well, I don't know why you'd consider. Why don't you just do it? Like, why wouldn't you just do it when you know it's the right thing?
I don't know. Well, when I say I consider, after this conversation, I'll probably figure out what the opposing side has to say in terms of, I mean, I'm getting all one side here. I don't really know. I'm not just going to be convinced and then boom, like, okay. So I'd like to hear the other arguments against you, because I'm sure there are some decent ones.
Well, there aren't. Like, what's the opposing side?
Well,
Zoonotic disease transmission is a good thing. Tens of millions of people dying from viruses is okay.
Like,
well, look, is it okay that tens of millions of people are dying from zoonotic disease transmission?
You just keep regurgitating your data point. I don't know. You don't have to accept the fact that I'm going to do more research and listen to the opposing side before I make a decision.
You can do more research,
that's what I'm going to do.
Sure, but I mean, like, what are you expecting? Are you expecting somebody to tell you, oh no, people dying of disease, that's a good thing. People living shorter lives because they're eating so much saturated fat and cholesterol and getting cancer. That's a good thing.
Made up. I'm not saying you did, but you could have made everything up, because I don't know any better. That's all I'm saying, is that I'm going to, you know, just look more into it and hear what the other side is saying. And if the other side would poke holes in something you said, if it was slightly misrepresented or whatnot, and likewise your side would do the same. So that's all. I would like a thorough understanding of the topic before I make a decision like that, because I don't know
what is there you don't understand.
Like, I don't know whether there are serious nutritional consequences, or whether there are serious.
Okay, well, the American Dietetics Association. Well, wait. The American Dietetics Association is the largest nutrition organization in the world. They've released a peer-reviewed statement claiming that vegan diets are suitable for all stages of the life cycle, from pregnancy to adulthood. They're also suitable for athletes. Again, I'm a 6'3" bodybuilder. I'm 270 pounds. I can bench 400 pounds. Like, what's the nutritional issue?
I don't. Well, I have personal. Like, what's the term? I have personal cases where people that I know have gone vegan, and they've been like, they started having seizures, and I mean, I think it's different for different people whether they are capable.
Okay,
of doing
do you think
this.
broccoli causes seizures? Like, do you think broccoli causes seizures?
Well, no, but it was the lack of a specific type of B vitamin, and
so you do have to supplement with B12. You do have to supplement with B12, but I mean, anybody can get a B12 deficiency. Look, anybody can get a deficiency in anything. If your diet is not appropriately planned, like if you're eating nothing but pepperoni pizzas, you're probably going to have a nutrition deficiency. But you're eating meat, you're eating some grains, you're eating some veggies that are on the pizza, like tomatoes. But like, look, if you have a diet that's inappropriately planned, any diet is going to be bad for you. So, that's not a claim against a vegan diet not being nutritionally adequate. That's just a claim against inappropriate dietary planning. And if you have concerns that you're not going to be able to appropriately plan a vegan diet, there's actually free resources to help you. So you can go to challenge22.com. They can set you up with a vegan dietitian who will help you design a diet for you to make sure all your nutritional needs are met. So why don't you just use that resource and just go vegan today?
Yeah, I mean, I would check that out. I would be interested. I mean, it's other things like whether it's even feasible at the macro scale, and like also like, can we do it in the first world, but maybe the third world it's going to take some time, and are there some things like hunting that we may need to continue doing because, but I mean, the small bit that I have thought about it is that potentially going vegan outside from, getting my meat elsewhere, because I mean, I don't have the same framework as you that everything is equal. I do believe that we're going to have to keep hunting deer.
Even if other people can't go vegan, what's the argument against you going vegan? Okay, let's say people in third world countries can't go vegan
as an example, is it economically viable in terms of scale for the first world or for the third world or anything could be a place where I'm living. I don't know.
Meat is a luxury. Most people who are in poverty are living off of rice and potatoes and just vegetables. So you can talk to people who came from China decades ago who were living in poverty. All they were eating were vegetables, and maybe they'd have like one sausage that they'd split across the family for one special meal out of the week. So no, poor people living in poverty in all of these third world countries, they're living off of plant-based diets.
Well, I think that for me personally, I think because I don't think I'm going to agree with you amongst everything, but I do agree with you in terms of like factory farming and the unethical tendencies that come with that. I would like to not support that. And
Then
I think
don't.
what I would,
Then don't. 95% of farming is factory farming. If you buy animal products, you are pretty much guaranteed to be supporting factory farming.
Right,
and I
yeah,
just
you would have
gave
to
you a way
specifically
out
go
of
out of your
that.
way to get local. You
Well,
would have
look,
to
I
specifically go
just
out of your way
gave you a
to
way
get
out of
local.
that.
But I wouldn't be against. I'm not saying that I'm not going to do it. I'm just saying that I'm describing the difference between you and me. I don't think I'm going, like, I would like to probably take up hunting or something, because I don't think that
Have
I
you
wouldn't
ever
literally
have
be
you
a
ever
vegan.
killed an
I would
animal?
still eat meat.
Have
I
you
would
ever
just
killed an
care-
animal personally?
An animal? I mean, like insects.
No. Have you ever like slit a pig's throat open? Have you ever killed a chicken?
Like a
Anything like
mammal?
that? Well, chickens aren't mammals,
No.
but yeah. So
Yeah, no, I haven't.
well, why? Like, have you ever seen slaughterhouse footage?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I don't like that. But that's much different than a hunter dipping his hand into the wild,
Well,
and
look,
keeping the deer population in check because we wiped out the wolves hundreds of years ago.
Well, listen, I don't see a massive difference between slitting a chicken's throat open and blowing a deer's brains out with a high-powered rifle. Like, both of those seem like nasty things that I wouldn't want to support. Why would you want to support either of those
One is you're
things?
building a building, you're basically constructing a prison for them and treating them like shit. And then the other is it's a random deer that you're finding that is living its own life in the wild, and eventually it's going to die, whether from a rival deer with a fight or from a predator or from lack of food because they're overpopulated or, because of various other factors. And me being a hunter, going to kill to feed my family for 6 months or something.
Well, look,
I think it's just as good as any.
Well, wait, we've been hunting deer for quite a long time, and I keep hearing this argument, oh, they're overpopulating. Clearly, hunting isn't fucking solving the issue, and if you actually look at
It comes in waves. There's seasons.
Yeah, well, if you look at the way hunting's conducted, they particularly target large male deer. If you were actually trying to reduce the deer population, you would actually preferentially kill female deer. So, like, hunters aren't dealing
one
with
male
deer
is going to
over.
produce way more deer. If you kill one buck, you're going to reduce the population by way more than if you killed one doe. Because one buck can fuck a bunch of doe.
Well, look, the actual reason deer are overpopulated is because we've actually massively expanded their territorial range. The white-tailed deer population in North America was almost going extinct, and the government stepped in. They had a lottery system for getting hunting permits, and they increased their territorial range by reforesting. If you were to just reduce their territorial range, you wouldn't have this overpopulation issue. So hunting isn't a solution to this. Like, why would you want to murder an animal that's living its life?
What do you mean by reduce their territorial range? Like deforest and
Yeah,
what do you mean by that?
deforest, increase human. So you can increase human habitation. So farmland, apartment buildings, stuff like that. But the big issue is unbroken territorial range. So if you have, let's say, I don't know, 50 square kilometers of wilderness, you could break that in half. So it's not an just completely unbroken wilderness, and basically split that 50 square kilometers up into, different 25 square kilometer chunks
With barrier sections.
So that would actually reduce deer populations much more effectively than just blowing their brains out with rifles. And then again, next season, they're overpopulating. So this isn't a solution.
So that would reduce deer population in terms of, it would lower the cap, but it wouldn't necessarily. I don't know why would each individual little colony of deer not overpopulate and then deer would die. Like, I mean, death is inevitable in nature, especially when you're talking about you don't have predators and you have a prey that will just they're just going to constantly populate no matter what.
No,
I don't see why they wouldn't.
No. So again, there's a reason why there was this reforestation effort to increase the white-tailed deer population. That was the main issue for why their populations were decreasing. It wasn't just overhunting, it was also habitat encroachment. If these deer don't have such a massive habitat that's unbroken, they're not going to breed as much. They're not going to have as much access to, other deer to actually breed with. And because they don't have as many resources, that also reduces their breeding capacity. If they don't have as much, territorial range, if they don't have as much access to other deer to mate with, and if they don't have as much access to an insane amount of food, they're going to breed less.
Well, that would be interesting to try. If I don't know how, whether that alone is enough. I mean, if it is, then that would be cool to try. It would be cool to try that in certain locations and see if that works to keep the population down. I think that's interesting.
But my main
even I still don't see hunting as unethical.
Well, look,
I think regardless.
Well, do you think it's ethical to hunt people? Like, I mean, there's very valid arguments for overpopulation
we don't have
of
the
human
same
beings.
baseline. We don't have the same baseline. You're coming from a very different perspective that they're equal. I don't have that. I don't hold that view. That's the thing that I think I don't think I'm ever going to be on board with that.
There are very valid arguments for the overpopulation of humanity. There are countries that rely on importation of food and water and energy. They can't produce it domestically, and you're relying on good relations with other countries to make sure, and the economics within your own country. Turkey is facing this problem right now. They're a massive importer of resources, both food and energy, and because of the hyperinflation they're experiencing, it's increasing the cost of food and energy even more. And you could say the population of Turkey is overpopulated. Like, is it okay to go and hunt Turkish people now because they're overpopulated?
No. Well, they are not. Well, first of all, again, like I said, I'm working with the fact that humans are far different than animals. I hold them at a higher form of value, and I give them certain rights that I would not ascribe or I would not give to animals. If you're looking at a place that's overpopulated, I would say how to deal with that would be to address why the reason why it's overpopulated is because there's so many people there and they don't have the things they need, or there's not enough space. It's usually there's not enough infrastructure. I would look to try to gentrify essentially and bring in industry, just try to lift up economically so then those people can and their children can have better lives.
Well, why don't you treat animals the same way? I mean, we could deal with overpopulation of deer by, say, using technology to reduce their habitat range. We can prevent them from breeding by chemical castration.
I'd be in support of that.
We could do all these. So why would you shoot a deer in the head if you could use all this technology?
Well, as of right now, we don't have those. What am I gonna run for representative and try to lobby for that too?
You absolutely can. And look, you can vote with your dollars. You can choose not to support. You can personally choose not to support hunting, and you can force governments and industries to put their resources into better, more ethical efforts.
I already told you I don't think hunting is. I think hunting is more ethical than factory farming, and I don't think it's.
Sure,
I
think I'd agree with that too. But just because it's more ethical, that doesn't make it right. Like, you would agree with me. There's a better way.
It's wrong.
You could say there's a better way of managing wildlife than shooting them with a high-powered rifle. Correct?
I'd be open to that. I don't know whether, because you just gave me one example, which I'd never thought of or heard of, and I think that would be cool to try. But as of now, it's not implemented. So I don't think there's anything wrong with going out.
It's not
implemented.
It's not implemented because there's people like you who are supporting a less ethical solution. So if you don't support a less ethical solution and you force, these government agencies to, find other means of dealing with these issues, then that's going to lead to a world that you'd prefer to see. A world where you don't have to shoot deer with high-powered rifles.
I've never hunted before. I don't talk about it, but
Okay, well, good. I'm glad you've never hunted before, and I think if you did, I think I hope you never hunt because not only for the animals' benefit, but I think for your benefit. It sounds to me like you don't have an interest. Well, it sounds to me like you don't have an interest in murdering animals.
Well, no. I think it's a useful skill, especially if you ever find yourself in a situation where all of a sudden grocery stores no longer have food.
Well,
I mean,
look, go to an outdoor
why
shooting
being
range.
able to hunt would
Well,
be
sure,
valuable.
go to an look, I do shooting. I
It's
love
not
shooting.
the same, but
well, look, you can go to an outdoor shooting range and you can practice target shooting. That's the basic skill that you need to have. You just need to be a good shot. Like again, most hunters are fucking lazy and they'll just put out bait and wait for a deer to come. That's how most hunting's done. So, look, just go to a range, practice target shooting. If you want to develop that skill, just in case there's an apocalyptic event, go for it. Go to a shooting range, shoot at targets. That's not harming anybody. But you don't seem like the type of guy who has an interest in murdering an animal, and I don't think you'd feel good after you do it, and I hope you never do it.
no, not really. I mean, I definitely wouldn't get a euphoria from it. It would more be like I did this to feed the people that I love.
Well,
and
look,
I'm glad that I have the capacity and that I can do it so then they don't starve. Even though I may not want to.
Look,
something that I needed to do in this scenario.
No one in your family is
I'd like to be
starving
able
right
to
now.
do that.
I don't think
No, I'm
anybody in your
saying I'd
family
like
is
to be
starving
able
right now.
to.
Well, I don't think anybody in your family is starving
If
right
they
now.
were.
Hopefully, at no point are they going to starve. And look, I think if you actually were to go out and hunt, I think you would feel, bad about that emotionally. I think you'd cause yourself trauma. Not only are you harming the deer, but I think you're going to end up harming yourself. And for no benefit. You're just going to go out into the wild, kill a deer, feel bad about it afterwards. You might also give yourself Lyme disease because deer carry ticks and they transfer disease to human beings. Again, another reason for why I'm against hunting. Hunting results in zoonotic disease transmission. And you're just going to increase your chances of getting your life fucked up. And for what? You didn't need that meat. Your family didn't need that meat. It's not going to prevent you from starving. And all you did was increase the risk of you getting a horrible disease. And on top of that, traumatizing yourself because you killed an innocent animal. Like, deer are beautiful creatures. I think you can, I'm sure you've seen videos on like Instagram or TikTok or something where people go up and pet deer at petting zoos or something. They're wonderful, sweet animals. Like, why would you want to kill a sweet animal like that? That's beautiful.
Well, I mean, yeah, I said that. I think there is. Again, I'm not a hunter, but I would reckon it's just valuable to actually do the act of hunting as opposed to just target shooting.
It's not. It's the same. It's the same exact skill. It's the same exact skill. Target shooting will teach you how to kill a human being or an animal. That's why the military teaches you to shoot targets. It's the same exact skill. So, I think it's about time to wrap this conversation up. But I'll ask you to do me.
That's fair.
I'll ask you to do me one favor. Please watch either Dominion or Earthlings. They're both fantastic animal rights documentaries. Dominion is a more modern documentary, so all of the footage was shot on Australian farms, and Australia is kind of known for having better animal rights practices, better animal welfare practices than the United States, which I think you're from, right?
Yeah.
So that's a more modern documentary. So
what was the other one? Dominion and what?
And Earthlings. I would say Earthlings is a better documentary overall. The pushback I've seen from meat eaters, however, is that a lot of the footage is from places like India. Some of it's from the United States. Some of it's from Australia. It's kind of all over the world. But the footage is a bit older. It's a bit more grainy. It's still good and relevant footage, but some people who watch it kind of get this feeling that, oh, it's older, oh, it's from other countries, and they kind of cope and say, oh, well, that doesn't happen here. Well, it does happen here. It would be good if you watch both, really, but if you only watch one, I would kind of recommend Dominion, but Earthlings is a better documentary. I would appreciate if you'd watch at least one of those. Pick whatever you want.
I'll probably watch both.
Pick whatever you want.
I'll probably watch both.
And see how you feel after watching that, and think about our discussion.
All right.
Cool.
All right, well, take care,
Will
man.
do.
It was a good talk.
All right. Adios.
Take care. Forgot my namification, donate $2. This vid is kind of cringe, but give me your take. I don't know anything about film casting, but intuitively it seems kind of sus.
There are 0 white men in this show who are not criminals,
19
basically.
minutes.
All white men in this show are criminals.
Or doofuses.
Both, yes. I almost think there was some kind of explicit directive
No, it was.
in
It
casting.
was.
It's definitely on purpose.
Look, what people don't realize is extremely large amounts of thought go into casting. It is going to stick out to the people who have already lost their interest in Star Wars. Certainly those who've been paying attention to the interviews with Leslie Headland.
I think that Star Wars is so gay already.
Okay. And are you telling me with a straight face that C-3PO is straight? I think it's canon that R2-D2 is a lesbian.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
And Amanda Stenberg.
Well, I mean,
Okay, that's clearly a joke.
white people crying actually was the goal.
This is an agenda on behalf of Star Wars. It emanates from the material.
First off,
So, there's been a lot of political pushback to showing black men, particularly in Hollywood, as being criminals. So, yes, there have been casting directives, you know, trying to cast black men in more positive roles where they're not criminals, you know, brutal murderers, thugs, stuff like that. And they're filling those roles with more white men. I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing because, again, there's such a long racist history with casting decisions that, yeah, it's kind of a good positive social change to not depict black men as, like, evil criminals. But some of these were just jokes. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
Why is Mr. Beast so rich? Was he born rich? How is he the most famous YouTuber? Is it because he bought his followers?
No, it's because he's an attention-seeking whore, and he just does it better than other people. I don't think he was born rich. If I had to guess, I think he was just middle class. He just put a lot of time and effort into being the most attention-seeking jackass on the platform, and it paid off. Thanks for the donation. Life is unfair.
AFD is a right-wing party that wants to bring illegal and criminal immigrants back to their countries while the others parties and close the borders, but they are pro-Russia while the other parties are left-wing and want to keep bringing Muslims here.
Okay. I don't know anything about that. I'd have to do more research to really give an opinion, but they both sound retarded. Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi.
I have a friend who claims exercise is bad for your health and will take off years of your life. I asked him for the evidence for his claim. He sent me some Svaria videos. Can you give me evidence against his insane claim?
Exercise is good for you. Just about every study on exercise shows a benefit. So, if you don't want to exercise, then have fun increasing your risk of obesity, heart disease, diabetes, hypertension, osteoporosis, sarcopenia. Go for it. Thanks for the donation, though, Alan.
Are you feeling chipper? New Frank vids to watch.
Frank Tufano. I'm feeling pretty good. Not too bad. Appears as though there are no new Frank vids to watch, unfortunately. Thanks for that donation, though, James.
Very well done, VG Smile.
Well, thank you, Kenny. Appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, man.
Let's listen in.
This operation was
done according to some intelligence information, and the leadership was doing that job carefully. It was very complicated operation. Hundreds of the fighters were participants, and parachutes and brigade chief, and also the Air Force has taken part, the Navy has taken part. They all work in a very professional way, and some of our...
By pedos, did you mean child molesters? How are you gonna argue in favor of genociding pedos considering it's something they can't even change and done nothing wrong, and according to statistics it's not them that abuse children, most abusers aren't even pedos.
Every person who sexually abuses children is by definition a pedophile. But yeah, most child abuse isn't sexual. But yeah, by pedo, I was using it as an interchangeable term for molester. Thanks for that donation, Q.
Hey, Derek Williams here. This is me impersonating an Asian person. Ching chong ching chin chin ho che che bokati. Ching 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 squinty eyes rice rice.
That was not a very good impression, but thanks for the donation, Derek.
Our people were injured, and we wish them all the best. And this operation was surrounded by so many threats, but we have succeeded in taking...
I got my B12 tested. It was 1058. Normal levels are 200 to 1100 apparently.
Yeah, I think when I got my B12 tested, it was at 1400. It's pretty normal if you're adequately supplementing, but thanks for that donation, Jalen.
Back 4 captives, and they are now in Israel. It is something that we must be proud of, and we are delighted, and we will continue whatever it takes in order to take back the 120 captives who are still in Gaza. You must know that we are keen to rescue you, and you must know that we are keen to bring you back to Israel. To the families of the captives, you must have known by now that we are doing great efforts, exerting great efforts in order to bring back all the captives to Israel as soon as possible. We will never take anything easy. We will work hard to bring back the captives. We are proud to see our security forces with the police and other forces doing a great job together. We will continue our efforts in order to bring them back. If you have any questions. Is the Israeli army understand that there will be negative effects on Hamas regarding the swap deal? We are quite keen to bring back all the captives to the Israel, and we will do whatever it takes in order to bring them back. This is our message to the talks this morning. I want to ask you...
What is a woman?
A woman is your mom. Thanks for that donation, Electric Arcadia.
About how much you faced resistance during this operation. I think that everyone must understand that an operation of this kind is very complicated, and we had to collect information first of all, and this takes weeks. We need to gather all this information and to understand everything according to the operation, and we are sure that this is the way that can bring back some of the captives. This is the central question that we have asked ourselves, and then when we got all the information that we need, approved by the Prime Minister, then we have to start. This operation could have...
Yeah, Al Jazeera is untrustworthy, but the reason I'm looking at Al Jazeera is because someone made the stupid bullshit claim that Israel killed 200 citizens in this or civilians in this hostage rescue operation. So I tried to look at the most biased source and see where that claim might have came from, and even Al Jazeera isn't claiming that.
Been stopped at any moment, but the president of Shabak have given the permission to continue the operation, and thus we have managed to bring back some of the captives. The militants of Hamas were there, and we had our own way, our own options under fire to bring back the captives, and we had one of our guys who got injured, critically injured, and he is now being treated in Israel, and we have seen files from all directions. The Air Force was part of this operation, the Navy was part of this operation, and we wanted to rescue and to take back and bring back these guys to Israel. A helicopter was part of this operation, and we were doing this job and this operation in Gaza. Can you give us some additional information regarding the way you rescue the captives?
What? Why won't you answer my Dono frown? I'm curious about your definition. What's the incentive to donate if you're going to dodge our questions?
Well, I didn't think you were being serious. So my definition of a woman is, I have two different definitions. One is someone who has female sexual traits, both primary and secondary. And the second definition is someone who has transitioned to adopt as many female sexual traits as possible and is trying to live life as a woman. There you go. Thanks for that donation, Electric Arcadia.
We worked very hard. I didn't want to add more information because we need to keep this information within us, but we must be sure that each operation of this kind must be done carefully, and it could have ended in a not very successful way, but because of the proficiency that we have approved, we managed to rescue them.
Israel has no right to self-defense. Israel has no right to exist. 75 years of genocide and occupation is too long. Fuck Israel and their Zionist regime. They are losing the war and Palestine will be free again. Long live the Intifada.
Yes, it's the only genocide in history where the genocided group has increased in numbers. Okay, thanks for that donation, Jessica.
I see by definition, but they aren't psychologically diagnosed with pedophilia to have that attraction. They take advantage of children when in position of power. Criminals like that will take advantage of other people if they thought they could get away.
Look, again, by definition, if you're sexually abusing a child, you're a pedophile. I don't know what you're talking about. Sure, there are people who might not necessarily have a preference towards children, but they'll take advantage of children. But still, by definition, legally, they're a pedophile. Thanks for that donation, Q.
Do you think Muhammad Daif was injured during this operation? I don't want to talk about that, and if this happened, we would definitely let you know. It's a matter of time, but we will reach him, we will catch him. We have heard about the death of some officials, big names. At this particular moment, we only talk about the captives. We talk about Mohammed Daif. If there are some other names, we will let you know. Who has planned the whole matter, we will let you know at the proper time. Some of them are not the big names that you've mentioned. I'd like to say something in English.
They are back home in Israel. They are alive. They are well. They will undergo medical examination and will soon be reunited with their families in the hospital. Noah, Almog, Andrei, and Shlomi were rescued after 246 days in Hamas captivity after they were brutally kidnapped from the Nova Musical Festival on the 7th of October. This was a high-risk complex mission based on precise intelligence conducted in daylight in two separate buildings deep inside Gaza. While under fire inside the buildings, under fire on the way out from Gaza, our forces rescued our hostages. Israeli forces have been preparing for this rescue mission for weeks. They underwent intensive training. They risked their lives to save the lives of our hostages. This is what we do in Israel. We risk our lives to save the lives of our hostages. While we are happy that our 4 hostages are home, we will not lose sight that 120 hostages are still being held by Hamas in Gaza, men, women, children. When we say that we will do everything to bring our hostages back home, we mean it. We will not stop fighting for their freedom. Any other dissent.
Hell yeah, based.
A majority of Jews, but then it was subject to numerous conquests of various groups, leading to the significant decrease of the Jewish population on the land. One of these conquests was conducted by the Roman Empire, who gave the name Palestine to Judah, intending to break the Jewish connection with the land of Israel. During this time, Christianity, which started as a Jewish sect, ultimately became a dominant religion toward the end of the Roman Empire. In the 7th century came an Arab conquest, beginning the spread of Islam. The Dome of the Rock was built on the ruin of the Second Temple, making Jerusalem the holy city to 3 monotheistic religions: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. After Christians in Jerusalem were intensely
Finksin Toka, $2. Hello, Black and Chicken, it's me again. Do you remember me? I like eating vomit. Is that strictly vegan, my chicken friend? Anyway, free Israel from Arab colonialism, by the way. Is this child abuse? I guess as long as the vomit is vegan, I don't see what the problem could be.
Interior crocodile alligator. I drive a Chevrolet movie theater. Interior crocodile alligator.
Don't know if I'd call that child abuse. There's no children here, but thanks for that donation, Finkston.
Persecuted by the Seljuk Turks, a Central Asian empire with...
I'm getting my sexy Hamas terrorist cock right now. They offered me money to spread their propaganda, but I said nah daddy cinque, give me that anti-Semitic dick instead / because I am retarded dumb bitch. One in the chat if I am a dumb bitch. Yeah.
Alright, well, thank you for that, Jessica. Appreciate the donation.
With ambition to expand its territory, Christians in Europe launched several crusades to bring the Holy City back to the hand of the Christians. During this time, many Jews were killed. Others were making pilgrimages everywhere, mostly in Western Europe. From the 16th century to World War I, the Holy Land, along with much of the Middle East, was ruled by the Ottoman Empire, an Islamic superpower. The land was unofficially called Palestine. At the same time in Europe, more and more Jews were joining a movement called Zionism, aiming to create a Jewish national state in its ancient homeland. Hence, in the first decade of the 20th century, tens of thousands of Jews moved from Europe back to the region. Israel and Palestine under the British rule. World War I exploded and ended with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. Its land in the Middle East was carved by the British and French empires. The British then gave more independence for Iraq and Jordan, and the region remaining under the control of Britain was what it called the British Mandate for Palestine, where Britain promised to establish a Jewish national homeland under its Balfour Declaration, which went into effect in 1923. Tensions between the Jews and the Arabs who both claimed the land grew, which
Ellen Wiltzius donated $2. Would you eat the sandwich? It shows a baby foot, just as a warning. Much love. That's gross. I wouldn't eat a baby sandwich. Babies are gross. Thanks for that donation, Alan.
Which even led to acts of violence. By the 1930s, following the increasing Jewish population in Palestine due to the fear of persecution during the Nazi reign in Germany, the British limited Jewish immigration. In response, the Jewish militias formed to both fight the Arabs and resist the British rule. Then came the Holocaust throughout Nazi Germany, which claimed almost 6 million Jewish lives. After the war, more and more Jews then fled from Europe to Palestine to seek a homeland, escalating the tension with the Arabs. Overwhelmed by the situation, Britain began to withdraw from the region. The birth of the Israel state. After World War II, the UN proposed a plan to partition Palestine into two independent states, a Jewish state and an Arab state, with the city of Jerusalem becoming an...
I just got a new garden client who told me he believes the truth about Palestine is only found on Al Jazeera and TikTok, and there's a global Zionist agenda to kill Palestinians. He defines Zionist as anyone who acknowledges Israel's existence skeptical.
Yeah, so that guy is an absolute insane fucking whack job. That's literally the definition of Zionism. Zionism is just the idea that Israel should, that Jews should have their own, state. That's all Zionism is. If you're against that, I would say you're probably an anti-Semite. Thanks for that donation, Vegan Garden Boy.
An international zone with a special status. However, the plan according to which the Jewish, accounting for only 1/3 of the population, was granted more territory, 56.5% of the land, was rejected by the Arabs. They began to form volunteer armies throughout Palestine. Less than 1 year after that, as Britain completed its withdrawal from Palestine,
Yeah, so by the way, what's left out of this here is that the partition plan was never going to expel any Arabs. So that's kind of an important detail when you hear that Jews only made up 1/3 of the population, but they were getting over half the territory. Arabs weren't going to get pushed out of the state of Israel. The initial plan for the state of Israel was to have like over 40% Arab minority. So the only reason Arabs went to war with the Jews was because they didn't like Jews. That's it. They just hated Jews. So, kind of an important detail to leave out.
Israel declared itself an independent state, marking a new, bloodier chapter in the struggle between the Jews and the Palestinian Arabs.
Invention Cat donated $2. Do you approve of this invention? Also, Cat. Let me see. Yeah, I approve. Let me see this cat. Oh my god. How did he get there? Oh my god. That's spooky. Thanks for that donation, Invention Cat.
Arabs.
Sure, by that definition, but I wouldn't promote violence or genocide against groups of people when 99% of them haven't done anything wrong. According to sociological studies done, about 1 in 100 people demonstrated some form attraction to that paraphilia.
I'm not saying to genocide anybody who has attraction to children. But thanks for the donation, Q.
The 1948 Arab-Israeli War. Right after the announcement of an independent Israel, a war between the Arabs and the Jews broke.
Brother, I am a fan of your confrontational debate style and disagree with the methods of other wimpy and permissive vegans. However, I am obliged to advise you to simplify concepts and phrases slightly. Look.
That is not a good idea. You're going to kill cats if you give them food like this.
I can't believe this, but one of my friends, ex-vegan, has been listening to Sverige for health advice, doesn't think exercise is good for you and thinks you should experiment to see if something works. Can you give me studies to back up he's wrong?
Training strategies to optimize cardiovascular durability and life expectancy. There you go. There's paper. Systematic review of recent studies was conducted using PubMed. Studies were included if they address the topic of fitness and or exercise dose, type, and cardiovascular health and or life expectancy. Epidemiological studies show that cardiorespiratory fitness is inversely related to risk of all-cause mortality with no increased mortality risk in the most fit cohort. Being unfit is among most potent risk factors for all-cause mortality. So there you go. Thanks for that donation, dude. Finks Toka donated $2. Blackened Chicken Man. This was filmed in Palestine. Thoughts? This may prove the great replacement theory. By the way, how can I stop joint pain and feeling sluggish? Giving money to my Yehudi friends don't work for this particular issue. What is this? Okay, I don't know what that is. Joint pain is kind of a complicated issue. I don't know why you're experiencing joint pain, what's causing your joint pain, so you're gonna have to give me more information than that. As far as feeling sluggish, make sure you get enough sleep, drink water, eat a good diet. Aside from that, you might want to, drink some coffee or something. That might help. You might want to fool around with your macronutrient ratios, see if that helps. Thanks for that donation, though, Fixton.
Let's just see what
React to this.
All right, I'll react to that in a minute. Thanks for that donation, Dodo. Yeah, so do not feed cats crushed up bones. That is going to kill cats. Bones are very sharp. And if a cat eats a bone, it's going to perforate their stomach or intestines and kill them. This is fucking stupid. Yeah, you're going to kill cats by feeding them that type of food.
Did you see that drama with Microsoft Copilot? It records everything you do. Man, it's like they are trying really hard to make people switch off to something else. People already hacked it to steal everything.
So a lot of people who actually care about their digital privacy have been talking about the dangers of Microsoft's new recall feature. I even made a video explaining why you should not trust a company like Microsoft to put software on your PC that literally takes screenshots of whatever you're doing on your computer every few seconds and then have it stored and analyzed by their artificial intelligence. You would think that it'd be common sense to not want the world's biggest big tech corporation ever to install some of the most invasive spyware imaginable on your personal computer, but then again, Microsoft has been ramping up the spyware in Windows for over a decade now, and yet they still maintain the majority market share of PC users. Clearly, a lot of people just don't care.
Well, most people don't care. Most people aren't technologically savvy and don't even know that this feature exists.
Care about the spyware. I guess they're kind of like cattle that are on. Simple little Python script here can extract and display the data from the recall feature in Windows 11. It's able to do this because all of those screenshots that recall takes are stored locally in an unencrypted SQL database nested within your app data directory.
Well, that's stupid. That is seriously stupid. Thinkston donated $2. This is the real link. I don't know what in the living hell that was. By the way, can I feed my cat some bones if they've been soaked in soda? Thanks, Black and Chicken Man. No. Do not feed animals bones. It can kill them. Okay. Thanks, Finkston.
It must be frustrating to say the same points over and over. However, I notice that when you confront people, part of their hostility to your ideas comes from a place of confusion regarding phrases and concepts. A comprehension issue. You are a true G.
Sometimes... oftentimes the issue is they just don't answer. So they just change the topic or try to change around the hypothetical or ignore the actual terms of the hypothetical. So, you just have to keep asking them or clarify things if they don't understand. Thanks for the donation though, T.
Oh Daddy VG. Draw me with a black eye sucking off Hamas leader Daddy Sin War. He say I could have paid you for doing my bidding. And I say nah Daddy. Use that money to kill those dirty Jews, I just want that jihad dick. Please Daddy VG. Me so wet.
Okay, I'll do that for you. Just give me a moment. I think the battery on my iPad died. Just give me a second. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
When we do exactly what the rainbow flag tells us to do, and that is integration and syncretism and combining spirituality and sexuality and demonism and environmentalism and rebellion into one consistent summary. And here's what we get. We get darkness. Friends, this is not progress, this is darkness.
So, because you could mix different colors of water to produce brown, that means LGBTQ ideology bad. Okay.
I just want to point out the crowd saying, oh wow, as if that was some shocking revelation. So, according to the Colorado GOP, the pride flag is so dirty, as you saw there, it needs to be burned. Earlier this week, the Colorado Republican Party sent out an extremely homophobic email that included a link to that sermon you just saw from Pastor Mark Driscoll. And you can see the imagery from that email here. The email went on to state, the month of June has arrived, and once again, the godless groomers in our society want to attack what is decent, holy, and righteous so they can ultimately harm our children. Throughout June, we will share more sermons from Pastor Driscoll and encourage all to listen to his messages and resist the evil that is trying to indoctrinate children, undermine parents, and harm families. Thank you. And as we said last year, together we can protect our children and future, but only if you get involved and defend the most vulnerable in our society from these woke creeps. It was signed by Chairman Dave Williams and included a PS to reread their anti-pride email from last year. And remember, God hates pride. In response to the initial coverage of this email, the Colorado Republican Party posted this on Twitter. Burn all the hashtag pride flags this June. The homophobia from the Colorado GOP isn't new, but it's definitely getting pushback even from people in their own party. Vladimir Archuleta, congressional candidate and president of Colorado's Log Cabin Republicans, was quick to renounce the party's email. Yesterday, the Colorado State GOP sent out an email with the subject line, God hates pride. I have been an avid critic of where the celebration of pride has gone in recent years and a firm supporter of protecting children from environments and entertainments that are of an adult nature. However, this email went too far and was just hateful. I personally found it very troubling. I spoke with many LGBT and non-LGBT Republicans yesterday who also found the message in the email disgusting and offensive. This email does not represent the Republican voters.
I love to suck Palestinian cock and I open my pussy wide for Hamas gangbangs.
That's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
Colorado. Archuleta, who is openly gay, also announced that because of this email, he is no longer accepting the party's endorsement in his congressional run. In response, Dave Williams doubled down, telling Huffington Post, "We make no apologies for saying God hates pride or pride flags, as it's an agenda that harms children and undermines parental authority, and the only backlash we see is coming from radical Democrats, the fake news media, and weak Republicans who bow down at the feet of leftist cancel culture." Williams added the party will work with state legislators and pursue ballot initiatives to try to block access to gender-affirming care for children in the state. I mean, the attacks on the LGBTQ community and Pride Month in general really have escalated over the past couple of years. This is just disgusting. It's patently offensive.
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do in our news coverage as well. TYT is facing challenges, guys, as the entire industry is. You know who could make the difference? You. If you hit the join button below, it's gonna make all the difference and keep us in business. We appreciate you, thank you.
I don't even think we showed the graphic yet, but that from that fundraising email, can we put that up? Because I think that's important context here. You have that. Yeah. So this was that's the link to the sort of ridiculous and very funny sermon there. It says God hates flags. Now,
that is super
I remember that's very close to an anti-gay slogan with a slur in it. And that's not by accident. Saying God hates flags, God hates pride. Both of those things are just hearkening back to that anti-gay slogan with a slur in it. Let's not get it twisted. That's exactly what it's meant to do. That's what it is for. It's so over the top. I think, okay, one serious thought and then one fun, sort of lighthearted thought, but like the serious thought is like, back in 2015, when Donald Trump's running for president, there was sort of an opening to LGBTQ Republicans, right? A number of them were sort of like surrogates for him, those whose names I don't care to remember. There was a Yiannopoulos at some point. There was a lot of them, and they would stand for Donald Trump. Yes, they happened to be well off. They were white guys, right? There weren't a lot of like, lesbians stumping for him or like people of color and whatnot, but they were still.
I really appreciate that someone like you exists. I don't agree with all of your ideas, but as you had stated while speaking with Wayne Chong, you are a misanthrope who accepts marginalization. It takes balls to think in this way and I wish you the best.
Well, thanks for the donation, T. I'm glad that you're open-minded to at least not think I'm a complete dickhead. Thanks for that donation.
An archetype, but it was sort of seen like, hey, maybe the GOP is turning the page on this, and the Log Cabin Republicans, which have been around for a lot longer, are evidence of that. And then something shifted, and I think it's emblematic of how desperate the GOP has become and how much they're grasping at these old fights, and they're trying to refight them because they have literally nothing else to no other boogeymen to erect. So well, let's just go back to the gays, And so Log Cabin Republicans have been kicked out of conventions. I believe it was in Texas, and so on and so forth. And lastly, all the hate on Pride Month, Doesn't it just remind you that it's Pride and everyone should be happy and celebrating, going out and partying? Like June, the right is making June even more Pride Month than it already is. Like if you didn't know it was Pride, you definitely know now. They're doing, I think, I don't know, the Lord's work really of branding here.
I honestly don't know why anybody cares about who's with who. I mean, it's just like, I say it all the time. If somebody's happy in a relationship, that's a huge victory. You know how many people are unhappy in relationships? You know how many, you know what I'm saying? If someone's happy.
There is nothing wrong with being a misanthrope, especially with stuff like this.
Yeah, I mean, you can't expect me to be thrilled about humanity, you know?
Thoughts? Also, I'm hungry.
Give me one moment. I'll take a look at that in just a second. Thanks for the donation, Grandam. Almost done with this drawing. Okay. I think that's pretty good. I captured Sinwar's likeness pretty well. Okay, so here is Jessica sucking the Hamas leader Sinwar's dick. You gotta admit, that's pretty close to what he looks like. That's what the guy looks like. I did a good job. That's a good drawing. Alright, hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation, dude. Let me see, Grandam. Elon Musk demands charges against Anthony Fauci after NIH comes clean on funding gain of function research. What does this have to do with anything? Yeah, there was gain of function research on the SARS virus. Has nothing to do with the lab leak hypothesis. Fucking retarded.
Here's how to make a beef tallow chocolate crunch bar. Only 1.8 grams of carbs per serving. First, we need to dehydrate a pound of ground beef. Cook it through, drain the liquid, and then press out as much of that fat as you can. Spread the cooked ground beef on a sheet pan and bake it at 200 degrees Fahrenheit for about 2.5 hours. I take it out every half hour and I move the beef around. Next, take a cup of beef tallow and heat it in a saucepan until it's liquid. Next, add 4 to 6 tablespoons of unsweetened cacao and 4 to 6 tablespoons of a keto-friendly sweetener. I personally use Swerve. Add all of that to the pan and stir. I also added cayenne and
that is absolutely horrific.
Salt. Then take a half sheet pan and line it with parchment paper. Spread out your dehydrated beef and then pour your chocolate tallow onto the sheet. Let it solidify in the fridge overnight. Then pull it out, cut it into pieces, and you have your very own ultra low carb chocolate beef crunch bar.
You are better off eating a normal chocolate bar. A normal chocolate bar is better for you than this. That is horrific. Holy crap. I don't understand. If they have a mixer, why aren't they using the mixer and using their gross fucking uncleaned hands? They have a mixer. What are they doing? Why is he putting his hands on it? There's no reason to do that.
Real fucking mature. You and your racist Zionist followers can insult me all you want. It all shows how much of a failure to the animals you are. The IDF kills animals and bombs their sanctuaries. And you deny your hypocrisy. You wasted a life on this earth.
Yeah, cool story. You're a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Jessica. Well, I am never going to...
When we had met, my wife and I had thought you were very affable and personable. You are always welcome to visit us as we consider you and your people friends. I felt the discussion with Wayne very impressive BTW.
Well, thanks for the donation, T. Appreciate that. I don't know where you live, but if I ever come to visit, I'll hit you up. So it's literally butter that's being burnt and put in a freezer. They're literally just eating burnt butter that's being frozen. That's not food. Like, oh my god. These people are fucking insane. Holy shit, that's bad for you. QWE2 donated $2. Have you seen this edit? It was so well made. It looks like a genuine movie.
Back off!
Alan Wiltsius donated $2. Let me see. Tesla threatens customer with $50,000 fine if he tries to sell a Cybertruck that doesn't fit in his new parking spot. Yeah. I don't even think this is legal. There's a number of car companies that do this. Ferrari has done this before. I think Ford has done this with their GT. They'll tell you you can't sell the car for like a year or 2 years of ownership, before a year or two of ownership, and they do that to prevent people from price gouging. But you own it. I don't know how they can legally do this. I don't know if a lawsuit has actually been successful, but you'll actually lose more money litigating the lawsuit, paying for lawyers, than if you just either abide by the terms or if you just accept the fine. So I don't know if there's ever been a successful lawsuit, but yeah, it's retarded. It's insane. Thanks for that donation, Alan. Yeah, don't buy a fucking Cybertruck. It's so stupid.
Simple as that!
Really, man, the law is fucked.
Yeah, it is. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
He is the one.
Dracarys.
I've never seen this in my life! Need gunships on station ASAP! Predator ETA, 2 minutes.
What is that? We need air support, and we need it now. Roll in strike package Bravo on unknown targets. I authenticate Tango Whiskey in time 0300 Zulu.
Attention all aircraft. This will be a danger close fire mission. Weapons, I just get a call from Falcon Ops. Who's closer to Killbox 1 Alpha? Send the Hogs, sir. Okay, send the Hogs over to Killbox 1 Alpha. It's a danger closer than 300 feet. Killbox 1 Alpha, 300 feet danger.
Jessica, if you are so confident in your belief regarding the Israel-Palestine conflict, how about VG opens up the Discord and you debate him? Let's settle this once and for all, you stupid-ass, ugly-ass Palestinian cock-sucking bitch-ass whore.
Well, she's not going to do it. I think I've offered before and she has declined. Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi.
Friendly's in the area.
Maverick to range control. A 7-man team north of Orange Smoke!
Receive Killbox 1 Alpha. Engage hostile.
How would you respond when another vegan mentions about animals that were killed in the bombings by the IDF? Not trolling. But I feel like it's a gotcha and don't have a smart response to it. Fuck that bitch BTW. You've changed my life and way of thinking.
There's going to be casualties in any war. Some of them are going to be innocent civilian casualties. It doesn't make, the warfare tactics unjustified. There's an interest for national security. You have to fight violent oppressors or genocidal regimes. It's just, losses that you're going to have to accept. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman.
Bombs away.
That's pretty good.
Happy in a relationship
broke out, which was known as the 1948 Arab-Israeli War. The war involved 5 recently independent Arab nations: Egypt, Jordan, Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon, the Arab League, who invaded the region in an attempt to establish a unified Arab Palestine. However, a ceasefire agreement was reached a year later, in which more than 2/3 of historic Palestine, including the West Jerusalem,
yeah, it's because Israel fucking smoked him,
belonged to Israel, while
When can I start training again after having the cold? Not symptomatic ATM, just have some fatigue left over and a bit of congestion. Should I restart my mesocycle?
As long as you feel fit enough to train, if the cold is pretty much over, then go for it. I wouldn't go to the gym and risk infecting somebody if you still have congestion, so if you're training at home, go for it. But if you have to go to a public gym, I would wait for the congestion to go away. Thanks for that donation, ABC.
While Jordan occupied East Jerusalem and the area known as the West Bank, and Egypt occupied the Gaza Strip. As a result, more than 750,000 Palestinians were expelled from the land where they lived for centuries on the day that they call Al-Nakba, or the catastrophe. With the deteriorated dispute between the Jews and the Arabs, there came more wars and fighting in the following decades. The 60-Day War. It was in 1967 when the 60-Day War broke out after a volatile period of diplomatic friction and skirmishes between Israel and its neighboring Arab states, Jordan, Syria, and Egypt. This brief war ended with the victory of Israel, giving Israel control over the Golan Heights from Syria, the West Bank and East Jerusalem from Jordan, and Gaza and the Sinai Peninsula from Egypt. Sinai was later returned to Egypt under the Egypt-Israel Peace Treaty. After the war, most Palestinian refugees and their descendants were not allowed to return to their homes, but had to live in Gaza.
Please watch all 7 Breaking Kitchen videos from him too. They are funny as fuck. Please bro, I would never let you down.
Alright. I'll watch that in a minute. Thanks for that donation, Sokiyashi. Okay, they leave out some important details here again. Yeah, they weren't allowed to return to their homes because they're a security risk. They were going to war with fucking Israel. No shit.
West Bank and neighboring Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon. The First Intifada and the Oslo Accords. The rising number of Israelis settling in the Palestinian territories in the West Bank and Gaza gave rise to the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, first founded in Cairo, Egypt in 1964 to create a liberated Palestine in Israel. The PLO launched attacks on Israel from its base in Jordan. It was then forced to move from Jordan to Lebanon, starting to carry out acts of terrorism against Israel. Fighting went on for years, including the Israeli invasion of Lebanon to kick the PLO out of Beirut. The PLO eventually agreed to divide the land between Palestine and Israel, but there were still more and more Jewish settlers moved into the Israel-occupied Palestinian territories. In 1987, a violent Palestinian uprising was ignited, starting from the Jabalia refugee camp after an Israeli Defense Forces truck collided with 2 Palestinian civilian vans, killing 4 of them. This was known as the First Intifada. This bloody conflict, resulting in hundreds of deaths, triggered a peace process with the signing of the Oslo Accords by Israel and the PLO, the Oslo I Accord signed in Washington, D.C., and the Oslo II Accord in Taba, Egypt. According to the Oslo Accords, the West Bank was divided into 3 areas. Area A was exclusively controlled by the Palestinians.
If you do these things in the gym, you are zesty as fuck and a beta male.
I hate that music. Yeah, sumo deadlifts are fucking stupid. Lifting gloves are fine if you don't want your hands to get calloused, but the swing pull-ups are fucking stupid, and sumo deadlifts are fucking stupid. Thanks for that donation, nigga.
Area B was controlled by both the Palestinians and Israel. Area C was fully controlled by Israel.
Gee, I wonder why. I wonder if it has anything to do with the PLO and fucking Hamas and these terror attacks. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. They're kind of leaving out important details here.
The Second Intifada. Though further peace talks continued in 2000, the Israelis and Palestinians could not reach agreements on issues like the status of Jerusalem, rights of refugees, and the increased Jewish settlement in Palestinian lands. Ariel Sharon, a Jewish Israeli who would later become Israel's prime minister,
I don't know why they call it Palestinian territory. So again, they were offered a state, they refused. They went to war with Israel. They lost, so they didn't get their state. It's not really Palestinian territory.
How long do you think he has? Also,
let me see.
Why do I eat so much butter sometimes?
This guy's a liar. He doesn't eat that much butter. He's just an attention-seeking whore. Let me see. I'm not watching that.
I unironically like this song and sometimes listen to it to hype me up in the gym.
Let me see.
Richie Rock Boss Rich. Evo. You already know. Look. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. I'm a meow 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 meow
That was fire. Thanks for the donation, Jessica Sucks Moss PP. That looks fucking disgusting. I can't stand cheese. It just tastes like fucking gross goop. Yeah, that is fucking gross. Yeah, that is not good
Hitler's
for you.
Table Talk is the title given to a series of World War II monologues delivered by Hitler, which were transcribed from 1941 to 1944. In these monologues he despised Christianity and praised Islam.
Yep, I know of that. Yeah, I'm well aware. Hitler was really enamored with Islam because it was, you know, a quote-unquote warrior religion. He thought that it aligned with, like, philosophical teachings of Nietzsche, and he liked the idea of having a religion that commands you to, you know, murder other people and spread your, you know, religion and race and shit like that. Yeah, Hitler really loved Islam. Kind of makes you think, you know, if Hitler loves your religion, maybe there's a fucking problem. Well, her 2-year-old is going to be fat. Yeah. Well, that's not ideal.
Feels like Australia has some of the highest numbers of protests. I don't get it.
Let me see.
Thousands of pro-Palestine protesters have shut down the city's busiest intersection, dumping rubble and staging a sit-in protest. Mark Santomartino joins us live from outside Flinders Street Station. Mark, they caused a real mess.
Pete, we're used to seeing demonstrations from these pro-Palestinian activists, but not like this. Not this damaging and not this disruptive. Police were escorting thousands through the city streets this afternoon, but they were beaten here to the corner of Flinders Street and Swanston Streets by a trailer truck that then proceeded to dump a mix of concrete and gravel right at the heart of the intersection. Protesters arrived moments later and huddled around it like it was some sort of mock bomb site. People were lighting flares. They were carrying fake missiles and drones above their heads as others lay on the ground like they was the casualties of some sort of attack. Now, police have condemned this action, saying some of these protesters simply had the motivation to cause as much disruption as possible. One police vehicle has been damaged by stickers.
It's just pure brain rot, dude. These people just want attention. They don't care about Arabs, they just hate Jews. That's all it is. Thanks for the donation, ABC. Masterpiece donated $2. TYT is funded by George Soros, and Soros funded the kangaroo court where Trump was convicted in an area where Trump is most hated. Soros is partly the reason the USA is a mess. Here's a clip of Soros.
In the last 2 years, you've been blamed for...
It wouldn't surprise me if TYT gets funding from George Soros. George Soros, from what I can tell, is not a bad guy. He seems to support a lot of philanthropic causes, and he does seem pretty left-wing. He has supported a number of left-leaning media outlets. I don't know if his support has changed because of TYT's take on Israel, because he actually is a Holocaust survivor. I'll take a look at that clip, though. Thanks for the donation.
I am moving to Japan in several months for the foreseeable future. Just know that you will have a contact in Japan who would be willing to, at the very least, meet up. I will write you an email with my info. We have met a few times last summer.
When I win the lottery, I'll do a lot of traveling, and I'll probably visit Japan. I think it's 62 million. Yeah, the draw's tonight, and I should be winning that tomorrow, so, yeah. Thanks for the donation, T. Elias donated $2. Palestinians in a nutshell.
Why aren't more Arab countries in the Middle East taking in...
Okay, I'll take a look at that. Alan, donated $2. What's your thoughts on Dr. Robert Morse? My friend followed his advice on mono eating to heal when he was vegan. I don't think I'm familiar with Robert Morse. Who's Dr. Morse? Oh, him. This guy is a fucking retarded wacko. He was promoting breatharianism for a while. This guy isn't a doctor. He's a retard. I don't think he has a doctorate degree of any kind. Yeah, I don't think he has any doctorate degree. What even, Yeah, so ND, D, SC, MH. Yeah, he's not a medical doctor. He doesn't even have a doctorate degree. He's a complete and utter whack job.
Financial collapse of Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Japan, and Russia.
All of the above.
All of the above.
Yeah.
Are you that powerful?
No, I think there's a great misunderstanding.
George Soros has not caused the financial collapse of entire countries. People have listened to his financial advice because he's an extremely good investor, and that's it.
I am basically there to make money. I cannot and do not look at the social consequences of what I do. As a competitor, I've got to compete to win. As a human being, I am concerned about the society in which I live.
Which George Soros am I talking to now? The amoral George Soros or the moral George Soros?
It's one person. It's one person who at one time engages in amoral activities and at the rest of the time tries to be moral.
You're a Hungarian Jew, in fact, and helped in the confiscation of property from the Jews.
That's right.
Yep.
Yes.
I mean, that sounds like an experience that would send lots of people to the psychiatric couch for many, many years. Was it difficult?
Not at all. Not at all. Maybe as a child you don't see the connection, but it created no problem at all.
No feeling of guilt.
No.
For example, that I'm Jewish, and here I am watching these people go. I could just as easily be there. I should be there. None of that.
Well, of course, I could be on the other side, or I could be the one from whom the thing is being taken away. But there was no sense that I shouldn't be there, because that was, well, actually, funny way, it's just like in markets, that if I weren't there, of course I wasn't doing it, but somebody else would be taking it away anyhow. And it was whether I was there or not, I was only a spectator, the property was being taken away. So I had no role in taking away that property. So I had no sense of guilt.
Yeah. George Soros doesn't seem like a bad guy to me. Again, like he said, look, that's the way the financial system works. If that's the way the financial system works, like, okay, I could either not participate in it and not get wealth, and somebody else can get that wealth, okay? It's not like he's the root of all evil and this, like, horrific, monster who takes people's money away. Like, that's just how the financial system works. If you have a problem with the financial system, then, lobby the government to change it. It's not like he can do anything about it. Okay.
If God existed, he never would have made the Palestinians, or as I call them, Evilstinians. Yet, every night I pray that an asteroid of exact size necessary strikes Gaza to destroy it. Inshallah. Sometimes I go to the mosque to request free toilet paper, Quran.
Based. Thanks for the donation, JK, but not JK. I gotta go take a pee-pee. I'll be right back in just a second. All right, I'm back.
Palestinian refugees. The onset of a renewed war between Israel and Hamas has led to fears that millions of Palestinian people living in the Gaza Strip may be forced to become refugees. But despite the fact that Gaza shares a border with Egypt, the Egyptian government almost immediately ruled out any possibility of accepting Palestinian refugees. In fact, Egypt is currently constructing an even larger border wall with Gaza than the one it currently has in place. Now, many outside observers have asked why Egypt, a majority Arab and Islamic nation, would turn away the Palestinian people. And of course, many have pointed out
because they're assholes.
That it may serve the political interests of many Arab nations to refuse to accept Palestinian refugees because it allows them to then blame Israel for any sort of humanitarian crisis that unfolds. But the thing is, historically, many Arab nations have accepted Palestinian refugees, and that may
and then they try to commit coups, they try to kill their political leaders.
Be why Egypt doesn't want to now. For example, in 1991, the Kuwaiti government actually expelled nearly 300,000 Palestinians in the aftermath of the First Gulf War, and this represented an astonishing 18% of Kuwait's entire population. So what was the reason? Well, the Palestinian Liberation Organization had actually supported Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait a year earlier. And this support only grew after Iraq began attacking Israel with rockets throughout the war. After Kuwait's liberation, the government considered much of the Palestinian community to be complicit in the Iraqi occupation of their country. And in response, nearly all Palestinians were deported in just a few months. And this wasn't the first time something like this had happened.
Get fucked.
Decades earlier, the Palestinian groups operating in Jordan had come to openly call for the overthrow of Jordan's monarchy in the aftermath of the Six-Day War. At the time, the PLO maintained its own separate army on Jordanian soil and used that armed force to sow chaos. Armed gangs of PLO militants drove around the capital of Amman, robbing families and businesses in the name of collecting financial assistance for the ongoing war of attrition against Israel. When members of the Jordanian police and army tried to defend their citizens from these attacks, they were attacked and killed. The Palestinian political network operated as a state within a state, with militants repeatedly using
Grand Dame Donatellers, what is this? Why do they do this to themselves?
I've been making egg drop soup quite a bit lately. It's so yummy and it's been so cold. Using my carnivore crisps as crackers the other day just brought this egg drop soup up to next level. Oh my goodness, it was so good. Who needs crackers anyways? I used the brisket. The brisket is my favorite, but you could totally use liver or heart to make it more nutrient dense. Let me know if you...
Well, they're not going to live very long. Thanks for the donation, Grandam.
Using Jordan to launch rockets into Israel. The Marxist-Leninist Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine even went so far as to hijack...
Yeah, we can watch the Rafaela debate. Riley, don't worry.
Multiple planes, diverting the flights to a Palestinian-controlled airfield in Jordan, where the passengers were held hostage. By September 1970, the Jordanian army had finally had enough. A full-scale war with the PLO broke out, and after 10 months of fighting, the Palestinians were driven out of the country. Yet, as a parting gift, a Palestinian terrorist group known as Black September assassinated the Jordanian prime minister. Sadly, the story doesn't end there, because the PLO then moved into Lebanon, where they allied themselves with Marxist and socialist movements that were seeking to overthrow Lebanon's conservative.
Hiller's top guy, Richard Gaines, donated $2. Start watching from 146.53 and watch for 1 minute. Let me take a look at this. This is on Odyssey. All right. Thanks for the donation, man.
Conservative Maronite Christian government. The presence of thousands of Palestinian militants flooding into the country completely destabilized Lebanon and plunged the entire nation into chaos. Less than 4 years after the PLO was expelled from Jordan, Lebanon found itself in the middle of one of the most bloody and chaotic civil wars in Middle Eastern history, from which it has never fully recovered. In short, Palestinian organizations have not just attacked Israel. They have sowed unrest in many of the neighboring Arab and Muslim countries as well, and this has led those governments to the conclusion that allowing for mass immigration or even just refugee camp resettlement within their borders would lead to domestic unrest for their own countries. And this, of course, only exacerbates the humanitarian crisis for those Palestinian non-combatants caught in the middle.
Yeah, dude, it's so hilarious. Every single time, these Palestinian resistance movements spring up and attack Israel, in every conceivable way, it only harms Palestinians. And then these fucking idiot, rich white people on these university campuses keep fucking praising all these armed militant groups. Oh yeah, fight freedom, free Palestine. And then it just leads to more fucking suffering for Palestinian people. Like, they don't care. They don't care about Palestinians. They don't care about Arabs. This is all a way to promote anti-Semitism.
The problem is, as long as terrorist organizations like Hamas and others are elected to represent the Palestinian people, their plight will most likely continue.
Yep. 146.53. Oh my god. Dude.
Was enacted. Nation on protection was accepted as introduced on average law for 1930s and enacted stiff penalties for drunken driving. They also introduced the first blood test for automobile drivers suspected of driving drunk. Adolf Hitler was the first person to create a law against the mistreatment of animals, recognizing it to be evil. A law imposing a total ban on animal experiments was enacted. The National Social...
Yeah, by the way, the reason he did this was to help with his political campaign. Hitler was seen as a violent lunatic for trying to overthrow the German government at the time. And he lied about being vegetarian. He promised to bring in all these animal rights laws to make himself seem like a peace-loving person.
Socialists declare an end to the unbearable torture and suffering in animal experiments. Goering announced in a radio broadcast, an absolute and permanent ban on vivisection is not only a necessary law to protect animals and show sympathy with their pain, but is also...
Dude, isn't it fucking insane that Nazis banned vivisection, but like we haven't fucking banned vivisection yet? It's fucking nuts.
Law for humanity itself. The inhuman ritual slaughter of animals as kosher and halal was totally banned. The Reich Animal Protection Act was enacted. Germany even hosted an international conference on animal protection in Berlin. education on animal protection laws were introduced at primary, secondary, and college levels. Animal protection was accepted as a subject to be taught in public schools and universities in Germany. With all of these fantastic achievements, German self-confidence, national pride, and happiness skyrocketed.
Is this guy a, like, pro-Nazi? Because it's, really weird.
Massive invasion called the Auschwitz Museum curator.
Yeah, I don't know. But, yeah, it's pretty fucking crazy that Nazis banned vivisection, but we haven't figured out that it's a fucking bad thing yet.
Minister visited the Temple Mount, home to the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. The action was deemed offensive by many Palestinians, and the Second Intifada broke out. The violence ended with Israel's withdrawal from Gaza, but continued to settle in the West Bank. Israel conflict with Hamas.
Okay, so there's more misinformation. Israel offered a land for peace deal. It was rejected, and Palestinians were encouraged to, again, do this river to the sea crap. Oh, we deserve all the land. It's rightfully ours. Fight and resist. That's what happened. Israel offered a very reasonable land for peace deal, and rather than negotiating with diplomacy, they just tried to do another violent uprising.
Israel conflict with Hamas. Hamas is a Sunni Islamist militant group aiming to destroy the state of Israel and create an Islamic state. After the armed conflict between Hamas and Fatah, who managed the PLO, Hamas split from the Palestinian Authority and gained power in the Gaza. Israel put Gaza under a suffocating blockade, leading to several bloody wars between the two groups in the Gaza Strip, including Operation Cast Lead, Operation Pillar of Defense, and Operation Protective Edge. In 2014, Hamas and Fatah reached agreement to form a national unity government. In 2018, the U.S. Embassy was relocated from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, which was deemed by the Palestinians as a signal of American support for Jerusalem as Israel's capital. 2021, the conflict between Israel and Palestine was
I'd call that based.
Reassumed by a series of hostile events in East Jerusalem, leading to several acts of violence until a ceasefire deal brokered by Egypt, Qatar, and the United Nations came into effect on May 21st. Peaceful though it may seem now, the complex and long-lasting territorial dispute between two states is a ticking time bomb that can explode any time. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, that, they left out a lot of very important details from that video.
Chef Ramsay has just announced that this year's winner will be his protege and the next head chef at Gordon Ramsay Steak in Las Vegas.
Your 45 minutes starts now. Let's go.
And the chef's first chance to impress the Signature Dish Challenge has just begun.
It's a big hurry.
Let's cook. I'm here to win a competition.
Face to face, toe to toe, eye to eye. Mano a mano, you hit me, I hit you. Best man wins. End the story.
W donated $2. Will you react to Alex Stanchiu, Andrew Tate's trainer? This channel is asking for help from the fitness community. They ask in their community tab. Third post down, they are also looking for donations for victims.
Yeah, so we've got a group of victims.
Lawyer for Andrew Tate's victims reveals all.
In Romania.
Okay, I'll look at that in a minute.
I'm not sure I agree. Actually, it's just basic chemistry. Elements, they combine and change into compounds.
We'll teach you how to make a taco so savory, so spicy, so Salamanca. 4 peppers.
Gustav still not ready.
That one's not as funny.
Romania, a group of victims in the UK, and then another group of victims, a third group of victims, who went to the police in 2014 and 2015, and their case dragged on for 4 years and was eventually dropped by the Crown Prosecution Service. And they are the women that my firm, Hugh Jury and Partners, represents, and they are now bringing a civil claim, so not a criminal proceedings. They're bringing a civil claim for damages, so for compensation from Andrew Tate alone for the personal injuries that they suffered, including rape and other physical assaults. So you've got, taken collectively, 3 entirely separate groups of women. There's no overlap, as far as I understand, between any of the cases, who have all made allegations against Andrew Tate and Tristan for a period of nearly a decade. So I think the earliest allegations are from 2013 and the latest are from 2022.
I think they're also hoping a victory in the civil case will encourage a criminal conviction.
When he was eventually arrested in Romania. So it's, the scale of this is massive, and our client's hope would be that if they're successful in the civil proceedings, it will provoke the police into reopening their original investigation, because they have major concerns about how that investigation was conducted and the way in which it was dealt with. So this is a kind of last resort for them. It's they wish, you know, that when they went to the police almost 10 years ago, this had just been dealt with properly, but it wasn't. And so they've had to look at other alternatives.
But in 2015, the Hertfordshire Constabulary case initially carried out an investigation.
Mm-hmm.
At that specific time, what was the sum of that case?
We represent 4 women. 3 women, 3 of our clients went to the police in 2013 and 14. So their stories are slightly different, so I'm just going to separate them out. So 2 of them were recruited by Tate to work in his webcamming business. And during the course of a very short period of time, it really didn't work for him for a very long time, but he physically assaulted both of them on numerous occasions. And
in what way?
Strangling, hitting them with a belt, verbal aggression, all of those kind of.
And by the way, he has filmed some of this abuse before, so this all kind of adds up. Elias donated $2. Did you notice how dumb, naive leftists support Palestinian terrorists since decades? Actually hope that Palestinians get their own state so that they can establish a fucking Taliban-like theocracy. Just want to see the stupid faces of leftists then. Well, hopefully they don't do that, because that would just lead to more violence and shit. But yeah, I mean, if they're allowed to elect their own leadership, it wouldn't surprise me if they just have an Islamic state that is just run by more terrorists. Wouldn't surprise me. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Traditional types of assault.
So for the audience, like choking, it can sometimes lead to subconjunctival hemorrhages in the eyes.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what happened in this case. Yeah. Unfortunately, and I appreciate it's upsetting to talk about, Tate seems to have, from the evidence that we've seen, a particular affinity for that sort of physically abusive conduct.
And he...
Yeah, Tate actually talks about this. Let me see if I can find, yeah.
I am extremely versed in CPR.
Wait. Let me see if I can find it.
Slap, slap, grab, choke, shut up, bitch, sex. A lot of people ask me, well, Andrew, why do you have a machete next to your bed? And my answer is simple. Why wouldn't I have a machete next to my bed? Why don't you have a machete next to your bed? Like, what if someone gets in the house, gets fresh? Some little pussy-ass dude once said to me, yeah, but if it's next to your bed, what if you, like, upset a girl and she catches you cheating and gets a machete? Like, imagine a girl pick this up. If I pick this up, you ain't fucking with me. I'd have my left hand, I'd still like jab, I'd fucking swing low, take your fucking knee out. You ain't gonna see it coming. What would a woman do? Slap the machete, slap her in the face. One hand, machete, and then backhand. I perfected this in pimp school. When I got my PhD, we had to practice if a girl comes at you, you cheated, you cheated. It's bang out the machete, boom in her face, you grip her up by the neck. Like, shut up, bitch! And her panties get wet. Machete's on the floor, her panties are all wet. You go, fuck her. That's how it goes. Slap, slap, grab, choke, shut up, bitch, sex.
Everybody.
Yeah. So when multiple women have accused this guy of strangling them and then raping them, and he says this shit, stuff is starting to fucking add up.
You know, this clip, again, it either shows shoddy journalism or nefarious reasons for not showing it. And actually on Twitter already there's a...
Oh yeah, this is the Muslim guy who tries to defend Tate, by the way. So, yeah.
He's trying to counteract this now.
What great cops to allow this suspect to do this. Watch from the beginning up to 7:30.
You all know this. I'm gonna poop in here.
Come on,
look at me. I'm gonna poop in here. I'm gonna poop inside here. I'm not threatening you. I'm not.
No. Do it right here. You gotta go? Do it right here.
I'm in front of you, you car.
This was the moment a prisoner tricked the police to escape prison, and it's just one of many similar cases, starting with the most insane prisoner escape you'll see on the internet. On July 15th, 2023, officers responded to...
Hey, jog all the time, yeah.
Dressed like that?
The hoodie, yeah.
The hoodie and like you're wearing dress pants and like loafers.
These are my running shoes, actually.
Seriously?
Yes.
What's your first? You look familiar.
Wes Anderson.
What's your last name?
Anderson.
And Wes Anderson. Yeah. Why do you look familiar?
You watch porno? Yeah. I fought professionally for a little bit.
Do you have a warrant?
You guys are taking I wasn't gonna run or something.
The police finally began to ask a serious question as the officers ran a background check on him. It turned out that he had an extensive list of active arrest warrants across various countries for offenses including assault, drug charges, and violations of court orders. He was initially transported to the hospital for a medical evaluation. He was then transferred to jail upon his release. However, as he made the transition from hospital to jail, he began to pull some funny stunts, and it was at this point things started to get interesting.
This is inhumane, dude.
Wes, I don't want you to take a crap here. I really don't.
I'll put it here.
No, don't.
No, I'm gonna put
Stop.
it down. No, hey, that's this. Should leave it down or up? Because you're gonna have to clean it up anyway, so you leave it down or up.
Dude, like I said, we would have been halfway to
jail. Hey, up or down? Up or down? You think? Up? You sure?
Okay.
Up higher.
Turn around. Okay.
We're gonna put it. We're gonna. So it's more comfy, all right?
3 pairs, please.
Sure.
Honestly, never broke collarbone, right?
How'd you break your collarbone?
He convinced the officers to use multiple handcuffs, marking just one of the numerous errors these inexperienced cops would commit.
You all know this. I'm gonna poop in here.
Come on,
look at me. I'm gonna poop in here. I'm gonna poop inside here. I'm not threatening you. I'm not being a dick. I'm gonna shit inside here. You're gonna humiliate me. Some fucking.
This guy is obviously fucking lying. I don't know why anybody would buy this shit.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Andrew kinda based on this one? Nigga?
No, he's not. But thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner.
Thank you.
No reason to humiliate you.
Hey, let's go. Hey, no reason to humiliate you either, Moosey. Let's get in here. Ready? Can you help me?
As he was being transported to jail in the police patrol car, the suspect maneuvered his handcuffs to the front and threatened to use the vehicle as a restroom, compelling the officers to make an emergency stop on a busy expressway. Unknown to them at the time, this was all orchestrated as part of the suspect's plan to escape.
What's wrong? Why are you trying to put your hands in the front?
It's cool. I'm gonna get off my foot with shit.
Stop it, man. Listen, can you notify state and get us a unit? We're northbound on 294. Come up to Lake Road. Our prisoner got his handcuffs in front. He's acting erratically. Hold on, man. Listen, stop. I'm pulling over. All right, hold on. Come here, grab him. You got fucking
open the fucking door. You fucking shit. Hang on, ass. Give me something to wipe my ass. Give me something to wipe my fucking ass with.
Come on.
Give me something to wipe my ass with. I have turd taken off my ass. Give me a fucking glove. Give me that fucking glove so I can wipe my asshole.
keys on you?
Fucking driver.
Hold on. Watch it, Rick. Here. Here. Now get out of the car, Lo. Go ahead. Get out of the car. Do it over here. Huh?
Can you provide a cell phone?
10-9.
His plan seemed to be working as the officers parked on a busy expressway, permitting him to relieve himself. But it didn't stop there.
Shit out of there, dude.
You good? You good?
I'm not going back in there.
Huh?
I'm not going back in this shit. I'm not gonna sit in the shit, clean the shit out. Right?
I ain't cleaning this shit out.
Cool, I don't want to either.
Okay, turn around, face the wall. Come on.
Do it clean.
Just chill out, okay?
I chilled out, man.
Okay, chill out.
I'm in handcuffs. I can't do much. Yeah. You ready? You stand back? I can't believe this.
Emergency. Taser deployed. Suspect is going southbound in traffic. Oh, he just carjacked somebody in a maroon GMC van.
He could definitely run as fast as he talks. With handcuffs still on, he outran the pursuing officers, leaving them to play catch-up. Now, the two officers had to meet with their superior and explain what happened.
What the fuck happened? So, he was playing, I gotta piss right before it's time to go. So we let him piss, and then it was, oh, I got chest pains. We're like, dude, they did an EKG in you. You're good. So then it was, the doctor's gonna humor him. Put him in a wheelchair. She wants to see the EKG while you're sitting in the chair.
The officer then turned off the body cam. Meanwhile, the suspect, who had carjacked a commuter's vehicle, later abandoned the stolen red van, and then carjacked a Camaro. This decision would ultimately seal his fate. The suspect proceeded to drive from Illinois all the way to Wisconsin. Police soon spotted him, initiating a tense and exciting car chase. He seemed to be having fun as he effortlessly evaded the spikes and booby traps set by the officers. However, after some time, the car began to slow down, not because he was giving up, but unknown to him, the car was equipped with an OnStar feature, allowing it to be remotely deactivated. This deactivation ensured Wesley's inevitable apprehension.
Stop it. Any more? Hang on. If you reach for anything, you're going to... You understand? All right.
Why are you putting your gun at me, please? Don't take easy. This close, sir?
Let me see your other hand. Let's see your hands.
My hands are right here, sir.
Okay.
Please do not tase me. Don't shoot me. Please got a gun on my face.
Somebody got a scissors. We can cut that belt and yank him out.
Don't hit me, guys. Please don't hit me.
Get on the ground. Down on the ground.
Please don't hit me.
Kenosha police officers clearly had no time for his games. He was arrested and charged with first-degree reckless endangerment, assaulting an officer, attempting to disarm an officer, fleeing. Exceptionally clever, but wait until you meet the next criminals. Upon
that's pretty good.
Out in the court of public opinion by saying, "Oh, you're kink shaming me." Well, no, sex.
Try A&W Diet Root Beer. I might.
Is based on consent. And
Exactly.
if those women weren't consenting.
Also, it needs to be said that some of the physical assaults had absolutely nothing to do with sex. They were just a way of him asserting dominance over them while they were working if they weren't doing things that he wanted them to do. So just taking it back a step. So there were physical assaults, and then there were also in one of our clients' instances, two instances of rape, one of which was witnessed by our other client, and another she witnessed the aftermath. So
This is also that accounts are told on a documentary, I believe.
yes, I think quite a lot of this material is already in the public record. That's why they're so difficult to prosecute. In this case, I mean, how many rape cases have eyewitnesses? In this case, in our client's complaint against Tate, there's eyewitness accounts from one of our clients seeing and hearing the assault of the other, right? So that's extremely rare. Then our third client, who also went to the police, She was in a sort of relationship with Tate. She has voice notes, text messages from him saying, "I love raping you."
Yep.
And they, you know, these...
This is public as well.
That's in the public domain as well. And so you think, well, how much more evidence would be necessary to pursue a prosecution? And indeed, the police have confirmed to us that they believed there was enough evidence to pursue a prosecution. They handed the file over to the CPS, and it was the CPS who decided to take no further action. The police have been criticised at length, and the CPS, for the way that they treat victims, the way that they prosecute cases, an obsession with victim credibility rather than the hard evidence and test.
Oh, I see. Because they're sex workers, they're like, oh, well, they're sex workers. This is well known and documented that the UK police are extremely discriminatory towards women, especially sex workers. So that's why they wouldn't take the case up.
Money. So all of those things come into play. I don't know why the CPS chose to take no further action. You know, I don't. The reasons that they've provided don't make any sense, and I do think it was a combination of things. I think one, they were, you know, there probably might have been a bit of kind of bias, and you know, whether that was conscious or unconscious. I think the investigation dragged on for a very long time, during which time Tate left the country. He moved to Romania in 2017 in the middle of this investigation. So my thought was that they thought, well, he's gone. You know, it's been going on for 4 years. We're not going to get him back, etc. He also, at this point, was not a public figure unless you were very into a specific area of martial arts. Yeah. He wasn't. He wasn't even influencing fully then. That came, I think, 2019, 2020 is when he really rose to prominence. But he certainly wouldn't have been known to the police as a kind of public figure at that point. He went on Big Brother in 2016,
and he'd been on various reality shows before this.
Yeah, it's evident that he
likes fame.
He's obsessed with it. He's obsessed with money and fame.
So do you think that if this had been nipped in the bud and sorted, a lot more damage wouldn't have happened in Romania?
Well, that's certainly true. I mean, so hypothetically, if the police had pursued a swift prosecution, if the CPS had charged, and if the court had found him guilty,
because there is enough evidence there.
Yeah, in our view, there absolutely is. Yeah. Then there never would have been this whole Romanian saga, and also the rise on the internet of Andrew Tate and all the problems that that's come with would not have happened. So, you know, we are now as a society desperately scrabbling around for ways to combat this extremely negative and kind of pernicious narrative that Tate represents. I'm not saying it's just him. There are lots of misogynist influences.
A lot of people.
Yeah, dude, that's fucking crazy. The fucking UK criminal justice system is just absolutely fucked.
It is our instinct to hunt and kill and eat meat.
It's also male instinct to rape women. Right, we could just eat humans the same way. They're also edible.
No, it's actually bad for you.
What?
Why do we have sex?
But having consensual sex is something way different than hanging sentient beings upside down and slitting them for something that we do
But I'm
not
talking
need.
about hunting. Man, that was intense. She had some compelling points. I like how she used the flag against me. But I feel like she was kind of more in the right than I was, you know?
During AV United, I noticed a streamer called Virtruth live streaming our entire cube. The day after the cube, I could simply download his broadcasting into the internet and make this video out of it. Since he didn't only just broadcast our entire outreach conversation, but also the
Dude, you can't make this shit up. Looks like Islam was an important factor that led to the Balkan Wars.
Which would have ended,
Let me take a look at this.
I think, with a minimum of bloodshed.
Thanks for the donation, Roki.
With strong support from the United States and Middle Eastern countries, however, Izetbegovic had a clear interest in prolonging the war, in the hope that the West would intervene on his behalf.
And I think the American support, insofar as he's had that kind of support, has been to please their
their clients in the Middle East. I think that insofar as Izetbegovic does hope to internationalize the war, which is his only chance of keeping it going, and he has an interest in keeping it going, and I think depends on continuing this Middle Eastern support.
U.S. intelligence was aware that since the middle 1980s, Iran had been training 250 Bosnian Muslims each year.
Iran has a number of strategic objectives.
Change that on no goal to one free N-word pass.
I don't know how that would work. Who am I giving the N-word pass to? Thanks for the donation, though, gay, homo, faggot, Jew gamer.
Objectives in Bosnia. Part of that is getting an Islamic State firmly established in Western Europe.
The Sarajevo regime headed by Alija Izetbegovic is a radical Islamic regime that is tied closely to the Iranians and other radical Islamic elements. You see, for example, in the person of Osama bin Laden, who is a Saudi but has been resident in Sudan, also in Afghanistan, who's the international nature of this radical Islamic movement, which is very supportive of the Izetbegovic regime, to which he, in fact, is a member, a component.
But the State Department, in both the Bush administration and the incoming Clinton administration, brushed aside these concerns early in the war. It was not until 1996 that NATO leaders, worried about their own troops' safety, raided terrorist training camps in Bosnia run jointly by the Iranians and the Bosnian government.
It's an abomination. There are clearly terrorist training activities. These weapons here, in particular this plastic child's toy with plastic explosives and a detonator inserted in it, it has direct association with people in the government.
At the outset of the war, the U.S. was promoting the Sarajevo government as a multi-ethnic democracy.
The Clinton posture, as is clear to any observer, has always been based on two themes. So one is that the Sarajevo regime is a democratic, multi-ethnic democracy. And the second one is that it is the victim of aggression by Serbia, tentatively by the Croats if they get too obstreperous, but primarily by the Serbs.
Longtime observers found this description of Izetbegovic's government and his SDA party misleading. The Bosnian presidency was supposed to rotate on a yearly basis, first to Serbian and then to Croatian leaders. But the fighting allowed Izetbegovic to claim emergency powers for himself and his party, the SDA.
It's a wartime emergency government. I mean, by the constitution that's still technically valid in Bosnia-Herzegovina, he should have ended his presidency in December 1992. He's claiming that war emergency allows him to stay on, but not even that is exactly according to that constitution.
Contrary to statements by the U.S. State Department, Izetbegovic rejected a multi-ethnic Bosnia in his book, The Islamic Declaration, written in 1970, where he states, "There can be neither peace nor coexistence between the Islamic religion and non-Islamic social political systems."
I mean, he's not wrong.
Izetbegovic's defenders claimed that he had modified his views, but in fact, the Islamic Declaration was officially reprinted in time for the 1990 election campaign, without any changes.
The administration must be aware of that, and their protestations about the democracy and human rights and multi-ethnicity of that regime are patently absurd, and they know it.
Izetbegovic further identified himself with extremist views in 1990, when he gave an interview to a magazine which celebrated Muslim World War II collaboration with Nazi Germany. The cover of the magazine pictured Serbian leaders with...
Like, by the way, they did. Muslim regimes collaborated with Nazi Germany to help kill Jews and recruit for the SS.
...severed heads.
There are no Croats or Serbs visible in that Izetbegovic government with any real authority. The Bosnian army, as it calls itself now, is mainly Muslim, Muslim manned, Muslim officered.
I don't want to give you the impression that I think all the people who are fighting on Izetbegovic's side in this army are all of them fighters of the Holy War and Mujahideen. They're not. I think that a great many of them just feel, they belong in Sarajevo, and they're appalled by the attacks that have had during the war against Sarajevo. And there are lots of young people who really genuinely believe they're fighting for a society in which all Bosnians can live together, and genuinely are multi-ethnic. But they are fighting in a cause which is to make Izetbegovic president of the whole of Bosnia-Herzegovina, which is not a Muslim country. It's mainly Christian, as you know. If you put the Serb Orthodox and the Catholic Croats together, you have a majority, an absolute majority. And it's ridiculous that it should be Izetbegovic's, under Izetbegovic's undivided sovereignty.
Instead of reaching out to potential allies and presenting their case to remain as part of Yugoslavia, the Bosnian Serbs relied on their initial advantage in weaponry to pursue a military victory.
I think it's a civil war. I think everybody in what was Yugoslavia has a case of a sort. I think you can make a case out for the Serbs, you can make a case out for the Bosnians, you can make a Muslims, you can make a case out for the Croats. But the difficulty is that they all were so extravagant in what the reactions to what all the others did.
Religion of peace.
The Muslims have been represented as the victims and the Serbs as the aggressors. It should be remembered, however, the first blood shed in the struggle was Serb blood. 2 Muslim gunmen and 1 Croat stalked a Serb Orthodox wedding party in the heart of old Sarajevo. The father of the groom was killed. The Orthodox priest was wounded.
The killing of Nikola Gardovic on March 1st was a prelude to the war in Sarajevo. Despite promises from the government, the killers, who were well known, were not arrested. The following day, roadblocks were set up by both Muslims and Serbs. Unable to protect their civilian population, Serbs began to insist that predominantly Serbian areas of the city be controlled by their own police, or that Sarajevo become a UN protectorate. Muslims insisted on the Izetbegovic government's right to control not only Sarajevo, but all of Bosnia. To get the West to intervene, they needed to persuade Western public opinion that the Serbs were aggressors.
If you know the history, which most reporters don't know, you can very easily see them as the aggressors.
And the American press corps, the diplomatic corps, and also the foreign correspondents themselves are heavily influenced by what is said and what is done in Washington, D.C. What the State Department says is the most important thing.
In his autobiography, U.S. Secretary of State James Baker says that he instructed his press secretary, Margaret Tutwiler, to help Bosnian Foreign Minister Haris Silajic utilize Western mass media to build support in Europe and North America for the Bosnian cause.
But at the Times and the Post, and at the networks, big TV networks, there was clearly a pro-Bosnian Muslim bias. They were buying much of what the Bosnian Muslims said, and they were egging their reporters on because it made a better story. It's a simpler story if it's a Serb Holocaust against the Muslims than if it is a civil war with atrocities on both sides. Even if we find out when there's a real reckoning of what happened, that a preponderance of, or a higher proportion of the atrocities were committed by the Serbs, it doesn't mean it wasn't a civil war. It doesn't mean that there weren't two sides of the story.
This is part of our history, it's part of our culture, it's promoted by the entertainment industry, and so in the scene of...
How long have you had that chair? Where did you steal it from?
I got this chair summer last year. Yeah, I think last year. And I bought it from Leon's. I didn't steal it. It's pretty funny. I brought it home on my Ural sidecar. I posted about it on Instagram. Where is it? Yeah, there. Yeah, I brought the chair home on my sidecar. That sidecar is just fucking great, dude. That bike can do fucking anything. Thanks for the donation, Lilo.
Bosnia, we had to have a good guy and a bad guy, and we like to have a victim. So it was very easy there to say, wait a minute, the Muslims are the victims, the Serbs are the bad guys, and the Croatians are kind of the good guys because they're like us and so on.
There was a sense that some of their reporting was censored to a certain line, which was anti-Serb, as opposed to actually trying to create balance of what the Bosnians were doing at the same time.
That's interesting. I
Here
didn't
in
know
America,
that. So, radical Islam is responsible for another stupid conflict.
20 minutes afterwards, simultaneously talking about what was going on in his mind and the thoughts that we had discussed and talked about just minutes before was incredibly interesting and insightful. I believe that for many newbie street activists, it can be very frustrating to keep on talking about animal suffering to people on the streets and not always reaching the point where people will go and say, I'll go vegan now. This does happen, however, it doesn't happen as often as tense situations arise in conversation. It's worse if your conversation partner leaves your discussion thinking that you agreed to disagree. You should leave the conversation rather with a feeling of discomfort, still having thoughts and arguments twisting around in his brain in the next 30 minutes, days, or even weeks, until he himself might decide that maybe you were right after all, and maybe he should go vegan. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the video. I thought it was incredibly interesting to see this unique perspective to what goes on in a person's mind after our outreach conversation. Let me know in the comments if you would have argumented in a different kind of way, or who you even think won this discussion. If you want to see more videos of this kind, don't forget to subscribe and give me a thumbs up. Also follow me on TikTok, where I post mostly German but sometimes English videos nearly every single day. Unless of course TikTok has once again banned me for showing slaughterhouse footage. And now enjoy the rest of the video.
Oh nice, we got some content here. Dude, should I show like the weird animal gore I can't show that animal gore stuff on stream, right? Yeah, I've gotta watch out. Dude, they're gonna ruin my stream with their weird like poor animals dying and stuff like that. Hi there!
Magst du wissen, warum wir hier sind?
Because of animals.
What we see here is chickens having their throats slit and a lot of blood and
Wait, I need to make sure I'm live right now.
Alright, okay.
No, it should be fine.
Alright, so you would say that this is cruelty to animals and you're against cruelty to animals. Well, that's a long thinking pause for such a straightforward question.
I mean, obviously I'm against cruelty against all living things, but life is inherently cruel.
Alright,
so,
I get that, but just because life is cruel, that's not a justification to also be cruel.
Yeah, for sure.
Life is not inherently cruel. There's cruelty in the world because people create the cruelty. Everyone can just choose to end it right here today. All wars, all suffering, all assaults, all kidnappings, all of that could go away today if people just chose not to do it. That idea that like the world is inherently cruel, that's just idiotic.
Sure. Like, I'm not cruel to people. I wouldn't do that to animals, you know?
Alright, okay. So you wouldn't do that yourself? Then?
Yeah.
Do you yourself consume animal products?
Yeah, but I make sure I buy like the bio stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm fine with like killing animals. I like to go hunting and like kill animals.
So radical Islam in Bosnia basically led to this bizarre meme you know very well.
Oh yeah. I think this guy is actually still alive. Or no, this guy. I think this guy was actually reported to still be alive. Hey, is that a DX7? I got a fucking DX7. Yeah, it's a DX7. That's hilarious. That's the same piano that I have. Yeah, that's a DX7 back there. Gamble Proctor donated 218. Greetings, Richard. Mirabile Dick2, 9-year viewer. I don't know what Mirabile Dick2 means, but Thanks for the support, dude. Appreciate the donation. Potato Pride is another one of my favorites. Yeah. Potato Pride was fucking amazing.
받은 날에 생일상을 차려놓고 동네방네 청했다오. 짤깃짤깃 감자떡에 농마국수 맛좋은 꽈배기에 감자지짐 감자차라 하도 많아 서른을 재고서 덧갈렸어. 감자자랑 감자자랑 많고 많아 감자 찰떡 꿀맛이라 할머니들 괜찮은데 아이들은 들락날락 감자엿이 제일이네. 많이 들고 장수하셔 장수영감 감자술잔 피우면서 하는 말이 우리 세상 하도 좋아 내 고향 감자도 풍년이요 감자자랑 옛날에는 사람 못살 막 빠지던 이 고장님 오늘에는 당의 품에 무릎.
Is there anyone in your chat that would like me to suck them dry?
I'm not sure. You're just gonna have to ask. Thanks for the donation though, Vegan Runner.
농사 많이 짓고 장수하세 아들 딸도 많이 낳아 울보세 좋은 세월 노래하며 수집 영감님 상대 어허허 감자자랑 감자자랑.
That's a good one.
Road Ragers
myself, but I don't like appreciate how the I mean I don't really like watching this, you know, but
I get that nobody likes that because only 0 to 5% of the world are psychopaths and they would not mind watching this. The rest of us, we're deeply hurt by it. But you said you don't mind killing animals yourself.
Yeah.
You don't mind that. But is it necessary?
I mean, if I want to eat meat, theoretically, yes.
But is eating meat necessary?
No, but like what in life is necessary?
Well,
I could also become a homeless person like Diogenes and just live in a pot.
That's true, but we're talking about what you need, and you said you are against unnecessary cruelty.
Yeah.
So, and what we do to animals, we already said is cruel. So if
that's cruel, but I don't think me hunting and killing animal, it's still...
If you were in the eyes of the victim, and you were the victim, would you like to be hunted and killed?
No, but
so
there's different ways of
that
dying.
Cruel? or you would consider it brutal at least, so it's not necessary that you do it and you act upon something that's not necessary. If those animals were humans, and you just said, I'm guessing that your reason to go hunting is because, this region has too many deer, so I'm just gonna shoot one.
No, my reason to go hunting is that if I want to eat meat, I should be killing it myself.
Alright, I don't know if that honors you or if that shocks me even more, because if you have lost your empathy that you probably had as a child, where every child would say, I would rather just not kill the animal if it's not necessary, then that speaks that you have calloused yourself. And that's something that happens
is a good word.
to all of our society. When we grow up, we lose the empathy. When we were children, all the animals did was make us laugh. They made us happy. They gave us love. They were such a joyful thing in our life.
Yeah, they still are. I still love animals.
But how can you love someone and kill them?
Because that's just the way nature is, you know?
All right, but would you kill your girlfriend?
Killing a human,
or whatever direction you are.
Killing a human is something very different than killing an animal.
Okay, where's the difference in the what is okay? Let me rephrase that. Sorry. What is the one characteristic that justifies killing this cow? But
it's edible.
All right, we could just eat humans the same way. They're also edible.
No, it's actually bad for you.
What?
Eating a cow is good for me. Eating a human is actually bad for you.
Okay.
Give you actual viruses.
Okay.
The only risk with eating human beings, the only real risk is getting like prion diseases like Kuru, but I think that's only if you eat the brains of a human being. You're not going to get a prion disease from eating human flesh, and I think the prion disease that you can get, it only exists within a certain population of people. So if you were to take any human off the street and eat them, you're not at risk for prion disease. I'm not even totally sure if you ate somebody who has HIV, if that would, if you cooked their flesh, if it would even be a risk for getting something like HIV. But you can get viruses and prion diseases from eating cows. There's mad cow disease, so we already know that's a risk to human health. That's why they can't actually, you can't actually eat dairy cows that have lived for a certain length of time, because it massively increases the risk of transfer of mad cow. There's also bovine tuberculosis, which is an incredibly fucking painful and deadly disease. It can infect your bones, and from what I've heard, it's one of the most painful infections that you can possibly have.
If
They're
you eat
actually
the brain,
Elias, donated $2. Your thoughts? Let me see. Even 10 years ago, most people believed in IQ. Now they say it's a social construct. Jared Taylor makes good points here. Let me see.
テイラーさんは黒人やヒスパニックのパフォーマンスが白人より劣っているのは、これはもうそもそもの IQ とか能力が原因だっていうふうに、取材なんかで答えていらっしゃると思うんです。
そうです。とにかく北アジア人ですね。韓国人、日本人、中国人はそういった理由で知性的にですね、白人と比べると勝ってると思います。これはもう生物学的な問題だというふうに私は考えています。
There is no current evidence suggesting there are biological differences between whites, blacks, and Asians where, one group is going to have genetically higher IQ. Currently, there's no evidence. In fact, there's some evidence that there's the opposite. There's some evidence indicating that blacks genetically are more prone to having high IQ.
これは環境をいくら変えてもですね、いくら環境を変えて黒人を一生懸命教訓してもアジア人のレベルまでいかないんです。これは到底無理です。
つまりそれはレイシズムではないということですか。
これは生物学です。
テイラーさんは
He didn't make a point. He was just spreading misinformation. There's no evidence that there's a racial difference in IQ that can be attributable to genetics between these groups.
yes, there's Kuru.
Yeah.
So I realized that, but that's if you eat the brain, it's also the same. you get a lot of sicknesses, this pandemic included most probably, because we eat animals. But I'm not talking from my health point here. A human meat is just as edible and just as nutritious, whatever you want to call it. Not that we need that kind of nutrition.
I would eat human meat.
All right, but what we're talking about here
What the
is
fuck?
the one characteristic that justifies putting pigs in gas chambers that pigs have, but humans don't. What is that one characteristic?
That humans
Name the
have?
trait, that the one characteristic that pigs have that humans don't have that justifies killing them and eating them for food that humans don't have.
Well, they're the same as me, the humans, you know.
No. Yeah, but it's funny because you're holding a gay pride flag, so I'm guessing that you're not homophobic, right?
No.
Alright, so if we're talking about homophobia and sexism, or heterosexism or racism, we are bringing forth a way of thinking that's absolutely irrational and cruel discrimination against people who are just different from us. So that is the way of thinking that you go. And what we're talking about here is not racism or sexism, but it's a different word that maybe many of you have not heard of yet. It's called speciesism. So we discriminate against animals on the basis of their species.
It isn't really discrimination. Okay, look, humanity used to have to hunt animals. Okay, it's in our instinct.
Used to have to. So we're talking
but it's still
about
in
the
our
past.
instinct. Okay, if you want to talk about
Humans do not have any hunting instincts.
overcoming our instincts, then why do we?
Sorry,
but why do we still have sex and stuff like that if it isn't necessary?
I'm not talking about overcoming your instincts.
But it is our instinct to hunt
It's
and kill
also
and eat meat.
male
It is not an instinct.
instinct to rape.
Like, by the way, you can see kittens, like, you know, baby kittens, baby dogs. If you give them a stuffed toy, they'll try to rip it and cut it open and stuff. If a mouse walks across them, they'll try to whack at it and kill it and eat it. Like, this is baby kittens that have never actually hunted before and never been taught how to do this. Humans don't do that. If you give a human baby a stuffed toy, they're just gonna hug and cuddle with it. Like, they don't try to fucking murder animals like other animals will. Elias $22, well, this Jap is intelligent for sure. Let me see. Oh, yeah.
We've had problems here.
I don't care. You don't know me. Why are you taking pictures of me? And I don't know you. Do you know a lot of white men are doing racist things in this world, sir?
No.
You don't know that? You're not aware of that?
I'm a racist.
You are a racist.
I'm a racist.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay? So
what's your
issue?
point? Why are you here?
Because this is a no-nigger zone.
Yeah. Well, that guy's a piece of shit. Thanks for that donation, Elias.
Women, but looking into natural instincts, when we're talking about a society where you're live streaming into the internet, is pretty perplexed, wouldn't you say?
I mean,
Because we
having
are
sex
a
in general
civil-
is instinctual. Why do
You're
we have
right,
sex?
but having consensual sex is something way different than hanging sentient beings upside down and slitting them for something that we do
But I'm
not
talking
need.
about hunting.
All
you
right,
know?
but you would not have to kill an animal just
You wouldn't
for
have to
your
have sex
taste
either.
pleasure. But there's a difference between consensual sex and murdering a being that does not want to die.
I'm not sure. I feel like if we look at controlling ourselves and choosing what we do, I feel like having sex with someone for lustful reasons
Yes.
is the exact same as like killing an animal. or
So
something
you
like
would
that.
say that murdering a being, an innocent being that is left to your mercy,
Yeah.
is the same as having loving sex, sensual pleasure.
How many people
consensually
have
with a human
sex
being.
out of love?
No
How
matter
many?
if it's just shared pleasure, that's all right.
Love, yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm not. Let's call it love. Let's call it pleasure. Let's call it lust. Let's call it. I'm drunk and we both wanna fuck. Okay, it's consensual. But
Yeah.
there's a big difference between I'm drunk and we both wanna fuck. And look, I wanna eat this leg of this pig. I'm gonna put it into this fucking gas chamber and gas it to death.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
why
you
do you
say
keep
that
on
there's a
bringing up the
difference?
factory stuff when
Okay,
I'm talking about
because
hunting?
that is
you know?
what is happening, and I'm guessing because you said before you eat animals not only from hunt. You also said that you look at where you get them from.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that you're not only going hunting.
Yeah, but in
All right.
future, one day I'd like to only
Okay,
go
but
hunting.
right now I'm talking to you right now and not in the future. We are here in the present, as we always are. By the
Yeah.
way, it's always now. You are still contributing if you eat pig products to the 40 million pigs that are being gassed in Germany and Austria every single year. I'm talking about sentient beings who have the same kind of suffering that we humans go through, that are being put into the same kind of gas chambers that we used to put other discriminated individuals in. I'm talking about the Holocaust of the Second World War.
But when I buy bio pork, when I buy like green pork or whatever it's called, are they put into gas chambers?
Yeah, there are no biological slaughterhouses. Some of them are stunned before with an electrical sling. If you watch that video long enough, you can see how that's absolutely inhumane. But I'm thinking that you're talking about a humane way of killing, right?
Yeah.
And also the hunting is often put forward as a humane argument.
Yeah.
What is the definition of humane?
I have no idea.
All right, the definition of humane is with mercy and with kindness worthy of human treatment. Would you say there's anything merciful and kind about taking somebody's life who does not want to die?
I feel like it's all extremely morally grey because,
it's
as I said,
just a yes or no question.
Nothing in life is a yes or no
All right,
question.
so you think that it's kind to take somebody's life who does not want to die? I'm not talking about euthanasia of somebody.
Well, life is inherently suffering, so potentially ending someone's suffering could be kind. Yes.
Right, that's what I said. That's euthanasia. That I'm talking about doing it against their will or the will that you think.
How can I know the will of an animal?
All right, you probably know my will right now that I don't want to die, but.
Do you really not want to die? Are you sure about that?
Okay, let me rephrase that question. If you thought that I would want to die, then it would be kinder of you to not kill me. So why the fuck are you not killing me yet? So that would make you very unkind. I am hoping in a civilized world, we're killing so many animals that we're not civilized, that you would, this is, by the way, when pigs are not being gassed, which they most are, this is what happens to them. They get the electrical thing above their head, and you can show that to the people.
No, I don't think I can.
They should definitely see. Watch the movie Dominion on www.watchdominion.com or just type Dominion into YouTube and watch the video. It just shows footage from the industries. And if we would exchange these beings for humans right now, which we would have to do if we are again.
What do I say to someone who won't go vegan only because they believe there's no point, it won't make a difference to the animals, and the whole world won't go vegan? Learn how to debate. Like, it's just a silly question to ask me. Just learn how to debate.
Against irrational discrimination, which you are if you're holding this flag, then we have to break the barrier of speciesism and interchange these suffering beings for humans right now.
But I mean, some humans get treated like that as well.
Absolutely, but that does not justify doing it to the animals, does it?
Yeah, but I wouldn't do that to an animal.
All right, but if you buy animal products, then you are doing exactly that to the animals. You're seeing them as products, and as soon as we see animals as products, we are sending sentient beings to a place where we would not like to go, the slaughterhouse, and nothing humane happens in the slaughterhouse.
Do you agree that like the gassing is bad, so that, but like hunting's a bit better, right?
Look, I do not think that any quality of life justifies murder. And yes, I see that the wild deer has a better life probably than the industry-kept pig who was then brutally gassed to death. But I do not just think that any quality of life or any way of killing justifies taking somebody's life, because in that moment you break humanity.
Okay, so I can't kill flies either, right?
I think that if you have the choice to do it or to not do it, then I think it would be morally better to not do it. Yes, that's my opinion on it.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So you say that life is inherently suffering, right? But that
you could debate that it is.
I absolutely say so. I absolutely say so. And I'm on your side, absolutely here. But that does not justify us contributing to even more suffering. Because once you go vegan, you exempt yourself from the biggest amount of suffering in this world, and that is coming from the animal industries.
That's the biggest amount of suffering?
Well, just by the numbers alone, we kill over 1 trillion animals every year. Alone in Germany and Austria together, it's 800 million beings being innocently brought to the slaughterhouse, a place where we would not like to be for products that we do not need. So I would say that yes, the biggest form of cruel and unnecessary oppression that is happening, the biggest moral emergency on this planet, is our stance to animals and their own personal holocaust. The animal holocaust is the biggest moral emergency on this planet. And if you are not vegan, you are actively contributing to it.
Okay. Well, I think it's good you could share your opinion with the stream and stuff like that. And I think some people, it was good to hear all of it, and you brought some very good points. and I think it's time for me to move on.
One more thing. If you are against irrational discrimination on the basis of somebody just being different from yourself, then ask yourself, what is the one trait that differentiates a pig from a dog that justifies killing the one but petting the other? This is speciesism, and I ask every single one of you to look up speciesism, to watch the movie Dominion on YouTube, just type in Dominion, and stop the animal holocaust from happening in your name.
Right.
Go vegan.
Thank you. Goodbye. Oh, about abortion? Should I go back and ask about abortion? I'm not sure why I ran away. It's just like the energy was like really viral, really dead. I mean, she has a lot of good points and stuff like that, you know, but it's like, dude, when it talks about immoral consumption of products, you know, where do you draw the line? Jesus Christ. Pigs can be cute as well, you know. But yeah, it's weird that she makes it so black and white, but I feel like she was kind of more in the right than I was, you know. I don't know. She had some compelling points. Man, that was intense. That's why I had to run. I'm gonna run a bit more to get like that energy out of me. Should I go back and ask for her like social media or something like that so she can be on future episodes? I like how she used the flag against me. Base it. No! Stop using my flag against me! My pride power! She's using my pride power against me! No! Get her socials? Okay. And invite her onto the stream to talk about it more in the future, you know? Okay, where is she? Can't find her. Oh, I think she's one wearing the mask now. I can't really talk to her if she's wearing the mask. Virtruve.
What?
My chat wants you to, like, do you have socials? Do you wanna, like, be on one of my streams and discuss this in future?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Okay, should I show you guys her Instagram? I mean, she just said it anyway, look. So, yeah, we can invite her onto future streams. Easy.
Wasn't a bad conversation. She might have wanted to run Name the Trait on him because, you know, they're talking about, like, hunting, and then there's, like, a discussion of what is ethical killing.
My friend eats a lot of chicken. Any papers on negative effects from that or other animal products?
Well, I don't know about chicken in particular, but if you're eating a lot of chicken, you're probably not, well, you're definitely going to be consuming less fiber than you would otherwise if you're eating vegan protein sources like tofu or beans or lentils. So it's mostly going to come down to the replacement of foods that you're missing out on. And on top of that, most of the cholesterol you're going to be consuming is going to come from lean skeletal muscle tissue. Cholesterol doesn't really... There's not much cholesterol in fatty foods. It's usually from lean skeletal muscle tissue. So if you're eating a lot of chicken, you're going to be consuming a lot of cholesterol. And cholesterol is a risk factor for heart disease. I don't know of any papers off the top of my head that look at poultry intake and risk of chronic disease or mortality. It's usually red meat that they look at. But yeah, if you're eating a lot of chicken, you're just going to be getting a lot of cholesterol and not much fiber. Thanks for that donation, Alan.
We sure do love our garages. They store our beautiful cars, they're where we turn into weekend warriors, and let's be honest, for many of us, they're also full of boxes of junk and stuff that we're pretty sure we're going to need someday. But our beloved garages are getting smaller. Now this oddly symmetrical graph here about farmland is actually a major part of the reason why our garages here in America, for the first time in my lifetime at least, are shrinking even while our vehicles are getting bigger and bigger. In fact, 4 of the top 10 best-selling vehicles in America today are full-size pickup trucks like these 19-foot-plus long behemoths. Now the whole reason I started digging into this is because of our boy Kevin. That's at Kevin J. R. Chow 8812 or something like that, who brought this question up in one of my recent videos about why builders don't always finish garage walls. What Kevin asked, and what 1,500 of you also wanted to know, was why our garages are so small that we can't even open a car door without hitting the car next to it. I wanted to know too. Now it looks like garages have started shrinking in the last 5 or so years. So let's set the stage by showing you the dimensions of a 2-car garage over the last several decades. Like you see here, 20 feet, and then 22, then 24, and then sometime in the 90s it kind of standardized around 24 feet, but look what started happening in the 2020s. There's this little caveat here about urban areas. So this feels like it's becoming the norm so far this decade. Smaller and smaller 2-car garages, even in some of the more rural areas, but especially in urban communities. I did try to discover exactly what qualifies as a 2-car garage. At what point does it no longer become a 2-car and maybe is a 1-car garage? But there really are no standards or building codes around this. The American National Standards Institute, or ANSI, doesn't specify a size, but most people and organizations agree that 20 by 20, which is awfully tight honestly, is a minimum standard. Now in many cases, home builders aren't even making 2-car garages this big. In fact, the most conclusive evidence I could find of what even defines a 2-car garage is that it does have to have a 16-foot wide door or 2 individual doors to be considered a 2-car garage. Now, does that mean that a 16 by 16 foot garage is a 2-car garage? Maybe, if you're driving little K-trucks or microvans, I guess. Now I mentioned earlier that the vehicles we drive are getting larger and larger. And I think you'd be pretty shocked to see the difference between the original Ford Explorer, like in Jurassic Park, and what it is today. Today's Explorer is actually 14.5 inches longer than the old Jurassic Park version, and it also grew 8.7 inch wider and then 2 inches taller. But that is nothing compared to the Honda Civic. Today's version of the Civic is 44 inches longer than the original 1973 version, which to me is like absolutely insane. Now the trucks that I mentioned earlier from America's top 10 selling vehicles are typically a little over 19 feet long.
New trucks are so fucking garbage. We were considering getting a truck because occasionally we need like more trunk space and we need to haul stuff and shit. They're fucking garbage. The bed length is super fucking short, and then they increase the fucking cabin room for like no fucking reason. They're just SUVs, really. Like there's no reason to even get a modern truck.
19 feet long. These are huge. Now remember that the accepted minimum depth for a 2-car garage is at most 20 feet deep, but many of them are shrinking down to 19 or 18 or even 17 feet, if you can believe that. I think you get the gist though. American cars are getting massive, bigger than ever. Even the land yachts of the 19...
Let's talk about my PP.
This was not a fun time of my life. It was so bad that when I had sexy time, I couldn't even finish. I kept thinking about, what have I done to my life? Coach Greg, in today's video, I'm going to be answering some of the hottest questions that you had available for me. I went through your list and I'm going to be answering the top 10 most commonly asked questions. Will masturbating or having sex affect training or building muscle?
No.
Is NoFap necessary? And so the answer is no, it's not going to affect it. It's not going to make it better. It's not going to make it worse. And no FAP, no problem. You don't need to do it. And so unless you're so out of shape, perhaps you're 600 pounds and you're going on a marathon doing it for hours, there's no way it's going to have a negative effect. And if anything, perhaps it'll help you sleep better. If you have sex before bed and it relaxes you and puts you into a better night of sleep, then this could in fact enhance your gains. And so there's no reason to no FAP. There's no reason to avoid having sexy time. And if you're having difficulties, got you covered. Harder than last time, code Greg, 15% off. How to balance life.
That shit will do nothing. Just get a prescription for Viagra or Cialis. There's no reason to take some stupid over-the-counter supplement to help with erections. It's not going to be as good, and it will be about as expensive.
And gym. I feel like...
Let me actually take a look at his stupid supplement. Harder than last time bedroom support. D3 will do nothing, vitamin E nothing, B6 nothing, zinc nothing, selenium nothing. Nitrosogene, Inositol arginine silicate, that will do nothing. Arginine's useless. Black ginger extract, that'll do nothing. Korean ginseng, that'll do nothing. There's not even any L-citrulline in this, which is fucking surprising because you'd want something to increase blood flow. The supplement's garbage. It costs $50 fucking dollars, and one serving is 4 capsules. Yeah, so best case scenario, you're going to get a 30-day supply for $50 that will do nothing. Worst case scenario, you'd have to take 2 servings per day, and you'll get a 15-day supply, so that'll be $100 per month. A normal dose of Cialis is going to run you about $100 to $115 per month if you take it every single day. So you might as well just take Cialis. And with Viagra, you only have to take it when you're planning to have sex, so you might even save money there. The shit is fucking garbage.
What would your mental...
My training sessions affect the rest of my day, making me feel tired when I study. Any suggestions? Okay, and so I have several suggestions. If you're tired after working out, why don't you train later in the day? Think of it. If you get up and you train first thing in the morning and you're tired and sore all day, then why not just train before bed? Save your training for the end of the day. After you finish studying, after you finish going to school, go and do your workout, and if you're tired, you can then go to bed. Or perhaps you can fap or have sexy time, get you in a relaxed state, and then you can go off to sleep. That's my first suggestion. The next suggestion is perhaps you're going too hard. If you're going to the gym doing cardio and or lifting weights, it should give you more energy, not less. But if you're going...
No. If you train hard, you're gonna have less energy. How the fuck does training give you more energy?
Harder than last time, you're pushing yourself too hard, you're overtraining. That can lead to overtraining, having no energy, not feeling good. And so please take it easy in the gym. Progressive overload, take your time, and slowly over time go harder than last time. Now, one thing I've noticed, and I've coached many people...
That is absolutely idiotic fucking advice. Overtraining is a medical condition. Most people do not get overtraining disorder. It's usually like really high level track athletes that get overtraining syndrome. So nobody who's training recreationally is at risk of getting overtraining syndrome.
For that last dono with regards to chicken/poultry intake and human health seems to be producing a neutral effect at 100 grams/d. It's healthier than red meat for sure, but by itself it seems neutral. But
that's 100 grams per day, right? That's not much. Each 100-gram dose increase in poultry intake indicate no association for all outcomes. Yeah, so it's not terribly surprising. You're talking about like pretty low levels of intake generally, but the question is, what are you replacing chicken with? If you're replacing your servings of chicken with tofu, you're going to be better off eating tofu. That's the question. But yeah. It's definitely better than red meat. Thanks for that donation, finger my ass. T donated $2. Let me see.
Israel, ancestral land.
I'll take a look at that later. Thanks for that donation, T.
People of this before.
Yeah, so overtraining syndrome, nobody has to worry about that. You only have to worry about it if you're like a high-level Olympic track and field athlete. What Greg is talking about is overreaching. Overreaching can cause an excessive amount of stress where you'll feel absolutely zonked. But if you're doing hard training, you're going to have less energy than if you didn't do the hard training. So that's just nonsense.
Before, and I've done it personally. Remember, I studied harder than anyone in my class at university. I had the highest GPA. When I did my cardio, when I was a school teacher and so on, I always did work while I did cardio. And so, for example, if I did 2 hours of cardio in the gym, for example, riding a bike, a treadmill, and so on, I would literally read a book while I was doing cardio. Zone 2, very easy. And so if you're a student, you can combine two things at once. Why not kill two birds with one stone? Do your cardio, read your book, do your studying, have your pen or your highlighter as you're studying, and if you're working...
I hate doing that. I don't know how people can do that shit. Like, if you're trying to read and you're cycling on a bike, you're kind of like rocking around, and it makes it way harder to read and focus. I can't fucking do that. I have to, like, watch something. I can never fucking read shit while doing cardio. Donated $2. Let me see.
Cyber.
God. Well, she's definitely a muscle mommy. I'm not really into the fake boobs, but she's pretty jacked. Or is she? She doesn't know how to lift, apparently. Actually, she's not that jacked. She's got good biceps, but it's not that jacked. Actually, maybe. All these angles look different. She looks, like, very different from video to video. Like, here, I wouldn't call her a muscle mommy. Like this, I'd say this is, like, muscle mommy status. I don't know. I think she just looks impressive from certain angles. She's got good arm development. She's alright. Not really my type. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
You're, for example, a school teacher as I was, you can correct the exams, correct your tests, and plan out your lesson plans while doing cardio. Want to know your opinion on training at home versus in the gym? I have enough dumbbells at home. Do I have to go to the gym? Also, how often should I have cheat meals? All right, first things first. Going to a real gym is better than training at home. There's more equipment. Think of it. You have all the dumbbells. Dumbbells can give you a decent workout, but obviously training with machines, barbells, squat racks, all the machines available at a gym.
That girl has a very flat ass.
Hey, what are your thoughts on YouTube censorship? I can't say Palestine, Israel, Jew, Arab, Muslim, Islam, Iran, dead, Facebook, God, Allah, evil, gun, weapon, stupid, and there's loads more. If I say any of those, my comment gets instantly removed by it.
I have not had that issue. If you mention something like Palestine, Israel, gun, I haven't had any of my comments removed by YouTube for that reason. If I mention something like rape, my comment might get
Cranky
removed.
vegan, forget unnatural vegan, forget Frank Tefano, forget Greg Doucette. This is the real twat of the universe. Sorry for my stupid question.
Okay, I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Riley. If I mention something like rape, my comment will sometimes get deleted or censored or something. There have been different phases that YouTube has gone through where they've implemented reasonable censorship policies. So, like, when the COVID virus first leaked, they were censoring idiots who were spreading COVID misinformation. That's a good example of good censorship. An example of bad censorship is when they restricted firearms channels from reloading magazines, talking about firearm accessories, things like that. That's an example of stupid censorship. I think they've walked back some of those policies. But YouTube goes through these different phases for whatever fucking reason. I think, one of the reasons why you see some stupid shit occasionally is because who the YouTube CEO was. They had a female CEO, and as we know, women are, dumb. Just joking, but women have different sensibilities, and that's kind of why you see some of these dumb restrictions with firearms channels, for instance. You have a woman who's, a fucking libtard who doesn't like guns because they think they're icky and they're afraid of loud noises, and they'll try to ban things like that. Right now, the CEO is a man, and it seems they've walked back some of those stupid restrictions. So, I don't know, it just depends. Some of their policies are good, some of them are bad, and some of their stupid policies are just because of their bad leadership. Thanks for the donation, Shart.
Pastor Stephen Anderson is a Christian preacher.
Okay,
all gays are...
I'll take a look at that. Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, this guy's I'm not going to bother watching these videos. I know that guy who's calling for the death of all gay people. He's a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, Riley. It's kind of old news. T donate $2. Whose side are you on? Let me see.
So I don't deny the importance.
Gay parenting. Jordan Peterson weighs in. Idiots.
From what I've seen, love is love, right? I've never been contacted by God for having a boyfriend. You can do this as much as you want, it's a public area. But why did you decide to come to the one place that every gay person in Kentucky can come to?
I've been to many different places where people are doing what the Bible calls sin. Been to places where people are going and getting hammered drunk. That's a sin that the Bible talks about too. You talked about how being homosexual is not a sin, but it actually is a sin in the Bible. It's mentioned in multiple different places. It specifically says homosexual.
I'm pretty sure it's only the Old Testament that mentions homosexuality.
And then it says sodomites as well will not inherit the kingdom of God. So
yeah, I'm pretty sure it's only in the Old Testament that you see that.
if you believe in the Bible, which I don't know if you do, but I do. Okay, so you believe in the Bible, then that would go against even the lifestyle.
It's weird how people say the Bible. There's an Old Testament and a New Testament. There isn't the Bible.
That you're living, but God does love you, and He is forgiving, and He is merciful. And like I said, if you'll turn away and come to Jesus, then He will wash you.
Buddy, Jesus was gay. He was a long-haired hippie preaching about peace and love. Like, Jesus is a fucking homo.
And He will forgive you.
All right, and also I prefer my face to be shown. I want everybody to know that a 14-year-old can do this too. From what
Yeah, that guy is retarded. I'll take a look at this this video later.
Going to give you a far superior workout than working at home. But you don't have to go to the gym. You're still going to make perhaps 80% the same progress by training home as you do by going to the gym. Not everyone has the time to drive to the gym. It might be harder. They might not be able to afford it. And so if you're training at home, you can get almost as good a gains, but clearly not quite as much. And
well, it depends on what equipment you have. If you only have sets of dumbbells versus all the equipment you're going to have at a commercial gym, you're probably going to make more progress at the commercial gym because you have access to barbell weights along with machines. If you have a home gym that's well equipped like mine, you're going to make as much progress.
how often should you be having cheat meals? You should be having cheat meals every single freaking day. Every day should feel like a cheat day. And if you have my freaking cookbook and you're eating from this, every day feels like a cheat. I just had peanut butter and jam on rice cakes after eating protein ice cream. Does that sound like a healthy diet to you? But yet it is. And so why not get Cooked Cycling if you're going to have more cheat meals than last time? Code Greg, 15% off. Is carb cycling effective? Is calorie surplus really not necessary for building muscle? First things first, carb cycling is useless. You don't need to do it. It's not going to matter. You can have more carbs one day, less carbs one day, the same carbs every day. What matters is calories in, calories out. If you're in a surplus, you're going to gain weight. If you're in a deficit, you're going to lose weight. Regardless if you had more calories in the morning, at night, in the afternoon, on the weekends, during the day, it doesn't matter. The Rock knows it doesn't matter. So all you have to do is make sure you're eating the appropriate amount of calories and you're going to lose weight. Now, as far as building muscle, you can in fact build muscle while being in a calorie deficit. All that happens in that case is the fat that's on your body can be converted to energy to help you to build muscle. So long as you're eating enough protein, your body can in fact build muscle. Now, if you're in a very large deficit, it's a lot harder to build muscle than if you're in a small calorie surplus. Just think of it. If you're dieting harder than last time, you're starving yourself, only eating twice a day, it's a lot harder to build muscle than if you're, for example, eating 4 or 5 times a day. But remember this, if you go on a bulk, especially a dirty bulk, was a waste of time. And so for me personally, I'm more of a fan of consistency. That to me is a smarter strategy. What do you think the biggest change is between today's fitness industry versus the one in the past during your time? I guess I'm old man Coach Greg. My past so long ago, there wasn't even the internet. And so for me, there's 2 main differences. The first one is there was no social media when I used to train. No one was going to the gym, bringing cameras, tripods, posting their workouts, and so on. You never knew what anyone looked like. And so when I went to the gym, I compared myself to the people in the gym. I compared my physique to those of my classmates, and so I felt invincible. I had the best physique. I looked incredible. I didn't have low self-esteem. I didn't have body dysmorphia because I was comparing myself to my local surroundings. Today, people look at the top 1% of the top 1%. They're scrolling through and they're seeing Chris Bumstead, the best physiques in the world, and they're thinking, I'm inferior. When I started training, I remember over 20 years ago, I started bringing a camera to the gym. Remember, a camera, not a phone, a camera. And I would videotape me bench pressing, setting records and so on to upload on a chat site. Do you even know what that is? A chat forum, think of it. I would say, look at me bench pressing all this weight. We would talk about my form techniques and so on. The next big change is back then, nobody, and I mean no one, talked about performance enhancing drugs. You couldn't go to the gym and say, hey, what cycle are you on? Are you on trend, tests, and so on? Nobody talked about it. And so when I compare kids today to when I was training, there's a lot more pressure, a lot more incentive to use performance enhancing drugs. One, it's more readily available. You can go on the internet, you can search SARMs, you can buy it, people are talking about it. And 2, back in the day, we didn't have pressure to compare ourselves to other people. And so why would I use steroids? I was the best built, the strongest kid. I had the most muscle in the gym. So why would I want to take steroids? Didn't need to. Didn't compare myself to anyone but myself. I get off work late. Do I train with an empty stomach or eat something before the gym? Okay, first things first, just because you're getting off work late doesn't mean you haven't eaten. I'm assuming late means after supper at some time. Now, regardless if you get off work early, late, you work in the morning, you work in the afternoon, you work at night, no one, I repeat, no one has an excuse not to eat. Nobody. I don't care if your boss says you can't eat. Are you allowed to go to the bathroom? Because while you're going and taking a shit, you can eat a freaking Seco bar while you're pooping on the toilet. And so stop making excuses. I didn't have time to eat. You are too stupid to realize you can make time to eat.
Oh boy, the product placement.
On an empty stomach, don't eat. It's that simple. What training advice do you have to people who have a herniated disc? Here's what I suggest. You train around it. First thing you can do is try to lose weight. If you have a herniated disc and you have a big belly, the bigger the belly, the more it's going to make you arch your back. If your belly is here, fine, no problem. If your belly is there, it's going to make you compensate. You're going to lean back to compensate from your protruding abdomen. And so if you lose weight, you're going to have less pressure, less stress on the joint, going to make it a lot easier. And so if I were you, I would train around the injury. If squats and deadlifts hurt, then do, for example, leg press, leg extension, lat pull downs, and so on. Many people...
What a lot of people don't understand too is that if you have a herniated disc, most herniations heal on their own. You don't need surgery, and they're not permanent. So that's also something to be mindful of.
say you look like Derek Lunsford and Rafael Brando. Are you guys related? Well, the answer is yes. What a prince to a king! He is son. Under what lighting can you tell your true body fat level? The best lighting possible is natural lighting, and so the hardships in your life. Coach Greg, did you have hardships in your life? If so, how did you overcome it? What is your life motto?
Yeah, one of those hardships was smuggling steroids across the US-Canada border, and he got arrested for it.
Everyone has hardships. Every single person out there has had times that were easier, times that were difficult. For me, I would say the hardest time was probably when I was arrested for selling steroids, when I was on 20 months house arrest. Most of my friends deserted me. I was getting death threats. I walk around with a baseball bat, had post-traumatic stress disorder. This was not a fun time of my life.
Yep, that's what happens when you deal with drug dealers. It's funny, too, because he's saying he was getting death threats. The only reason he got house arrest was because he cooperated with the police and snitched. So he's basically admitting to snitching.
It was so bad that when I had sexy time, I couldn't even finish. I kept thinking about, what have I done to my life? How shitty is this? I was living in an apartment building. I had a cardboard box as a table, had no money, had nothing to my name. And what did I do? I never gave up. I always had the confidence that I could improve from where I was. And so what is my motto? To try harder than last time. Whatever it is in your life, whether it's the gym, your relationship, studying in school, your job, your...
That's right. Sell more drugs. Try to trick the cops with the ankle bracelet by just finding a way to take the ankle bracelet off without it notifying you, and then sell drugs on the side to make money. Harder than last time.
Your health, everything. Keep trying. Never give up. And so from that point, perhaps many people would have given up. I became the best coach that I could. I went to YouTube, made more videos telling people how to lose weight, keep it off for the rest of your life. Eventually, I got more popular, did more coaching, wrote books. And so because of those hardships, I believe it helped me to be the person I am today. Had I not gone through those hardships, I wouldn't have known that I could overcome them. And so for me, having true confidence is not in your ability to do something, but your ability to overcome and come back yet again. No matter what happens to you, you might get taken down, but you will get up, rise to the challenge, and overcome it. And so once you've failed at something a number of times, and you've gotten back up, dusted yourself off, and been successful, you know that no matter what life throws at you, no matter what shit people say about you, no matter how people treat you, you know that you can overcome it. And so the knowledge that no matter what happens, you can overcome it, you can withstand what life throws at you, that is where true confidence comes from. And so if you've made it this far, I'm going to remind you that you can buy my friggin' cookbook. You can buy supplements like the Seco protein bars, the Turk Builders back in stock, GO2 Max, G-Test, pre-workouts, creatine's 50% off, all kinds of supplements.
What a twat. Okay.
Of a mother. By no stretch. As I said, we're going to try to have as many...
Just the importance of a mother to his kids.
We have this notion that's rife in our culture, let's say, that's insisted upon, that all families are equal. Mm-hmm. And I understand the emphasis on that from the, let's call it the tolerance perspective. But I think that it's badly flawed in one manner. And I think this will be the hardest thing probably for us to discuss, is that you can't flatten out distinctions without a tremendous...
Yeah, Jordan Peterson's a massive liar on this. Jordan Peterson hates gay people. We all know that. And he has been asked this question, whether or not gay people, whether it be two men or two women, make good parents. And they do. If you look at any of the research on this, if you adjust for socioeconomic status, gay people, whether it be two fathers or two mothers, are as good a parent as any straight couple. So children from these parents have the same rate of like getting a college degree, make about the same amount of money. They're at about the same risk of, say, going on welfare or social assistance. They're about the same risk of getting arrested and going to prison or doing drugs. The outcomes are about the same. I think if you don't adjust for socioeconomic status, gay people are actually better at raising children. And that's because gay couples are usually better off financially because they don't have to worry about getting pregnant. All of their pregnancies. So if you have a lesbian couple, they're going to have to get, either sperm donation or they're going to have like a surrogate father. All of their pregnancies are planned. So, and same with like a gay couple, if they have a surrogate mother or if they adopt a kid, it's all planned. Because they have what is essentially perfect family planning, they end up having more money than straight couples on average. Gay people are also, they tend to be smarter, they tend to make better life choices in general. So if you don't adjust for socioeconomic status, you actually see better outcomes in gay couples because, again, they don't get pregnant by mistake when they haven't gotten their college degree yet and have a fucking crazy-ass bitch baby mama who's just trying to get child support and like stupid shit like this.
Tremendous loss.
You also can't flatten out distinctions part way without tremendous loss. You can't give a little bit. There'll be more on this later.
And I don't think it's possible to dispense with the ideal of heterosexual monogamy. Now, as the ideal.
Yes.
So if we think, well, there's an ideal individual who's responsible and mature and far-seeing and honest, an honest trader, a good player.
Notice what he's doing here. He's starting off with the premise that heterosexual relationships are ideal. It's basically question begging. He's saying heterosexual relationships that result in children are ideal because they're heterosexual relationships that result in children. He's begging the question. He's not making an argument for why it's ideal. He's just starting with that assumption for no particular reason. Why would you assume that a straight couple with children is better than a gay couple with children?
An honorable person, honorable, decent person. And then there's the minimal requirement for a family that's ideal, and that's something approximating heterosexual, long-term heterosexual monogamy.
Something approximating? Why don't we just say that's what it is? Something approximating is too fuzzy around the edges.
And maybe you have two decent people united together, and then there's a firm platform for children. Now, the problem with that as an ideal is that we all fall short of the ideal. And so
right.
40% of people are going to get divorced. And of the people who don't get divorced, a good percentage of them are in pretty damn miserable marriages. Now, that doesn't condemn marriage, but it does show how difficult attaining that ideal is. And then there's going to be people who lose their partners and raise children alone, and there are going to be people who raise...
This is another reason why gay relationships where they end up adopting a kid usually turn out better if you don't adjust for things like socioeconomic status and crap. It's because these are inherently going to be more stable relationships than like a straight couple who can accidentally shit out a kid.
These children alone.
Like how many fucking shotgun marriages have you seen where like some dude fucks some bitch when they're drunk at a New Year's Eve party and then, you got me pregnant. And then it's like, can you abort it? No, I'm going to keep the baby. Oh, abortion's bad. And then like the father pressures the dude into getting married. Like, do you think that sort of relationship is going to be more stable and lead to a better outcome than a gay couple that has, been married for, more than 5 years, is in a stable relationship, and they've actually come to a agreement on whether or not they want to adopt a kid? Yeah, exactly. Like, that's why if you don't make these adjustments when you're looking at the data, gay people are usually on the aggregate better at raising kids.
By happenstance or choice.
So it's important to note, so far, so good. So Jordan Peterson is pointing out that the norm, the ideal, is heterosexual marriage and parenting. All right, very good. But it's starting to get a worrisome wobble here. Not everybody lives up to the ideal.
And it doesn't seem reasonable to, what would you say?
It's funny too, because Dave Rubin, the guy he's doing the interview with, he's gay and he had a surrogate mother birth his kid. So he's in a gay relationship with a son.
Put them outside the bounds of civilized society. Let's say that. By the same token, it doesn't seem reasonable to dispense with the ideal.
Yes.
So maybe we need something like, well, we know what the ideal is. It's a divine ideal in some sense, in that none of us can live up to it. But then there has to be a space around that ideal where the individual differences and flaws and peculiarities and idiosyncrasies of people aren't treated so harshly that becomes counterproductive in and of itself.
Now, here is the heart of Peterson's mistake. It is true that marriage has an ideal, but it is also true that marriage is a noun that has a definition. It's a defined thing. And one of the reasons why Jordan Peterson is so well known and provides so much inspiration to so many people is that he has courageously fought for not budging one solitary inch on pronouns, because pronouns have a definition. A male is a male, a female is a female. He means he, she means she. He has.
Oh my God. By the way, this is horseshit, because in a debate, Jordan Peterson was asked if he had a trans student who gender transitioned, so, went through hormone therapy, got surgeries and all this, would he refer to that trans student by their preferred pronoun? And he said yes. So he's full of shit. I think he might have even had a discussion with Blair White or talked about Blair White, and he referred to her as she, not he. So this idea with the pronoun issue is so stupid. Like, are we really going to go around and refer to Blair White as he and tell people, like, to force this chick to go into a men's bathroom and force her to have, government issued ID, like referring to her as a man? Like, is that going to, like you'd imagine that would result in far more problems than just referring to them as their gender preferred pronoun.
Has gone to the wall over the definition, but marriage has a definition also. And two gay guys don't meet it.
Yes, they do. So that is bullshit. There's no definition of marriage that requires a male and a female partner.
They don't fit the definition. And so what's happening is Peterson is caving in an area where he has refused to cave elsewhere. Not only is he doing so, but so is the Daily Wire. This whole thing is a pig's breakfast. It's not good. And it's not good because Peterson has been so good in a related area. How can we fight to the death to preserve the word he and to preserve the word she?
This guy's a dumbass.
And not fight to the death to preserve the definition of marriage.
It's damning with faint praise, but I don't see.
No, that's it. That's the meat of this more than anything else. That there is, of course, there's an ideal. Of course, there is an ideal. There has to be an ideal, and if
there's nothing to aim at if there's not an ideal. Because if the ideal isn't two people, male and female, in a heterosexual relationship, then what is it? Is it four people?
An ideal relationship in which to have children is a stable relationship where both parents love each other, have the means to raise a child, have the interests of the child at heart, and do everything they can to ensure the child has a good upbringing. It doesn't matter if that's 2 men, 2 women, 5 men, 5 women, 3 dudes, 2 women. It doesn't matter. If these people are in a stable relationship and have the best interest of the children at heart, why is any of this a fucking problem?
Is it 8 people? Is it 1 person? Like, instantly you go from that kind of narrow ideal to an intense multiplicity, and we certainly see.
So, again, he's just spewing fucking bigotry. He's like, I don't like the idea of these relationships because I hate gay people, so, you know, straight hetero relationships are ideal. That's all he's saying.
The problems that are associated with that.
And what happens when 10 years from now, Jordan Peterson is on the Daily Wire interviewing a polygamist who says, yes, the ideal is 5 people. 5. That's the ideal. Right now, that's on.
By the way, polygamy was practiced in the Bible, so I don't know where this guy got the idea that Christianity promotes only having one wife. You're allowed to have multiple wives under Christianity.
Thinkable. But anybody who doesn't understand that we are on a worldview conveyor belt that is sort of the tail end of the conveyor belt is sort of over the edge of the abyss isn't paying attention.
And so you can't just blow out the confines of the ideal without destabilizing. Well, maybe you destabilize society at the level of the family. And that seems to me to be a really bad idea.
Well, it's a really bad idea. And I think we're seeing some of the repercussions of that right now.
He is not over-intellectualizing. He is just a fucking bigot retard who's telling you, I hate gay people, so that's why only straight couples should have children. That's all he's saying. He's not over-intellectualizing anything.
Right? I mean, we've seen the excesses of what the woke or the progressives or whatever that is that are now destabilizing everything.
They are not the excesses of the woke. They are the logical conclusions of this whole enterprise. It's either Christ or chaos. If you reject Christ, you're going to have the chaos. And what Rubin and Peterson are representing is early semi-responsible stages of the chaos, as opposed to the full tilt chaos.
Again, I don't see the world collapsing because gay people can get married and adopt a kid.
That they are decrying as excesses. They are not. The conclusion of the argument is not to be described as excesses.
This is why I've said this. I've gotten into trouble for saying it a few times, but I'm sympathetic to.
Did you manage to look at Dr. Romani? I don't remember who that even is. Oh, no. Yeah, I don't really care.
To conservatives who go, boy, you know, we let gay marriage happen, and look what's happened since. Now we're into all this gender stuff.
We didn't let gay marriage happen. Gay marriage was crammed down our throats, just like all the other stuff that they're talking about.
Oh, gay marriage was crammed down our throats. Right. Gay people would tell you straight marriage was crammed down our throats. Like, fuck you. These people are such fascist douchebags. Like, things have to be my way and nobody else can live an alternative lifestyle and everybody has to live like me. And then he's complaining that other people just want to live their fucking lives. Gay people getting married doesn't fucking affect you, jackass. You telling gay people they can't get married affects them. You're a fucking fascist.
Is crammed down our throats. So this is not, we allowed this. It was done to us. And it was done to us by a Supreme Court that thought they were the supreme being.
And they're literally teaching gender theory to 5-year-olds who know nothing about gender or sex or anything else. But
why is that bad? Why is that bad? What he is doing and what he is advocating and what he is participating in 20 years ago would have been as appalling as what he's describing as appalling now. You need to, if you want to stop this, you have to get somebody to the power switch and turn this conveyor belt off.
If we have the ideal, really what we're talking about here is what do we do with these marginal cases? The marginal cases meaning, okay, so now
they're postmodern question.
Right. So what do we really do with that? So now, okay, so there are going to be gay couples who want to approximate to that ideal. Mm-hmm.
And they're trying to work with it. But what about other marginal cases like tranny couples that want to approximate? Does everybody get to try? Is this a game that everybody can play?
So what does a society do?
Well, make one of them wear a dress.
Dude, these people are just such fucking boomers.
Why?
Society try to help them get there?
This guy's
Or
a
does the society
fucking
just never
boomer.
talk about it, push them to the margins, or...
And push it underground.
Right.
No, society does what society managed to do for thousands of years. They stick to the definition. Marriage is what marriage is. They stick to the definition. And if people live in a dissolute...
By the way, there's nowhere in the Bible that it says two men can't get married. I think the only mention of gay sex being impermissible is only in the Old Testament. There's plenty of Christian denominations that completely reject the Old Testament and only look at the New Testament. So, yeah, there's mention of a man and woman being involved in marriage, but it doesn't say you can't get married as a gay person.
way. If they want to live in a homosexual way, they do so, but society does not dignify it with the name marriage.
So what we're trying to do right here is unearth that a little bit. So I don't deny the importance of a mother by no stretch. As I said, we're going to try to have as many...
Just the importance of a mother to his kids.
Strong female role models.
You can't do that. Strong female role models are not mothers. I don't deny the importance of a mother, but my kid's not going to have one. And it doesn't matter if she's got some lady in the Girl Scouts that's nice to her or teacher.
You know, I don't think it's so bad for a child to have a variety of role models to choose from. And I certainly don't think it's impossible for you to replicate both the masculine and the feminine influences in your children's life. I would just say, well, it's difficult. Might be more difficult even if you're a homosexual couple. But it's difficult if you're, it's difficult enough if you're hetero. And there are plenty of...
So it's difficult. And the way this whole thing is handed to us, it's difficult. So let's legalize homosexual marriage, same-sex marriage, and make it more difficult.
To differentiate it, right?
I hate gay people. Ban gay marriage. That's all he's saying.
Ultimate degree. But the problem that you guys will face isn't of a categorically different type.
Yes, it is. Sorry. He is not a she. They are not a husband and wife. They are not a wife and a wife. They are, it's not a thing. Marriage has a definition. And Jordan Peterson, God bless him, this is just a plain old swing and a miss. And Daily Wire, God bless them too, another swing and a miss. This is bad.
Necessarily than the problem that many couples face.
Absolutely. And there are also, when you talk about the ideal and then the way that everyone fits into that ideal or tries to get to that ideal, there are parents who obviously abuse their kids or abuse each other and alcoholics and all of those things. I'm in no way comparing being a gay parent to that, but the point is that there is an ideal situation and then there's what society will allow.
Reality.
And then there's reality. So it's like, okay, so should society stop people who are alcoholics from having kids or stop people who...
Or licensed parents after intensive training.
No, let's reject the statist solutions, licensing and all that. Let's just say, should society disapprove of drunk parents? Disapprove. Should parents who are drunks, who don't take care of the kids are all a mess, not cared for, not well fed, should society disapprove?
Guess which group of people are more likely to be drunks and addicted to drugs while having kids? Straight couples. It's hilarious.
Of that. Or should society maybe have a month? We've had a Pride Month. Why not July as Slovenly Parent Month? No, you can't have it both ways.
Well, it's very strange in some sense because it's the most important thing you'll ever do. And yet, while you're not compelled to have an education, for example, around parenting issues before you become a parent, and we've decided everywhere in the world, I would say, maybe without exception, that that's one place the government doesn't go. And that's a very interesting decision for everyone to have made. It's quite surprising in some fundamental sense. I guess we know that in that situation in particular, a variety of approaches might be the best. So something like that.
Well, so I guess my question for you as I traverse this is, so if we acknowledge that ideal situation. And again, just using the word ideal, I know that there's a certain set of people that will watch that go and see Ruben saying his relationship or he is less than.
Oh, yeah.
Homosexuality in Romans chapter 1 condemns. It didn't necessarily condemn homosexuality. What it condemned was insatiable lust. So you can interpret that in two different ways. You can interpret it as homosexuality being wrong, or you can interpret it as insatiable lust being wrong. So.
Yeah, exactly. If you say that a faithful heterosexual monogamy is the ideal, a guy on his third wife has to admit that his experience is less than ideal. It's less than the ideal. You can't say, here's the ideal, and I'm doing something completely different, and it's just as ideal. That you've just thrown out the whole idea of ideal.
Well, who isn't? And
right. Well, that's the
you
key
don't
part.
want to dispense with the bloody ideal just because it's difficult to attain.
Right. And just because we all are flawed in our own way. I mean, really, I think you said this to me at dinner, but it's like, who amongst us is walking around as the ideal partner, the ideal person, the ideal everything, the ideal father,
The
and
ideal
all of
anything,
those.
for that matter, yeah.
Virtually nobody is doing that.
Well, if they are, then the ideal isn't high enough, because an ideal should be something that beckons to you from the distance, right? It's not something that's right there in front of you for you to grip. That's not much of an ideal.
Well, we'd have a lot more people who are acting that way if it was that easy to grip, I suppose, right? Like there's not a lot of people doing it.
Yeah. Earlier at the beginning of the video, Peterson said that he wanted to resist the urge or the impulse to flatten everything. But notice what they've just done. They've just flattened.
Okay, so this guy's a retarded boomer bigot. No surprise. Let me see. Let's finish this video.
1960s and 70s were not as long as our trucks are today. Since so many of my viewers are from other countries, here's a list of my top 10 viewing countries with the average length of their top 10 best-selling vehicles. But as you can see, America, not surprisingly, has the biggest vehicle averages. But not far behind, you're going to find Canada, Australia, and Mexico. Brazil, India, and the Philippines have the smallest vehicles. And again, this is just for the viewers that are most likely to watch my channel. In case you were wondering, I probably spent about 2 solid weeks obsessed over all of this and finding all the information, looking up charts, calling people from all over the country, trying to talk to home builders and developers and real estate agents, all this stuff, trying to just understand this so I could present it to you. And I want to give a huge shout out to my buddy Drew Dietrich, who actually helped explain this in a way that made a lot of sense to me. So thank you, Drew, for helping out. On that note, I'm actually also trying to hit my 1 million subscriber mark and get that silly gold play button that I've been after. Let's get back to the graph. This graph represents farm ownership over the course of about 110 years, where the number of farm owners went way down while the total farm size per owner went way up. In other words, bigger farms were buying out smaller farms, particularly from about the 1930s through the 70s. The total acreage of farms in America hasn't actually decreased drastically over the years, though it certainly has gone down. According to the United States Department of Agriculture, as of today, roughly half of America's land is used for farming. I don't know if you're surprised to hear that, but it's been sitting around that number for a while. Now, meanwhile, our population in America is steadily growing. During that same time as this land chart, our population has grown from around 76 million to about 300 million at the end of this chart, 2007. Now, fast forward to today, the US population is over 335 million people, all with less new residential land available and the biggest vehicles America has ever seen. There's actually one more factor to consider here as well. For most of the last 30 years, landowners have watched as prices have mostly consistently risen year by year. Farmland is oftentimes the most desirable land for real estate opportunities. As you can see by the charts we've looked at, the longer a landowner holds on to that land, the more value it tends to have. That leads us to our final factor, which is the real estate market. Home prices have steadily been rising since the crash of 2008, and in the last few years, since around 2020, they have soared at an astounding rate. We have this massive cliff here during the pandemic that I, for one, absolutely did not see coming, but as a result of the lack of available new land, builders have had to deal with trying to build more homes with less acreage. So let's bring this all together now, our perfect little storm that we've created here. We have less and less land to work with than ever before, and fewer farmers to buy it from. We have steadily increasing population, and we have soaring demand for homes, including new homes. And to top all that off, we're driving the largest vehicles in America's history. So something's gotta give, and it is giving. If you've got farmland that's close to a developed area, that might be considered a Class A location, like this here. A little further out, you'll find some Class B locations that are relatively close still, but require maybe a bit more travel to stores and restaurants, schools, things like that. Here in the state of Utah, as an example, where I live, the cost for Class A or Class B land is typically around $500,000 per acre, which is crazy by
That's
itself.
fucking crazy.
Now, to develop that land, however, you are gonna have to spend around half that cost in order to excavate and put in roads and utilities and retention ponds and all the good stuff that goes with that. So you don't just get it and you can start building houses. So now you're looking at a single acre costing a developer somewhere in the neighborhood of $750,000. Now, some of the land within that acre, however, does have to be allotted to other uses besides homes and yards. You have roads for access, maybe a clubhouse, detention basins, sidewalks, city-mandated open spaces, utility parcels, all kinds of stuff. If you're lucky, you're gonna get 3 1/4 acre lots out of that single acre lot. Based on our earlier figure of $750K per acre,
Man, when I win the lottery, I'm gonna get a house with a nice big-ass fucking garage to put all my bikes in.
Of the Jewish people. Few dare tell its great history. Many believe it to be a long, complex, highly controversial story. However, you've been lied to. Israel's history is simple, objective, and, as the Torah teaches us, best told through the fallout experience. So, much like inspecting a terrorist outpost after being bombed by the Israeli Air Force, by the time we're done, you'll quickly realize that Israel did nothing wrong. Thousands of years ago, the Jewish people were chosen by God and promised the Holy Land. Whether it was because of their unfathomable IQ, moral purity, or high perseverance matters little. What does matter is that everyone else was jelly as hell, couldn't take the banter, and destroyed the grand Jewish civilization, renaming the Holy Land with the foreign imperialist name of Palestine. Now all spread out through this fallen post-apocalyptic world.
This was so funny that I forgot to laugh. Check out what former Trump lawyer called the DA of Fulton County, Georgia, prosecuting him and Trump for the 2020 election interference case in Georgia.
Let me take a look.
Then I've got 2 prosecutors, Fanny the Hoe.
You know, you probably shouldn't say this when you're being prosecuted.
I'm sorry. Phony? What is phony? Now, F-A-N-I is not phony. And I'm not
When you win the lottery, can you get $1? Not only will I get you $1, but I'll also buy you a case of Cherry Coke Zero gig.
calling her phony. I could drop the whole part if she just quit and go away. But to me, you spell your name F-A-N-I. You're Fanny. You're not phony. Then...
Yeah, Rudy Giuliani is an absolute fucking crackpot. Thanks for that donation.
The Jewish people, resented for their unmatched skills, were only allowed to partake in trading and finances.
I did not see Lonerbox's Twitter video. What was he on about?
What's your bottom line price on unbanning Christie? Work with me. TTT 77 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,888.
It's gotta be like at least $2,000 to unbanner. Like at least double what I asked to banner. Thanks for the donation though.
I'm having a hard time embracing nihilism and not hating everything about myself. I'm barely over average looking, I despise how terrible people get rich while I'm just making decent cash. There's no justice in the world. Everything is fucking stupid.
Dude, life itself is a stupid joke. Like, just look at what we're all doing, okay? We're working like jobs we don't like, and doing all kinds of stupid shit, sucking up to people, acting nice in public when we really don't want to, so that we can, you know, have money to rent out a fucking apartment, and, like, we're all just gonna die anyway. Like everything you do is stupid. Everything is stupid. Everything is meaningless and pointless. So if everything is meaningless and pointless, why would you stress out about it? It doesn't help you to get mad at things. Like if you have a short dick, how does it help you to stress out about having a short dick and complain about women not being pleased when you have sex with them? Whatever, it is the way it is. You're bad at sex because you have a short dick. Like, jerk off. Like enjoy watching other people have sex. Get good at eating pussy and ass. Like, it doesn't matter. There's no point in causing yourself the extra stress and bullshit with, miserating on your own circumstances. You're only constructing your own misery. Just because things aren't... Like, even when you look at things...
Can you believe this schmuck?
I'll take a look at that in a second, Boopity. Why are you even upset about things? Like, who are you trying to... what are you trying to prove to who? Like, if you're short, or you have a small penis, or you're not making money, who are you trying to impress? What are you trying to get out of things? Why do you need to please women in bed? Why do you have to be tall? Why do you have to look down on people or be able to reach the top cupboard without getting a stool? These are all expectations that you're putting on yourself for no fucking reason. You're constructing your own misery. Who cares if you're short? Who cares if you have to get a stool to reach the top cupboard? Who cares if people might make fun of you for being short? All of these expectations that you have, you're creating for yourself, and you're only creating your own misery for fucking nothing. Let it all go. Just imagine what life would be if you don't care if people make fun of you for being short. Imagine if you didn't care about, getting a fancy car or a big house. Imagine if you didn't care that women aren't pleased when you have sex because you have a small penis. If you don't care about any of that, where is your suffering coming from? All of your suffering and misery is being generated by yourself and your own mind. None of it fucking matters. You can rationalize how your life would be better if you had more money, if you had a bigger penis. But why? There are people with massive dicks, tons of money, who are fucking miserable. Nothing you get is going to make you happy, and nothing you don't have is making you miserable. It is all generated by your mind because you're putting these stupid expectations on yourself. You're putting expectations on other people. You're letting other people's expectations dictate whether or not you're happy. Like, what would happen if you made more money and you were able to afford a Ferrari? Well, now you can think, oh, well, I only have a Ferrari 486. It's not even like the newest Ferrari. It's not like a fucking LaFerrari. What would you get if you got like the most sick dope Ferrari, like the LaFerrari? Oh, well, now you have it. Like, what about having that car is going to make you happy? Nothing. Like, you enjoy things because you choose to enjoy things. You don't enjoy things because they're just objectively better. You just choose to fucking enjoy it. Like, that guy, Dan Bilzerian, he's a fucking moron, he's a liar and a fraud, but he made a very good point at once. He said, if you were to have given him a Ford Mustang, which only costs about $50,000 when he was a teenager, that would have made him the happiest kid in the entire world, because a Mustang is a really nice car. Now, because he's this millionaire, if somebody gifted him a Mustang, he wouldn't give a shit. The kind of happiness and enjoyment that he gets out of buying like a better car and a better car, he doesn't even really get much out of it anymore. Because like it's all relative. Like we have this expectation that we need something better, and if we get something better, that will make us happy. Well, when you get that thing that's better, it won't make you any happier because you have to learn to enjoy what you actually have right now. If your happiness is dependent on getting something better, you better hope to fuck that there's this ever climbing ladder that you can actually reach and obtain, because if you have like a shitty Honda Civic right now that's like 20 years old, and the only way for you to be happy is to have like a Ford Mustang, well, now you got the Ford Mustang. What's going to make you happy? Well, now you need something better. Now you need a Ferrari. Well, what's better than a Ferrari? I don't know, some magical car that doesn't exist? Like, it's stupid. You have to learn to enjoy what you actually have, or else you'll never be fucking happy. This idea that you have to get something else, get something more special, well, when you have it, what's that going to do for you? Nothing. You have to learn to enjoy what you have, whether it be your height, your penis, the way you look. You have to be content with your own circumstances, and it's fine to look at things and say, well, you know, if I had a better job where I made more money, I wouldn't have to stress about, like, you know, being homeless or something. It's fine to look at things like that, and it's fine to, like, you know, strive to improve yourself and improve your circumstances. But happiness, actual happiness, comes from just nihilism, just understanding that the house you have doesn't matter, the car you have doesn't matter, getting something better doesn't matter, and happiness comes from an internal fulfillment from within. Ask yourself, why do you need a particular thing to be happy? There's no reason. The only reason is because other people really fucking told you this. Other people are saying, oh, you drive a fucking 20-year-old Honda Civic that's rotting and rusting? Fucking broke-ass loser. Like, that's where all this stupid shit is coming from. If the car gets you from A to B, if you can drive on the fucking highway, if you can, like enjoy just cruising around, who the fuck cares? It's all bullshit. So, this idea that life sucks and, oh, it's miserable and I have a small penis, I don't make enough money, it's all fucking bullshit that other people are putting inside your head. You can enjoy what you have right now if you just choose to let go and realize that nothing matters. Okay? The amount of money you make doesn't matter. The relationships you have don't matter. The size of your penis doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Happiness comes from within, and you can just choose to be happy. What about a 2-inch penis causes misery, but an 8-inch penis causes happiness? Nothing! You could always have a bigger dick, you could always have a smaller dick. It doesn't matter. Be happy with what you fucking have, and if you want more, that is fine, but don't have this expectation that having more will make you more happy. Happiness is something that is generated within your own mind, and you can choose to be happy with what you have. This idea that more makes you happy is fucking stupid and is nothing but a trail to misery. Because you can always have more, and you can always have more, and you can always have more, and you can keep setting these ever-increasing expectations that you will never achieve, and you will constantly be running on a treadmill exhausting yourself after this carrot that you will never catch. Happiness is right there, and you can grab it, and you can enjoy it, and you can just get rid of all this misery by just letting go of all of this bullshit, all of these stupid expectations, people making fun of you, telling you that you're a broke-ass bitch, I have more money than you, I have better cars, I can get all the bitches. Let it all go and just imagine a life of not caring, realizing that nothing matters. If nothing matters, what is holding you back from being happy? That's my 2 cents. Short Dick donated $2. Please watch So Funny.
All right. So here's how our Q&A is going to.
Thanks for the nation, dude. Bloopity donated $3. Can you believe the schmuck?
Please, don't unban her Carnis Tass.
I am not planning to unban her at any point in time, so don't worry. Thanks for the donation, VG streamer. Enjoy.
So, was I right when I told you money doesn't buy you happiness, lol?
Yeah, you're goddamn right. Yeah, bro. And I've made this mistake. I'm really into motorcycles, right? And I started off with the Zeros, the electric bikes. So then I noticed, like, I really just needed a gas bike once I moved to Guelph, because the distances in which I was traveling, I just couldn't use electric. So, you know, I thought, you know, if I get this gas bike, I'll finally be happy. Like, that's literally what came through my mind. I'll finally be happy because then I'll have this bike that has more horsepower, that can go longer distances. I won't have to charge up. I can just fuel up at a gas tank. I got the bike. I wasn't any happier. I was still sad and miserable. And I was thinking, man, this bike is like too small for me. The seat is kind of uncomfortable. And like, now I need this like next bike. And then I got the next bike, the V-Strom that I have now. And, you know, it was way better for me. Like, it's a appropriate size. The seat is comfortable. I can put tons of storage on it. It's got a bigger fuel tank, like all the shit, more horsepower. I still wasn't happy. And like, you can keep climbing up the ladder and never get that happiness because, again, happiness is a perspective. It is not something that you obtain from getting things. It's something that you just have to, like, let happen. It's something that you have to accept. It's just a form of acceptance. You can just choose to be happy. And I finally realized that I can just choose to be happy. And now, like, I'm happy with what I have. I'm happy with the bike I have. I don't feel sad anymore. Like, all these things that I was trying to get to try to get happy, they weren't making me happy. And I just had to choose to be happy.
Laid out in traffic today and waited for a car to run me over, but they all went around me. What the fuck do I pay taxes for if people aren't going to use the roads that my money pays for? Can't a guy get run over on his lunch break to get out of work? Hi.
Well, the trick is to jump in front of the cars, but thanks for the donation, less is more.
You just said $2,000 is your price to unban her.
Nobody's going to give me that money. But thanks for the donation, even now.
The darkness in my mind has consumed me. I feel empty. I feel dead inside. There is only pain. I won't kill myself, but I am so tired of being alive. I wish a car would hit me tomorrow.
Well, again, Dreamzation, happiness is just a perspective, and you can either choose to stay miserable or you can choose to stay happy. All knowledge is power, and with the knowledge of nihilism, you could choose to end your existence because it is pointless or meaningless, or you can choose to play the game and just enjoy it. So the choice is yours, dude. Thanks for the donation, the Dreamzation.
I think Stephen is converted to Islam.
You giving your nihilism sermon made me think of this quote from Albert Einstein about happiness. I always remind myself of this since I'm a minimalist.
Let me take a look. A table, a chair, a bowl of fruit, and a violin. What else does a man need to be happy? True. You don't even need that to be happy. Again, it's all a matter of perspective. So, don't ever expect that having a certain thing will cause happiness, because when you create that expectation, you're going to need more. So, yes, certain things will improve your existence. It will improve your survivability. It might make things easier for you. But again, happiness is a very different thing than being comfortable. There are people who live very hard lives that are happy. Happiness is all a matter of perspective. And again, if you chase after things to be happy. It's just a carrot dangling in front of your head that you'll never reach. It's right there. Happiness is right there. You have it. You just haven't looked. It's right over your shoulder. It's not in front of you dangling like a carrot and you have to chase after it. It's right there.
He's been in this house for like an hour. Oh.
Okay, so I think this is irrefutable proof that Destiny is completely and utterly full of shit, and he actually does treat animals as if they're people. He just is too much of a selfish dickhead to go vegan. But at least he likes cats. I like kitties too. Mike donated $2. This is why black people have such high obesity rates.
I see it. Yeah, that's what it is. Best hands in the world. Y'all be playing with me.
What the fuck? I've never seen anybody make sweet potatoes like this. Like, I've seen people put a little bit of brown sugar over their sweet potatoes, but this is fucking insane.
Come taste it yourself.
That is pure insanity. Thanks for that donation, Mike.
What do you mean no one's gonna give you $2,000? I've probably donated that much in the last 2 years.
Well, it has to be all in one lump sum, and the person would also have to say it's for the unbanning of Christie. That's the only way it's going to happen, and it's not going to happen. Thanks for the donation, though, even though.
Gonna work.
Let me see.
The mics are going to be at the end of the stairways. You need to come down to the mic and get in line. There's one question.
You support diversity. Let the cripple kid ask the freaking question.
Ask the question. We can hear you.
In Leviticus, not only does it say that homosexuality is wrong.
Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second.
Let's get you a mic.
Thank you. In Leviticus, not only does it say that homosexuality is wrong, and you, in your works, you've said that homosexuals deserve to die or be exiled. So,
has the change in your outlook on life, overcoming depression, affected your relationship with Jasmine or anyone else in your life in a positive or negative way? You're the best and I wish you the best in life, heart.
Yeah, absolutely. My relationship with Jasmine has improved drastically. I can just be happy around her. She's happier seeing me happy. We don't get into stupid fights anymore. It's just great. Thanks for the donation, Alan.
so what do you say to those people who are wearing polyester with two blended fabrics? Those who plant two different kinds of seeds in the same field, or those who breed the two different kinds of the same animal, do they deserve to die as well? Hear, hear.
All right.
Okay, let me divide that into two sections and respond accordingly. Number one, it is true that the Bible teaches that sinners are worthy of death, but it says that God says in the Garden of Eden, the day you eat of the fruit of the tree in the middle of the garden, you shall surely die. In Ezekiel, it says the soul that sins shall die. It says in Romans, the wages of sin is death. That's exactly true. The only thing I would differ with in your first description is I don't want to indicate in any way that I think that being worthy of death in this way is in any way unique to homosexuals. I believe I deserve to die for my sins. Right? So the sentence of death rests on the whole human race for this condition of sinfulness, and also for particular sins, of which homosexuality is one, heterosexual sin is another, and so on. So that's the first part. The second part of your question is in the Old Testament, there are three kinds of laws. There's moral law, there's judicial law, and there's ceremonial law. The ceremonial law would be something like in in a modern wedding ceremony, when a bride and groom put the ring on at a particular time in the ceremony, that's a particular ceremony that we have that is stating certain things. God required of the Jews in the Old Testament that the book of Ephesians calls it ordinances contained within the commandments. It's a holiness code, so he's teaching them this, not that. So unclean foods, you're not to eat this, you may eat that. And the New Testament tells us very expressly that this holiness code is not erased as though it was a bad idea, but it's fulfilled in Christ, which is why the ceremonial law of the Old Testament is not binding on Christians today, but the moral law is. So we should alternate aisles, right?
That was not an answer to his question. What motorbike do you recommend for a beginner? Kind of depends on how you're going to be using the motorcycle, but one of the best ones for a beginner in general would be the Honda Rebel or the Rebel 1100. Even though it's an 1100cc bike, it's tuned fairly low. It's not a bike that you can really accidentally wheelie, and it has enough engine displacement and horsepower that you wouldn't really get bored of it if you keep riding. So I'd look at either a Rebel 500 or an 1100. Kind of depends on how much money you're going to be willing to spend on insurance and shit like that. But with the Rebel or Rebel 1100, it's a standard bike. It's comfortable. It's got a low seat height. It's easy to ride. It doesn't have uncontrollable power. You can have fairly good storage on the bike as well. So if you want to carry groceries or anything, it's fairly decent for that. And you can have a passenger. So that's a decent bike. Kind of depends on what type of riding you're going to do. Like if you're just going to do sport bike riding, then I'd look at some of the newer sport bikes that have come out. Suzuki has a new 800cc. I don't even think it's technically an 800cc. They call it the Gixxer 800, right? No, the GSX 8R. It's 776, so it's basically an 800. That's a really good sport bike, decent price. It's got a good engine displacement, decent horsepower. It's a better beginner bike. Kind of depends on what type of riding you're going to do, though.
You should review his new audiobook. I enjoyed it.
Hello. Brian Johnson. I'll take a look. I'll give that a listen later. Thanks for the donation, Alan.
Skip 2015. You bringing up us chasing a carrot during your nihilism sermon reminded me of Chris from Family Guy chasing this in order to exercise lol.
Okay, Chris, time for some good old-fashioned exercise, like those guys are doing.
I say, Phineas, great day to be doing squat thrusts and lifting our huge triangular iron weights.
Dad, I don't like running. The sound of my thighs scraping together hurts my ears. Hey, a Twinkie! I'm gonna get you!
And that is literally what we're all doing. There's a Twinkie dangling in front of us that we can never reach, and we're just exhausting ourselves running on this fucking treadmill for no reason. The Twinkie is on your shoulder. The Twinkie isn't in front of you, just out of reach. The Twinkie is on your shoulder. Thanks for the donation, Finger My Ass. The more you buy, the more you essay. Donated $2. The more you buy, the more you save.
But you only increase the power by about a factor of 3. And you increase the cost by only about 50%.
The more you buy, the more you save. The more you buy, the more you save. The more you buy,
a great deal of captured, retained waste that we can now relieve out of the system.
Je mehr du kaufst,
desto mehr kannst du sparen.
and that will translate into savings. Savings in money, savings in energy. And that's the reason why you've heard me say, the more you buy, the more you save.
Well, that's bullshit, but thanks for the donation. The more you buy, the more you save. Short Dick donated $2. Sorry about the invasion of your country, bro.
And it's like a mini India. Yeah. There are too many Indians here.
We're Canadian, we're multicultural, but come on.
If we're going to their country, we will have to adapt to their culture, right? They should do the same thing here. Why do you feel?
I've been to Brampton. I don't live in Brampton, and I had a friend who lived out there that I think part of his family was Afghan. He's a mix of everything. He's like part Afghan, part Indian, part Chinese. But I've been there, and it's pretty chill. Brampton kind of sucks because it has like a lot of urban sprawl and a lot of weird suburbanite areas, but like it's chill. Nothing really happens there.
Like I'm a stranger in my own country.
Like, by the way, it's so weird. I've never understood this. If I go to an area that's like mostly Chinese or mostly Indian or anything, I don't care. I don't feel like I'm a stranger there. It's just people are fucking different. Like, I don't know, maybe it's my antisocial personality disorder. I don't know why people care if they're surrounded by like Indians or something. Like, what the fuck does that matter?
One of the most obvious consequences of the federal government's die-hard commitment to mass immigration would be the creation of ethnic enclaves, cities and towns across the country that don't look very Canadian and don't feel very Canadian. But one of the most infamous examples of that in our country is Brampton, here in the GTA. Let me just take you through some of the most recent demographic data that we have available about Brampton from the 2021 census. Now keep in mind, Canada's population has spiked since 2021, and the majority of immigrants who come to Canada come to Ontario, and it appears that Brampton is where most of them happen to end up. The 2021 census data shows that Brampton...
I think that's because Brampton has some of the cheaper housing available. That's the main reason.
Is more than 80% visible minority. That means it's more than 80% non-white. Well, you break that data down even further, you start to figure out where everyone who lives in Brampton comes from. The top ethnic origin in the Brampton 2021 census data.
Yeah, as long as they're washing their hands before they make their food or wipe or wash their hands when they go to the bathroom, who the fuck cares? Most Indian people I've met are pretty cool.
In this clip, this is for the folks who know what have and are happy with what they have and are smart about it, then they can find a way to get the Twinkie lol.
I'm turning you into poo. I'm turning you into poo.
Yep, thanks for the donation, finger my ass.
Is India, unsurprisingly. 180,300 people who live in Brampton come from India. The second happens to be Punjabi. Why they are separated into different categories, I'm not quite sure, but 57,000.
Yeah, isn't Punjabi Indian? Same with Sikh. Sikhs are Indian.
For that, it is Sikh at 43,940. Then you get Canadian born at 40,000. If you keep going further, you see that Hindu and Pakistani both come in right around...
Most Hindus are Indian.
26,000. Now, what's most remarkable about Brampton's demographic data is that from 2016 to 2021, Brampton lost 6,000 people who were originally born in Canada. That's not the percentage of them declining, that's people who have actually left Brampton. Meanwhile, in that same period of time, Brampton's foreign-born population increased to 343,690. An increase of 11.3% compared to the decrease of 2.16% of Canadian-born residents in Brampton. Non-permanent residents who live in Brampton in 2016 went from 9,000 to 40,000. Again, that's just from 2016 to 2021. And we know, of course, that Canada's temporary immigration has spiked in the same period of time. So this data, it's safe to say, is quite out of date. But even still, that tells you a lot about the makeup of Brampton.
By the way, the Canadian government has to do this for labor and tax reasons. Canada doesn't have a high enough birth rate to sustain the labor force or to collect enough taxes. So they have to allow a lot of immigrants in to fill that gap. And less immigrants are actually coming in now because housing is so expensive. So people are actually choosing not to immigrate to Canada because they literally can't afford it. And what's funny is the Liberal government has claimed they're putting a cap on immigration, even though they're not. What they're doing is they're just artificially lowering the cap, but they don't even have to because there's less immigrants coming in. It's all a fucking game.
And that tells you a lot about the makeup of this ethnic enclave. So we're here to try and figure out if Brampton really deserves its reputation as one of the most infamous ethnic enclaves in Canada. We're going to explore the city, take a look around, and see what we can find in Brampton for ourselves.
Bad news, VG Republicans are at it again.
A group of parents in Florida are suing the state's Department of Education and State Education Board for violating their First Amendment rights. They argue that Florida's book banning law is one-sided, only favoring parents who seek to ban books. This unfairly favors certain viewpoints and cuts out parents who disagree with that viewpoint, said Stefania Farrell, co-founder of Florida Freedom to Read Project. It's just another way we are tipping the scales in favor of censorship. Farrell tested the process in Orange County when she asked for a state magistrate to review her district's removal of the book Shut Up. She was told the law provided only for those who disagree with the use of certain titles, not for those who disagree with no longer using the titles. In many cases.
Yeah, well, that actually sounds like a good thing, not bad news. At least somebody's suing them. Thanks for that donation, Dota.
You've been here for how many years?
15 years on this side of town and 5 years on the other side of town.
Wow, and so you must have seen it change quite a lot.
Well, yeah, the other side's modern, but it's a nice modern, and they're turning this into an ugly kind of modern. Like they do it called Flower Town. Now it's called Bangladesh. So I'm in such a minority, it isn't funny. You look everywhere you look, it's the same thing. It's people. Why do they keep coming in? My place is getting torn down for a parking lot. My apartment I've been in for 4 or 5 years here.
Well, that was fascinating. We're here in downtown Brampton. We just spoke with the man who says he's been here for 15 to 20 years. He says the city has completely changed since when he first seen it. The demographics are so noticeable that it's almost hard for him to bear. He also said something very interesting, which is that they're tearing down apartment buildings where he says the majority of Canadians actually live, and they're replacing them with parking lots. They're replacing them probably with larger high-rise buildings to make way for more people coming into this country. It does say something very strange about what this is all, what's going on here, which is you have Canadians here, some very similar things, but and what they think about the reputation it has across the country. How long have you guys been here for?
1 year.
Okay, 1 year. Did you guys know, one of the things that a lot of Canadians think about Brampton is that it's very Indian. There are a lot of Indian people who live here.
All Punjabis.
Yeah, did you guys know that? Did you guys know that before you came to Brampton?
I am so sick and tired of these fucking bastard conservatives. I hope they all choke on their next meal.
Yes, I agree, Dodo. Conservatives have to go. Thanks for that donation, dude. How's Punjab different from Indian? The Indian state of Punjab was created in 1947 when the partition of India split the former Raj province of Punjab between India and Pakistan. The mostly Muslim western part of the province became Pakistan's Punjab province. The mostly Sikh eastern part became India's Punjab state. Okay. I think I understand that now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know very well.
Is it known back in India?
So there's like a technical ethnic split between Punjab and Indian. Even though it's technically part of the same territory.
Yeah, that Brampton is like that?
Yeah, that's why we come here.
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of college opportunities.
Yeah.
So that's why Indians come here.
We're doing a video about Brampton. We're just asking people if they like living in this city and what they think about it.
Oh, that's nice. Well, I mean, it's a pretty decent place. then again, it's like a mini India in short.
Yeah.
You would see a lot of Indian people going around.
Yeah.
If you just, scroll around, you'll see Indian people.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty intense. We're asking people what they think it feels more like an Indian city than it does like a Canadian city, right?
It does.
You think that maybe there are too many Indian people in Brampton? Because they say that the demographics are pretty intense. Yeah.
There are too many Indians here.
Racism went up, so they called it, so did the crime.
So the crime's bad, right?
Up here at a feast everywhere, right? Every weekend, every day, there's a fight all the time.
There's a fight?
All the time.
Really?
And homeless fighting the homeless. Why? He knows that himself, right? Not the racism that you worry about. It's the people that have nothing you got to worry about. You got more than they got, they're going to take it on you.
Wow.
You have $10 when you're, you'll get robbed.
It's really bad.
That's bad.
Wow, what a contrast.
I don't know too many Indian people who are fucking criminals. Like, most of them come from, like, good families, even if they're poor. Their families are usually really nice and push their kids to, like, become doctors and shit. Like, every fucking Indian kid that I knew in school got, like, straight A's, and their family, like, forced them to become a doctor, basically. This idea that Indian people are all committing crimes, I just haven't fucking seen it.
Contrast you just saw there. In one shot, you had new immigrants to Canada who say that, in their opinion, they're from India. They say that Brampton has too many Indians in the city. And then, as we're talking to them about that, you've got Canadians who come here through the shot who say that the city is full of crime. It's dangerous. It's a place it's worse than they imagined it to be, and it's gotten much worse over a period of time. What a stark contrast.
Crime rate Brampton. Homicides, robbery. This is just for the past few years. B, 30% total crime, 27% violent. I don't know how they did the data collection here. Is this Brampton specifically? Why? Oh, I have to subscribe to see the full article. Oh, that's the pointer again. That's the pointer again. Crime severity index. I'm seeing a decrease generally, and only in like 2014 it's increased. So this just sounds like absolute bullshit to me. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's changed all that dramatically.
Contrast you can see just in that one interaction about what this city is really like, because I've got to tell you, it's strange to walk around here and seeing what appears to be poor homeless to witness. Do you think the immigration situation in Brampton has played a role in some of the downturn that's faced by a lot of people here?
Yeah, we don't want to be racist, but you know what? We're whatchamacallit, invaded. We've been like
those are topics like
that's
oh yeah, you spoke about that a few hours ago.
Yeah,
just now.
Yeah,
it's like an ant and a sugar, you know.
And you're feeling invaded.
Yes.
Wow.
These just seem like xenophobic retards. Like, he's just going up to old fucking white dudes. I don't know what this guy's race is, but like, they're like, yeah, it's different. There's like brown people around me.
To say it.
Yeah.
They're all dead now.
Really?
So
is that because of
fentanyl?
Drugs and fentanyl?
Yeah. It's getting into the country and it's killing people, and that's what's the sad.
Now she's talking about drugs and fentanyl. I don't know what Indian, how that's Indian people's fault.
This was a mistake. More persecutions followed. By the 19th century, thousands of Jews began migrating back home for spiritual reconnection, only to find their ancestral lands occupied by Muslim Arabs. Any good sources will tell you that Arabs have no claim to the land, and Islam is just yet another Torah fanfiction. But with Jewish hatred through the roof, unfazed by this, average Jew Fyodor Herzl organized the Zionist movement, advocating for a new Jewish state. One dead archduke later, the Brits took over the Holy Land and helped more Jews to migrate back home. The Arab occupiers began to riot. The Brits caved in and limited Jewish immigration, and the Jews protested this action. The new United Nations proposed a god-awful partition plan to divide the Holy Land between Jews and Arabs. The chosen people accepted anyway, and declared independence as the Great State of Israel, a secular democracy where all would be free to prosper, Jew, Muslim, and all others alike, while the Arabs declared war. The 1948 invasion of Israel by the Arab League ended exactly as you would expect. Arab humiliation. 700,000 Palestinians were made refugees by the invading Arab armies. But in Palestinian folklore, they blamed the Jews and called this event the Nakba, the catastrophe. The young officers, Ariel Sharon and Moshe Dayan, had a good time. As Israel thrived in a sea of third world misery, its leaders were able to focus on what would become its main export, Mossad PSYOPs. Take a long evening to look at Israel's successful assassinations list to get what Mossad is all about. Be you the architect of the Holocaust hiding in Argentina or Moroccan, you are not safe. Bitter at defeat and failing to take the Jewish banter, the Arab League formed the Palestinian Liberation Organization to terrorize Israel, an effort they didn't lack. Yasser Arafat took it over and became terrorist-in-chief. This combined with Egypt and 3 other Arab nations all mobilizing against Israel again in 1967, the Jews could predict what would follow from a Gaza Strip away. Psyoping the Arabs into complacency, nuking their entire air force and letting generals like Sharon and Dayan take over the Sinai Peninsula, West Bank, and Golan Heights, all in 6 days. The tears collected from captured Arabs that week sustained the Israeli salt market to this day. But crying wasn't enough to stop the enemies of Zion. 6 years later, the Arabs invaded Israel again in the holy Jewish day of Yom Kippur. Despite such treachery, Sharon halted their advance, but at great cost. On that war, Israel's KD fell to just 7-1. The Holy Land secured, many Jews migrated to the reconquered lands of their ancestors, building new Jewish communities in the West Bank, the first settlements. Illegal? Against international law? What law? If advocating for us getting...
Yeah, that whole thing is bullshit. There's no state of Palestine. They fought a war and they lost. That's how it goes. Sengoku Donatillers, I think this guy gives the most no bullshit fitness content. Would you say he's on point here? Let me see.
With all these idiot bodybuilders who train for hypertrophy is that it's not functional. These guys might look impressive in the mirror, but those muscles can't actually do anything. You might have heard some goofy functional training influencer say something like that before, but for the most part, they're just yapping about nothing. Now, I know this might be a hard concept for some of these guys to grasp, but muscle mass is functional in and of itself. The reason the body adds that new tissue in response to training is to create a stronger, more capable muscle. The purpose of hypertrophy literally is strength. So even if aesthetics are your main focus, even if the only thing you truly care about is putting on muscle for cosmetic reasons, you're still training for strength by default, and in turn that strength makes you more functional. Now, will a bodybuilding style program make you as functional at boxing or basketball or bowling compared to someone who trains specifically for those activities?
Strike to claim it. And he got it!
No, but if that's not your goal, then who gives a f? The bottom line though is that if you're training every major muscle group of the body through all the basic movement patterns like every bodybuilder does, squats, hip hinges, overhead presses, horizontal presses, vertical pulls, rows, etc., and you're getting progressively stronger at those movements over time, which you have to do in order to gain the muscle you're after, that absolutely is functional by any non-brain dead definition. The big problem.
Yep, that's true. Sean Nalwani does put out really good fitness content. He's definitely one of the better fitness YouTubers. Thanks for that donation, Sengoku.
Ethnically cleansed from the area is your thing, then I see you haven't been paying attention to the score. Contrary.
Do you think there's a threshold to experience nihilism? Like, you could just decide to be happy if you were burning alive forever, like in the Christian hell. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're experiencing just insane, ridiculous torture, I don't see how you could be happy, but most people aren't in that kind of circumstance. Like, yeah, if I was getting my penis roasted on a barbecue, like, eternally, I don't think I could be happy.
To popular and UN belief, Israel has always led the pursuit to long-term peace. Proof being Israel's return of the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt, just asking in return for them to stop being so cringe. The Egyptian leader got murdered for it, and a decade later the Lebanese became very cringe. I'm not gonna bother explaining the Lebanese civil war to you. Imagine spending 30 years fighting multiple militias under foreign occupation just for at the end your national army still only be the second biggest military force in your country. Enter Hezbollah. You see, Iran is more than just a theocratic hellhole, it's also a connoisseur of paid shilling. While Lebanon was on fire, it propped up a Shia militia group called Hezbollah to fight against the Israeli peacekeeping forces entering South Lebanon. And despite being solely funded by the worthless monopoly money known as Iranian rials, the Lebanese never kicked them out. Surrounded by terrorists in either hostile or incompetent states, Israel was nevertheless thriving, until the First Intifada. Ask an anti-Zionist influencer what the First Intifada was, and he'll demand your attention for an entire week. Ask an Intifada partaking terrorist instead, and he'll be very straightforward. A huge anti-Israeli revolt broke out, rocks were thrown, civilians were killed, excuses were given, and the results were predictable. Now
3-minute ments. Continue, if you wish.
Alright, let me take a look. Okay, we'll watch that after we finish this video. Thanks for the donation, Batman.
Remember, Egypt exists, and it's ruled by idiots. Thanks to that, they allowed a splinter faction of their theocratic party to infiltrate Gaza, renaming themselves as Hamas. Be it the French or Russian Revolution, World War I, capitalism or communism, Hamas will tell you the Jews were behind it all, call for jihad with no peace as an option while proclaiming themselves to be a humanist movement. Their whole ideology can be summarized as the average Malaysian basket-weaving forum post. But not even their constant tunnel building could stop Israel's quest for peace. In 1993, Israeli Prime Minister Rabin and Arafat, under the auspices of Bill Clinton, signed the Oslo Accords, giving the PLO recognition and tons of self-governance, just asking them to stop being terrorists in return. After a little trolling, later came Prime Minister Barak to finish the deal, offering 90% of the West Bank, many settlements to be destroyed, East Jerusalem, allowing many 1948 refugees to return. It was everything Palestinians could practically hope for. Arafat, with such a great offer for a Palestinian state at hand, he launched the second.
Yeah, and he wasn't even a fucking Palestinian, he was an Egyptian.
In the midst of such chaos came Ariel Sharon again, getting elected prime minister. After securing the Palestinian cities whose self-governance was exploited to host terror attacks, imagine that, Sharon ordered built the only thing that could allow for peaceful coexistence with Palestinians. Enter the wall.
It's Brett again.
Let me take a look, Dodo.
Welcome back to the comment section, guys.
Okay, we'll look at that in a minute. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
The Israeli West Bank barrier was built all across the West Bank's borders, including in many settlements deep into the West Bank for added security. Illegal land grab? Segregation? Apartheid state? Sounds like I just found a volunteer for a new Mossad experiment. Think of the Oslo Accord status quo like a walled-off kindergarten. Inside, the Palestinians are able to express their youthful excesses without bothering the grown-ups, and whenever things get too rowdy, the adults are ready to storm in and ensure the peace. Despite the Second Intifada being over, Arafat dying and Mr. Abbas succeeding him to power, Sharon's big Jewish heart still yearned for long-term peace. As a show of goodwill, he pulled all Israeli troops and settlements out of Gaza, and the Palestinians followed this up by using their newfound self-governance by voting for Hamas. Things then got too rowdy. The PLO kicked Hamas from the West Bank and kept an illegal hold on power, and Hamas bombed the PLO out of Gaza. The Gaza Strip was blockaded, unemployment rose to 50%, living standards crashed, and most money sent to Gaza was turned into rockets.
Yeah, dude, it's hilarious. Everybody supports Hamas. When they stole all of Gaza's wealth, they crippled the economy. They prevented half of the population, which was getting work visas to work in Israel. They got all those work visas revoked. And they just built rockets and, you know, they're just killing more Palestinians.
So betrayed was Ariel Sharon, he fell into a permanent coma until his death. Some Jews are too good for this cruel world. getting attacked, bombing terrorists, making truces, and getting refused long-term peace. Such became Israel's modern predicament. As for Hamas, ironically, they didn't like getting blown up, and so began putting their military assets beside schools, hospitals, and civilian areas to discourage Israeli bombardment. But the noble Israelis came up with a counter-strategy: roof knocking. Basically, if you're a Palestinian civilian hosting terrorists or their equipment in your house, the first bomb means get out. The phone call means get out now. And the second bomb means your fault. But even if all else fails, Israel can always rely on the Iron Dome system, a network of targeted missile launchers that intercept 90% of Hamas's rockets. And the best part? America pays for it all. Life in modern Israel is, in short, a glorious one, best represented by the settlement's vault dweller-like experience. You enjoy your days among the wonders and glories of first world living standards, filled with forced conscription, great food, and abundant third world labor in the holy land of your ancestors, all surrounded by thick, massively reinforced walls. And should you make the mistake of venturing into the lawless lands beyond, you'll be quickly reminded of why that wall was built in the first place. Despite Israel's best efforts, a Palestinian state still doesn't exist. The conflict rages on, and once more Jews must endure being hated just for being that good at everything they do. If after watching this you feel compelled to subscribe to certain channels,
based. Absolutely based.
Guys, I'm Brent Cooper. So the pageant world is having a moment right now, and boy is it a doozy. So 2 states have gone viral for their winners in 2 recent pageants, and people across America are not happy. And I feel like I cover pageants relatively frequently, like every few months, but clearly they're always gonna, but she said, the girl in the middle just won Miss Alabama.
Well, fat, ugly people aren't allowed to win beauty pageants. Got it.
Thoughts? People obviously had a lot of thoughts. Now, all I'm going to say first is that clearly this is not your mama's pageant, and
90s and see Kate Moss, heroin chic. Now the pendulum has swung so far to the other side, you still get shamed if you're too thin, but you're also not allowed to criticize people like Lizzo because their body positivity.
I wish I had her body, because
okay, so Brett's mad that a stupid beauty pageant winner was fat. Got it.
Just fucking hung up with him. He said, get up. And I said, and make sure you put some clothes on before you answer the door.
Did you see Eddie Hall took on 2 guys in a cage match? Yeah, it was fake. They weren't actual MMA fighters. They weren't actually trying to hurt Eddie, and it was just all for show. So it was just fake bullshit, dude.
Bench you can't even fucking lay on it, though.
Here he is.
Oh, you put a mirror there. Good morning, sunshine. Hey, look at how nice and white those are.
Yeah.
Happy for you. Got a new pair?
I can't. It's like right out of a Calvin Klein ad.
Yeah, I can't find any clean shorts.
What?
Can't find any clean shorts.
And what about
so you wear some dirty ones. Who cares? You're going to the gym.
Some that fit.
Some that fit?
Yeah.
Why, everything's too big on you now?
Too small. Too big.
My god, Brett Copper is such a fat-phobic piece of trash.
Yeah, she is pretty racist and doesn't like fat people. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Yeah, because you've gotten, your waist has gone down?
Quite a bit.
All right, make your breakfast. Come on. What are you cooking this morning? I'm hungry.
I don't know. I gotta find some clothes.
Lenny, is your nose bleeding?
No. It shouldn't. No reason to.
Oh boy. Oh.
Leonard.
God. That just hit me like a ton of bricks.
You know, they could call.
Dude, I would not walk into that fucking house.
Holy fucking shit.
Thinking that you got a dead body in this mother.
No, this is the worst I've ever smelled it.
Hey, did you give me some protein from New World?
I can't go in there.
I gotta order some.
What do you have? You don't have to eat anything big because you're gonna do the pancakes with Nate at IHOP.
You're so just
yeah, he's gonna meet us over there.
Is that true? It's $3.99 all you can eat?
Yeah, is it $3.99?
Do you think there could be a conflict of reasoning in nihilism because you can't know what that threshold is for other people, considering pain biological difference? Nihilism is just the recognition that nothing matters. That includes pain. You can use nihilism as a means to get rid of existential dread and suffering that you create. Now, that doesn't mean physical pain doesn't exist. So.
Is it just today?
I'm not sure, but I saw it on there somewhere.
Good.
Wow, yeah, this is...
Just get a protein shake or something, a banana or whatever.
That's not enough.
Who gives a shit? This is disappointing, Leonard. I know you've been sick and lazy and shit, but goddamn. Fuck, do you want to
just open a window, pop a window open.
Yeah,
it's so
it's cool out.
nice and breezy
out. If you open that window down there and this window up here, you get it like a crosswind.
Exactly.
And then the fucking guy catches a ball and he flies right underneath him. He
Like in yesterday's game.
puts his head down. He's not even watching where the receiver.
Yeah, well, they tell him to play it safe. Don't interfere. Don't get an interference penalty. But that goes for the same thing.
Shit? There was 10 seconds left. He should have fucking interfered.
Yeah, but they would have got it in field goal range. But still, just telling them that is like in life when they tell people to play it safe, don't take any risks. Guess what happens? You make a fool of yourself. He would be right. He better interfere because at least it could have been a.
He would have ran time off the clock.
We're talking about the end of the Saints-Vikings game.
He caught the ball with like 8 seconds.
But the guy didn't want to interfere. He was a rookie. The coaches told him that, and he listened. And you know that's the worst thing you can do. Just like in life. And when the opponent scored the touchdown, that one, forget the porch monkey's name already, but
Stephen Diggs.
Yeah.
That was a great ending, though.
And Brad, I think you should, when you do a big heavy set,
Lenny is super
you
fucking
should always
racist.
thank the Lord like Case Keenum did.
Oh God.
He said there's three most important.
I love how they think the Lord
said the three
has
most-
anything to do with the outcome of a fucking football.
Well, I suggest you do the same.
What are you fucking doing? How do you not know how to put on your shorts?
You should say the three greatest things in life are when you became born again.
Jesus Christ.
Number 2,
I'm
your
not saying any
family.
of that shit.
And number 3, you should say
Would you put them on backwards?
your
Of course you did.
postal service.
Yeah, for having this day off.
Why do we have the day off?
Martin Luther King Day.
Again, what did he do? What is he all
You're
about?
the history buff.
Okay, all I could say is he said on stage he accepted a person from their character instead of their color, which I agree with. Why the hell do you get a fucking day about it? Why do you get a national holiday for saying something like that that many philosophers and people have said over the years before him?
Who cares? I like the day off.
What if there was a fucking dick-sucking queer day and you get a day off? And it probably will be in 5 years. I predicted right now there'll be a BTGL.
LGBT.
You're going to say, oh, I like the day off?
Caitlyn Jenner Day?
Hey.
Something like that.
I'll take any day off they're giving.
Even for a faggot?
A paid day off? Why not? Look who's talking, you know.
How do blackout lights work in a World War II Jeep? Well, if you're driving around behind enemy lines at night, your main headlights are going to give your position away, which is why these Jeeps had something called blackout lights. Now, to engage them, you have to push in on this button.
Dick suck.
Fuck. Lenny is saying this, by the way, when he literally sucks dick. He's like super into trannies.
Fucking queer
LGBT.
For a faggot?
A paid day off? Why not? Look who's talking, you know. Takes one to know one, huh?
Takes what?
You're a faggot.
Yeah, I heard Candace Owens got fired. That happened months ago, man.
You suck dick, you're a faggot.
Girls' dicks.
That's not Jesus.
No, actually, dimes.
Go through this again.
Dimes.
Girls do not have dicks. That's what
Dimes
distinguishes
dicks.
them between us. We have a...
That is amazing! Oh, I almost just stalled the oldest car in the entire world.
To start the engine, you need a strong arm. I take the ignition on, air for the carburetor. It works. It's the bend.
So the...
They did not care about safety back in the day, dude. You can get your finger stuck in that and just ruin your hand.
steering tiller, very light. It's actually a super light steering mechanism. So just slowly push it forward. You push it forward and that's how you move it. That is just amazing. And then the brake is just a pull back. So basically the engine operates at a fixed RPM, and then you control the speed using a clutch-based lever. And there we go. Look at that. Honestly, this is easier to drive than just about any modern car because there are no pedals, there is no gear shift. It's just essentially a belt to the rear wheels. You push it forward and that's how you move it. That is
cock and balls, they do not.
Dime sticks, very pretty girl dicks. Very pretty.
That's because you can't get a dime with a vagina.
Who wants it?
Who wants it?
Boring.
Boring.
Hard maniacs, again, I don't ask you to pray often. Whether you do or you don't, say a prayer for Dale Chance. Some really bad accidents.
Yeah. It's a shame. Hopefully he'll recover
well,
quick. Yeah.
Recovered.
All right. We're going to do an easy single. Because we're hoping there's going to be something left over later. You ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Easy money.
All right. Hopefully I get a little stronger in the next 10 minutes. I'm not real happy with that.
That was easy.
Why aren't you happy with that? That flew off your chest.
Is wearing a belt cheating?
No. If it's legal in raw powerlifting, I consider it legal.
A belt?
Yeah. In raw, you're allowed.
You don't need the belt though, really.
I do because of my arch. I don't know if you've ever watched my setup.
Ew, gross. I like wearing a belt when benching because it prevents your shirt from sliding when you're setting up. So it just helps if you're wearing clothing to prevent sliding.
You just kind of lay down like a hipster and lift weights. I have a proper powerlifting setup.
I don't want to be a big, fat, disgusting. I like my size.
You'd rather talk about micro beers and MMA fighting and all the cookie cutter stuff.
Look at the vascularity.
Micro beers, no.
What are you weighing in at?
I've been about 342 since I got off the airplane in December.
I see garden hose veins there, maniacs.
Good injection sites.
Guess what I weigh in at? 286.
Bullshit.
That's enough to shoot myself.
Are you really 286?
Yeah.
Wow.
Just think if we cleaned out your small intestine.
You'd probably be 250.
You know, I don't think it's your colon anymore. I think your small intestine is covered in plaque, kind of like drywall spackle.
Yeah, Jay's been sending me pictures.
Well, I tell you what, maniacs.
Dr. Masters.
I've heard bad things about colonics. Would that do the trick?
No,
colonic or
colonic only
colonoscopy?
treats your large intestine.
How do you get to the small?
You got to take this special drink.
That's what they do before a colonoscopy. It's like
barium?
No.
What the
He
fuck
doesn't
is
know what
it?
he's talking about. He's a hipster. Don't listen to him.
You drink it the night before you go and you're married to your
That
toilet
stuff is
for a whole day.
disgusting.
And
Yeah.
then you go for the colonoscopy. Oh,
Why don't I
listen
just take another?
to Dr.
Why don't I
Masters.
take another abortion inducer? That seems to empty the colon.
That's a good one.
I have
It
a few of
empties
those
the
left.
colon. It's not going to get rid of the spackle on your fucking small intestine.
So what does he take?
I can't remember the name of the shit. I sent you guys the picture.
Is it over the counter?
It's called Drano.
Yeah. Drink some bleach, Leonard.
Think about it. If your
That's
small intestine is coated with spackle on the inside,
That's not spackle, that's tranny cum buildup.
right?
I haven't had swallowed
The
yet.
food you're passing through it is going to make it bigger.
You swallowed tranny cum?
I'd say about 24 times at most.
Yeah.
And they were all close to 10, perfect 10.
That doesn't sweeten the deal, Lenny.
It's not sweet either, it's sour.
No, that's not what I meant.
It's an acquired taste. I'll say this. There's protein in it.
There's protein in steak too. Eat that.
And a Spanish one, after I did it, she told me that's dangerous. I say, why?
Why is it dangerous?
She didn't give the detail.
Because you're going to turn into a fag, that's why it's dangerous.
Oh, please.
No.
Big J training for the 2019 world record over 50 raw bench press in the super heavyweight. Record's currently 540. So we're gonna see where I'm at today at 48 years old. I got 14 months till I turn 50. 14 months of anadrol.
Hey, that might be a record that I could hit someday. Let me see. Raw bench record for over 50. Okay, that's equipped. Damn. 600 pounds raw at 50. Okay, that's something that I might not be able to do without steroids.
I could get a little.
I'm impressed. Trans cum is hard to find. Our balls don't work.
Well, depends. Right, depends on the trans girl, but thanks for the donation, non-wib.
Stronger.
Mike, donate $2. Look at the comment section. Let me see.
Having sex with random people. And by random people, I know this is really not popular, but I'm talking about anyone who you're not married to. Yes, your boyfriend is a random person because you've not committed yourself to sharing your life with that person. Stop doing it. It's not good for you. It's not good for you mentally. It's not good for you emotionally. It's not good for you physically. The great thing about sex when you're married is that it brings you and your husband closer together. It gives you the opportunity to create.
Good luck with that. There ain't no dude on the fucking planet who's stupid enough. Well, there are, but look, if you meet a smart man, there is no smart man left on the fucking planet who's gonna wait till marriage to have sex. Like, that is just fucking retarded. Have fun being married to a fucking beta bitch incel fucking loser if you're gonna wait to have sex till marriage. You're just gonna be fucking betas. Sending this to my wife. They yearn to be freed, Miss Shapiro. Why does it matter? It's someone else's personal decision. Who the fuck do you think you are? You can't tell me to get married. All I'm saying is I wouldn't drive a car off the lot without test driving it. Fuck yeah. Hookup culture is destroying modern society. Yeah, great. Have fun just hooking up with betas. Thanks for that donation, Mike.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. I'm not feeling it today.
Easy money. What are you talking about? That went up like nothing.
No, that was
feel different than Boca.
That went up like nothing.
You did the 500 a couple years ago here, right?
No, that was World Gym, the old World Gym.
I didn't like the way that felt.
You need a puke bucket?
No, Brad, get some new material.
Yeah, you're telling me. At least you're not bleeding. You know you haven't done a heavy set until you're bleeding.
That is not how I wanted that to go. That'd be 505.
Person best? Fucking good. You're doing it today, for sure. And then we'll reward you with all-you-can-eat pancakes. That'll convince a fat boy to do some work. All-you-can-eat pancakes.
All right, I just set the watch. Big J Masters, sponsored by Timex Iron Man. Takes a beating and keeps on ticking. It takes a licking.
It keeps on ticking, yeah.
I was thinking about my girlfriend's pussy. That takes a beating. Dude, I was doing her doggy the other day.
Oh boy.
And I cream pied. And then a couple hours later.
Did she pussy fart it all out?
No. But hours after I fucked her doggy, she made the mistake of telling me that hurts more. So now that's all she's gonna get.
Look, he's calling his wife. He's calling his wife. Why are you trying to hold my hand?
Listen to me.
Put it on
Yeah,
speaker.
yeah.
His wife is looking at his...
Tell her to take a picture of it and text it to you right now.
She has a flip phone. She's fucking...
Oh, a convenient excuse.
Tell Bradley. Tell Bradley. Go ahead. Say hello, Bradley. Tell him
Somebody,
now. Tell him.
what's his results? We don't believe it.
What?
What is it?
What is it?
What's the number say?
Tell him numbers.
834-339.
And what's the range?
Are you sure they didn't? Are you sure they didn't screw up the placement of the decimal point?
Would you be willing to play Poppy Playtime and or FNAF Ultimate Custom Mode with I think like all 50 characters? Do you think games that are stupid, not a gamer but enjoy watching people play those kinds of games? I hope you don't think less of me now lol.
Okay, I just saw that. I have to click on that. Looks kind of interesting. I don't know if I'd play Poppy Playtime. Not sure. Thanks for the donation though, Riley.
Ready, Jeff? For the big reunion?
Two legends and brothers reunite after 5 years.
Let's go! Reunited and it feels so good. Great to see you, Jeff.
I am excited to be back on SBSK.
The legend returns. What advice do you have for a person who, for whatever reason, is having a hard time accepting themselves?
Just be yourself. Hello, I am Jeff from Boston.
What is the name of your diagnosis, Jeff?
Nagar-Miller syndrome.
You know, like, this proves my point. There's so many people who are, like, super miserable because they're upset they're, like, 5'6" tall and they wish they were over 6 feet. And there's people complaining that they only have, like, a 2-inch penis and all this crap. Like, I mean, even somebody like this who is just horrifically disabled and can't even talk without, using like a machine, they can still be happy. Like, you just have to have a level of acceptance and just be okay with yourself. Like, again, I can understand wishing you could do more. Like, oh man, it would be great if I was like 7 feet tall and it could be an NBA basketball star, or I wish I had like massive muscles and bench like 600 pounds and, you know, stuff like that. You know, it's fine to like, you know, wish for those sorts of things, but again, you know, you got to be happy with what you have. Like, again, being 5'6" tall or something, it's not like you're just going to be happy because you're 6 feet. You're limiting your own happiness, and for no reason, just because you're worried about like what other people think of you.
How does this syndrome impact you?
I have short arms, a hearing aid, and a trachea.
If this is somebody's first time meeting you, what do you want them to know?
I am a cool friend, so if you a sport nut like me, just holla and let's be friends.
They switched his result with the 25-year-old.
Yeah.
You stole your
Tell her to take a picture and text it to you right now.
She's got a flip phone. That's all right. We believe you now. Your wife is. I'm sure your wife is an honest woman.
If that is true, you're a fucking freak of nature.
That's right. I told me she'd be in the medical books.
Why can't get that kind of
What? That's 74 years old. I have tests that high. It's not even.
Well, what do you think your testosterone level was when you were 25? 3,000?
At least.
Yeah, no shit.
I mean, if it's that now.
Because I was Captain Marvel, you know.
Switch stick in the penis. Get it, you fat pussy.
505, Jay.
Okay. I just saw it going up in my mind.
What's up?
On three, Lenny. 1, 2, 3. Nice.
Easy.
Get it up, Jay.
Oh, yeah. Let's go, let's get up.
I need ice bag immediately.
No, shit.
You okay?
Not that arm.
Shit.
Couldn't get out of the decline. Now I can't get out of the fucking flat.
Breathe, breathe.
I felt a little pull
It's
like
all right.
Brad.
Just breathe.
Fuck.
Slow, deep breaths, Jay. Come on.
505 for a double.
You feel it on the second rep?
I'm not going to answer that question. Let's just say I'm insane.
God help me if you did on the first rep and you pounded out another rep with a fucking...
Well, because it cramped and then it went away.
All right. Ice bag, though, is a good idea.
Might just be a cramp. Dude, I nailed a double of 505, brother.
Without throwing up.
I was here to spot it.
That's impressive.
Let's see anybody else do that online. Send in a video, please.
That's more than PJ can squat.
Leonard, you're going to lift this? You're going to do this?
Yeah.
I want to go to Montreal for a week this summer. Vishard Vergis Gitchard Gurgis come. 777 LLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLLll.
Well, if you're gonna visit Montreal, message me on Instagram. I might be able to meet up. I'm pretty close by. But thanks for the donation on Wib.
Think that's a good idea with the new underwear on today?
Oh yeah, and I think I found out what's wrong with my bike. I'm pretty sure it just needs a new ECU. I unplugged all accessories. I unplugged the spark plug coils. I unplugged the alternator, and it was still giving me that weird P0560 error. And I replaced the battery, so it has to be the ECU. There's nothing else that could have been causing that error, so I think it's just a bad ECU.
I'm surprised you put on new underwear for leg work. Hey, Bully, they loved my exercise ball hack squat on your Instagram. I got killed for that. It's fucking great.
You need to be using a purple exercise ball so it looks like you're bouncing on Lenny's dick.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. That'll save my fucking knees.
See, I'm thinking the exact opposite. I'm thinking about ordering some bands to make the lift harder.
You can have bad knees.
I got great knees.
So do I. And I want to keep them that way.
By the way, Andrew Flora called me. He loved Jay's video with the pink tuxedo lizard boy. He got a kick out of that.
You want to try out a mod?
The pink, the sport
Lizard
coat
boy.
lizard boy.
But he said he's coming down in the spring.
Oh, good. You know, fucking Pajamas wishes he never made that video calling Jay out. That was the worst thing he could have fucking done. Oh well. He's been quiet for a few weeks.
Be happy with what you have, he says. Money won't make you happy, he says. It's easy for you to say when you're an over 6 feet half white is right and half black BBC Mandingo with lots of money, a house and toys. Gimme some of your money then LLLLLLLLLLLL.
Well, I wasn't happy before. I was miserable. I was actually, like, this close to fucking committing suicide. I'd have to tell Jasmine whenever I was feeling suicidal to make sure that somebody was there to prevent me from slicing my wrists open. So, no, the thing that gave me happiness wasn't money or being over 6 feet or having a big penis. It was, again, just the perspective change and realizing that happiness comes from within inside. Thanks for the donation, though. Less is more.
I guarantee you they delete all the comments and shit about Jay, because whenever they post something...
How's the bench press PR going? Really good. Last session I did 355 for 4 sets of 3. Went up super easy. I streamed it. I didn't have any strains in my pec tendon. So next week is going to be an actual all-time PR, where I'm going to hit 360 for 4 sets of 3. And that'll put me perfectly within range of doing a 405 max. I'm still going to accumulate as high as I possibly can in this mezzo. I'm hoping to end the mezzo with at least 370 for 4 sets of 3. For sure, guaranteed, as long as I don't get injured, I'll be able to do 365. And then I'm going to start practicing heavy singles and then attempt the 405.
You don't see shit about Jay. It's a, what is
What's
it?
up?
Comment. You notice how they're comment filtering on Blackstone?
I went and visited Koth Andrew the other day at Pro Sports Nutrition.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, look at that.
He doesn't work at Plumbing Shim no
Check
more?
the size. Make sure that's your size.
That's not big enough. You can already tell.
Extra large now.
Trade with Brad.
2X.
And I got one for myself and one for Prince Andrew.
Oh, thank you.
The owner of Pro Sports Nutrition is coming out with their own brand. He was kind enough to give us each shirts.
What is that? Somebody crawling up a fucking mountain naked? A snowy mountain naked?
It's Brokeback Mountain, and that's Lenny. He also wanted me to shower Lenny with gifts.
Oh, appreciate it.
You're making it rain, Jay.
Thanks a lot.
Making it rain with supplements. Very nice.
So go see Koth Andrew, Pro Sports Nutrition, Hidden Valley Plaza, Boca Raton, Florida.
Right by the Palm Beach Gym. Oh, thanks. A bag too. Thanks, Coach.
You can suck a bag, I'm sure.
A black granny
a bag on your nose.
Jesus, Lenny, what are you doing?
The rest of that shit. All right.
Florida.
We need to get him to work on a...
Peak is going to be their private. We got to get...
All right, those are some pretty good mints. Let's see. So in Goku donated $2, does your metabolism really slow down as you age, or is it just people's activity levels tend to be reduced as they get older, resulting in lower energy expenditure from when they were younger? Two things tend to happen. Activity goes down, and people tend to make worse dietary decisions as they get older. That's kind of what happened with my grandfather. Actually, the dietary decisions are what really fucked him up. He was actually exercising more. He got a country club membership and was golfing almost every day. But he was making terrible, terrible dietary choices. Like, he just didn't give a fuck. He was actually eating pretty well after he had his heart attack when he was in his 40s. But yeah, the last like 5-10 years before he died, he was eating shittier and shittier all the time. But usually people end up just eating kind of more junk food, and yeah, they end up slowing down, not exercising as much, and it's not really your metabolism changing, it's just lower energy levels, your testosterone might kind of fall a bit naturally, you're less motivated to really push yourself, and your activity level goes down. And then, yeah, people make worse dietary decisions too, and those two factors combined kind of coalesce together into kind of a bomb, and it makes people get fatter really quickly, and then they die. Thanks for that donation, though, Son Goku.
This is Inside the Right. So, Tim, we've got some major news here regarding Trump's VP selection process. So this is according to the AP. Among those who the Trump campaign has sent paperwork to vet them as potential vice presidential candidates, we've got Doug Burgum, Ben Carson, Byron Donalds, Marco Rubio, Elise Stefanik, Tim Scott, and J.D. Vance. So, first off, pour one out for Kristi Noem here. Wouldn't want to be a dog standing in her way tonight. Now, in 2016, we had Mike Pence on his ticket, who, at a bare minimum, wasn't willing to subvert the Constitution to keep both of them in the White House past their election loss. Could you...
Finger my ass, donate $2. Fun fact, according to this study, human metabolism slowed down by 0.7% per year after age 60. Daily energy expenditure through the human life course. Measurement of total and basal energy in a large cohort of subjects at ages spanning from before birth to old age document distinct changes that occur during human lifespan. Gradually decline until young individuals reached adult characteristics, which were maintained from age 20 to 60 years. Older individuals showed reduced energy expenditure, tissue metabolism thus appears not to be constant, but rather to undergo transitions at critical junctures. So I'd like to see changes in basal metabolic rate rather than just total energy expenditure. So this measures total energy expenditure. Total expenditure increases with fat-free mass in a power law manner with 4 distinct life stages. Fat-free mass adjusted expenditure accelerates rapidly in neonates to 50% of adult values at year 1, declines slowly to adult levels by 20, remains stable in adulthood 20 to 60 years, even during pregnancy, then declines in older adults. This is total energy expenditure. I want to see basal metabolic rate. Total is fat-free mass. Because I don't think your basal metabolic rate really changes when you adjust for fat-free mass. Because, yeah, if you're older and you're less sort of motivated to exercise, your total energy expenditure is going to go down, but I don't think there's really any changes in basal metabolic rate if you adjust for fat-free mass. Thanks for the donation, though, finger my ass.
You're watching The Legal Breakdown. Imagine anybody on that list doing the same.
This is the interesting thing about this list. All of them are pretty despicable, and all of them have sold out to Trump, just obsequiously and pathetically in every imaginable way. But so did Mike Pence, right? I mean, remember Mike Pence would walk around talking about how Trump had broad-shouldered leadership and all this.
Yeah.
Like, the interesting thing about this list is the only person who I would describe as a genuine MAGA. And by that, I mean somebody that, like, really in their heart believes that, we need to close the border and we should be tariffing everything and that, like, the country should be more white and Christian and, et cetera. And that Donald Trump is great. Like, the only one that really fits that bill is J.D. Vance, and even he is kind of a convert to the MAGA.
Right, you don't have to look too far to see critical tweets of Donald Trump from J.D. Vance himself.
Right. So, and I mean, Elise, for example, is, I guess, the other one who's the most slavishly devoted to his talking points. But I mean, me and Elise used to be friends. We agreed on everything back in the day.
So, Glenn, I am getting inundated with this question more than any other question. If Donald Trump is sentenced to prison, but he appeals, will he have to begin serving his sentence immediately, or will that sentence be stayed pending appeal?
Brian, there's no definitive answer, but let's talk our viewers through the...
Rate this late-night vegan snack. Mixed tomato basil sauce with vegan mayo, and Tabasco chipotle sauce. Makes a really good vegan chipotle Southwest alternative. Also cooked up leftover Gardein plant beef, and some leftover green peas. Would you smash?
If you left the mayonnaise out of that, then yeah. I'm not a fan of mayonnaise, but otherwise that sounds pretty dope. Thanks for that donation, Kevin.
Two likely possibilities here. Generally, when a defendant is convicted by a jury, sentenced by a judge, the next words out of the judge's mouth are typically, marshals, step him back, which means take him into custody so he can begin serving his sentence. Now, in white-collar cases, that doesn't always happen. Sometimes white-collar defendants, because, we treat them much better than the run-of-the-mill defendants who don't have power, privilege, influence, status, they're allowed to go home and do what? Get their affairs in order. Well, isn't that lovely for them? So Judge Merchan can do one of two things. First of all, I believe he will impose a sentence of incarceration, and we've talked before, and perhaps we'll talk again as his July 11th sentence.
Well, dude, especially since Trump has been talking so much shit, it would really surprise me.
Sentencing date.
My friend says Terry's a good vegan sushi place in Montreal. Is it real?
Let me see. Seems like there's a few places. Momo Par, Christian Ventura, Modern Eatery for Vegan Japanese Fare, Ohana Sushi, Vegan, Modern Hub for Plant-Based Japanese, Bloom Sushi, Plant-Based Sushi, and a Sharp Eatery. Looks like there might be 3 places. How far is that from me? 2 hours. Yeah, I could definitely plan a day trip out to there if any of those places are good. Thanks for the donation, though, Non-Wib. Seems like there are.
Approaches about why that is my view. But once he imposes the sentence, Judge Merchan can say, and I hope he does, marshals, step him back, take him into custody. It's time for him to begin serving his sentence of incarceration. But if Judge Merchan declines to do that, he can say, I will stay the requirement that you begin serving this sentence right here and right now while you appeal your conviction. Let's hope he doesn't do that, but Judge Merchan can do it. He has the authority to do it. Let's assume he doesn't. Let's assume he says, Marshal, step him back. And then Donald Trump will immediately file an emergency request with the appeals court in New York, asking that they order his sentence of incarceration to be stayed or paused pending appeal, and then it will be up to the appeals court to deal with that. But here's why I started with there's no definitive answer. We have a concrete example in this age of January 6th crimes and criminals of why this question is unanswerable. We have 2 defendants, Brian, in Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro. They committed the identical crimes, 2 counts of contempt of Congress by thumbing their nose at congressional subpoenas. They went through nearly identical trials. They were both convicted, each of them by different juries in a New York minute. And then they were each sentenced to the identical period of incarceration, 4 months. Well, guess what? One was ordered to begin serving his sentence and is serving his sentence right now as we speak. Peter Navarro, the other, under identical circumstances. Steve Bannon was never ordered into confinement, and he got to appeal his case, and he's lost his appeal, and he is still at liberty. He has yet to see the inside of a federal prison. Same defendant, same crimes, same sentence, same circumstances, dramatically different outcomes. Why? What a difference a judge makes. One judge, the one that ordered Peter Navarro to begin serving his sentence, is a good, thoughtful, solid, respectable, fair, impartial, and independent jurist by the name of Amit Mehta. He happened to be a public defender in the courts back when I was a homicide prosecutor in the courts of Washington, D.C., and he ordered Navarro into prison. The other one, Trump-appointed Judge Carl Nichols, who has done Steve Bannon a solid. Steve Bannon hasn't seen the inside of a prison yet. What a difference a judge makes.
Now, you had alluded to this. If Judge
I'll let you into heaven with 72 virgins if you make more motovlogs. All right, you got a deal, Oatgoat.
Merchan sentences Trump to prison. Trump wants to appeal. Judge Merchan says that he'll still be incarcerated pending appeal. And then, of course, Trump is going to file an emergency motion or an emergency appeal with a higher court. Donald Trump has been talking all this time, and all of his mouthpieces have discussed all this time about the possibility of the Supreme Court swooping in to save him. Can you speak on that? Because they seem to be very bought in on this idea that the Supreme Court is going to, come and help Trump at the end of the day.
Brian, I think on the incarceration issue, which is a subset of the battles to be fought as Donald Trump tries to appeal his New York State criminal conviction, I don't think the Supreme Court has a basis to weigh in on that. You know, the nature of the sentence imposed by a state court judge, as long as it's not illegal, in other words, it doesn't exceed the statutory maximum punishment, which this certainly will not. The question of a state court sentence and whether it should begin being served pending appeal or not is not an issue that I think the Supreme Court even has the lawful authority, the constitutional authority to weigh in on. But of course, the next logical question is, when has this Supreme Court been bound by the Constitution?
Well, let me ask you this. Would it be possible for them to say that they're going to take up the issue and stay any sentencing pending their, decision to take it up, in the same way that they really don't have any basis to take up this question of presidential immunity, which is the question in the DC case, but they're going to take it up anyway, knowing that it's probably not going to go anywhere, because we're talking about whether or not the Constitution allows for somebody to commit criminal acts while in office, as if that's part of their presidential oath. But it's the delay that Donald Trump is seeking, and it's the delay that the Supreme Court is going to give him. So in the same way, can the Supreme Court take up this issue, knowing that they don't have any jurisdiction over it, but just allowing him the delay might be all that Donald Trump needs at the end of the day?
Yeah, I'm becoming concerned because you're asking questions like lawyers ask. And I don't know, maybe we've been doing this too long at this point, but it's a great question. Here's the thing. When you say that, the Supreme Court doesn't really have any authority or any reason to take up the absolute presidential immunity issue, I agree with you 1,000%. However, they do have the jurisdiction to take it up. So they're not acting unethically or in an unlawful way by saying, listen, we have some interest in this issue as a constitutional matter, and we're granting review, and that's why everything in the trial court must come to a grinding halt. That's why Donald Trump will not be brought to trial in D.C. for trying to overturn the results of the presidential election unless and until the Supreme Court returns the case to Judge Tanya Chutkan, the presiding judge in D.C. So it's wrong as a matter of fact and law and constitutional precedent because there's no winning issue, but they have every right to grant review and take it up if they believe it is of enough constitutional interest to them. So I think that is a slightly different circumstance than whether they actually have the lawful authority to take up the question of a state court imposing a sentence and deciding whether that sentence should commence or whether it should be stopped or paused or stayed pending appeal. So now let me go to where we always end up when we're talking with the Supreme Court. Guess what? There is no authority above the Supreme Court that can call them out on their unlawful, unconstitutional, or unethical behavior. So if they want to grant review of a state court sentencing matter, whether a state court sentence should commence or be stayed, even if they have no constitutional reason or authority to do it, guess what? They're going to do it anyway, and no one can stop them.
Can you talk about the difference in terms of Trump appealing the verdict in this case or appealing the sentence in this case? Can he do both? Can he appeal both up to higher courts? Does it make any difference?
So he can seek an emergency stay of the sentence, say, look, I'm not arguing that it's unlawful, but I just don't think I should begin serving a sentence of incarceration because I have so many meritorious issues to attack the underlying conviction that led to that sentence. So he can appeal that on an emergency basis, but he can, of course, also appeal the conviction in its entirety, arguing that, Judge Merchan made this evidentiary ruling incorrectly and violated my rights in this way. And, that's what litigants do when they lose a case. They're sentenced. Then they batch up all of their complaints on appeal and they present it in one unified appeal to the appeals court. So he can do both things. They'll be done on a slightly different timetable. And, one is really a substance-based attack, which would be an attack on the conviction itself. And the other would almost be sort of a procedural or an equitable argument. Hey, don't make me start my jail term because I think I have winning issues attacking my conviction in its entirety. But if I begin serving a sentence, it's kind of like the horse is out of the barn. I'm already being punished when I maintain I shouldn't be punished in the first place because my conviction should be overturned.
Now, let's finish. Now, you may have heard about the letter that Judge Merchan sent to both prosecutors and Donald Trump's defense attorneys in New York, where he wrote, quote, "Today, the court became aware of a comment that was posted on the Unified Court System's public Facebook page, and which I now bring to your attention. In the comment, the user, Michael Anderson, states, 'My cousin is a juror and says Trump is getting convicted, and thank you folks for all your hard work.'" Now, I should also note that this person, Michael Anderson's bio, says that he is a, quote, "transabled and professional."
I'm 100% committed to the vegan/plant-based life again, now, and for good. I am curious again of what supplements you take right now. Also, how much water do you drink every day on average? Also able to throw on some video games on this Saturday evening?
What supplements do I take? I take vitamin B12, vitamin D3, and creatine. And I also just take protein powder. That's really it. How much water do I drink in a given day? I don't know. I don't really measure out how much water I drink. So I have no idea. I drink more when I'm training. I drink less when I'm not training, but I just try to make sure that my pee is clear. That's it. And yeah, we're going to play video games soon. I'm going to play some COD matches. Thanks for the donation, Kevin Love.
Professional shit poster. So what we're talking about here is a random person.
Yeah, dude, that is not good. This guy's admitting that his friend who's a juror is releasing public information. That is not a good idea.
On the internet, yeah, the internet, famous for being 100% truthful, who quite literally bills himself as a shit poster, which seems kind of tenuous as far as credibility goes, and yet that was apparently enough for Fox News.
We move on now to a Fox News alert. Trump's lawyers and the prosecution just received a letter from Judge Merchan, alerting them to a post on Facebook made before the verdict came out, saying, quote, "My cousin is a juror and says Trump is getting convicted. Thank you folks for all your hard work, 4 exclamation points."
Friday night, tonight, we have major breaking news from New York City. Not long ago, New York Judge Juan Merchan issued a very bizarre, unusual letter notifying President Donald Trump's attorneys and the DA's office about a social media post on the Unified Court System's public Facebook page. Now, the post in question reads the following, quote, "My cousin is a juror. He says Trump is getting convicted. Thank you, folks, for all of your hard work." The post was published the day before the verdict on Wednesday, May 29th. In the letter, Merchan did not indicate whether this post was valid or if the courts are investigating the matter, but this is by far a very, by any level, an alarming development. And earlier tonight, this is huge, Judge Merchan from the Trump trial sent a letter to lawyers on both sides in that case, letting them know that before the verdict was announced, a Facebook user, I believe the day before the verdict, left a comment on one of the state court system's posts, writing, quote, "My cousin is a juror and says Trump is getting convicted." Okay, was the fix-in from the beginning? Is this cause for a mistrial?
This whole case stunk as bad as you thought it could. Now it smells like a 3-week garbage strike in August in New York City on the streets.
All right, Lisa, let me get your reaction.
Is this cause for a mistrial? Was it rigged all along? And yet, because we live in a hellish media environment where one random dude shitposting on the internet is apparently enough to trick the entire right-wing media ecosystem, even that guy had to issue a clarification. He posted, "Take it easy. I'm a professional shitposter. Definition in internet culture, shitposting or trash posting is the act of using an online forum or social media page to post content that is of aggressively, ironically, and trollishly poor quality. Shitposts are generally intentionally designed to derail discussions or cause the biggest reaction with the least effort. It may even sometimes be orchestrated as part of a coordinated flame war to render a website unusable by its regular visitors." In fact, not only is he a self-proclaimed shitposter, but his political affiliation is beyond clear. Here's a post saying, quote, "Fuck Joe Biden." So yeah, in terms of where this dude stands, it really is one of life's great mysteries. So look, Will this pose any issue in the New York trial? First and foremost, no, not at all. Trump did not lose because the fix was in. He lost because he is a criminal, and the evidence was clear enough that 12 separate jurors all agreed that he was guilty on all 34 criminal counts. So if there's any worry about the conviction, you can breathe a sigh of relief. But here's the bigger picture. Right-wing media was so fucking desperate for some excuse to undermine the legitimacy of what was a very legitimate trial that they literally based their coverage on some random dude on the internet. That's apparently the rigorous standards that Fox News employs before its hosts hyperventilate on air about their God King being the victim of some egregious wrong. Like, I'm sorry, but if their sources have devolved into sourcing a random shitposter online, then we've really hit the bottom. There is no floor in terms of what they wouldn't be willing to exploit to sell their narrative. If we're at the point where a single Facebook post by some random person is enough of a flimsy foundation that they need to prop up whatever narrative they're selling, then they might as well just need no foundation at all. They might as well just say whatever they want, because at this point, what's the difference? When Fox settled with Dominion Voting Systems for a record $787.5 million, I said that the lies will continue because they are quite literally the business model. Fox isn't news. It is a propaganda arm of the Republican Party, and part of being a propaganda arm of the GOP is that they have to lie, and those lies are going to cost them money, but that is quite literally the business. So anyone who thinks that Fox learned its lesson after the last settlement doesn't understand the core model of Fox. The lies will not stop because they're not a byproduct of their business operations. They are the business operation. And while, of course, Fox will back away from this story now that it's clear that there's no there, you should know that Hannity's audience and other Fox or right-wing media viewer who consumed the initial hysterical coverage is going to walk away thinking that they got yet another proof point that the trial is rigged against their dear leader. Hannity isn't going to issue some correction. None of these Fox hosts will. None of the right-wing mouthpieces on Twitter will, because they don't have to. There's no effort to regain their integrity because there is no integrity. It's just propaganda. And they know that the...
Yeah, that is remarkably fucking stupid. So yeah, Trump's pretty much guaranteed to face some jail time.
Vladimir Putin just revealed Russia's entire strategy for the Ukraine conflict. Just what exactly is the strategy? How is he trying to reassure the public? And why now is he revealing the truth to the Russians? I'm Paul, U.S. Army combat veteran. Let's get into it. Okay, so this actually shocked me because you might remember yesterday we talked how Putin appeared to have made an accidental slip-up, revealing some key statistics about Russian losses in the Ukraine conflict. But maybe that wasn't a slip-up. Maybe that was a real policy shift for the Kremlin, trying to cover or indicate more truthfully to the Russian public what is going on. And what Putin is explaining now is the real plan for Russian victory in Ukraine. This is at the same St. Petersburg conference, and Putin reassured the public, first and foremost, that Russia doesn't need another call-up of reservists like they did in September 2022, a partial mobilization, because remember, Russia has a pretty robust conscription system, so their reservists are actually a large portion of their military-age male population. Russia is, he says, they're not trying to rapidly achieve military objectives in Ukraine, which you notice is revealing, right? It means that they instead have a gradual strategy to achieve their goals. And he said...
What are the Russian losses at this point? 500,000? They're, like, if this is gradual, holy shit.
Their goal... that basically, he said, the current military contingent committed in Ukraine, i.e. the entire Russian combat-capable ground force, isn't sufficient for a rapid victory, but says Russian forces are instead aiming to squeeze Ukrainian forces, quote, out of those territories that should be under Russian control, end quote. This is really interesting, because when we ask what are those territories, some reporting...
That just sounds like absolute cope to me. He's just saying this to make it seem as though they're not losing. Like, oh, it's just all part of our strategy. Like, dude, like 500,000 people are either dead or severely injured where they can't fight anymore.
Earlier had indicated that it is basically the administrative borders of the Zaporizhzhia Oblast, the Donetsk Oblast, and the Luhansk Oblast, which are interesting for a number of reasons. Let's see if I can find the maps here. Let's see if we can find Luhansk Oblast. So you can see here, Luhansk Oblast actually is fairly well delineated. You can see that Svetova, Severodonetsk, Luhansk, but what's fascinating, right, Kramatorsk, you could see that in some ways they control more than that standard, the Luhansk territories, right? When you switch it up with Donetsk Oblast, right, you can see that Donetsk Oblast, including Kramatorsk, Donetsk, all the way down to Mariupol, and then you look at Zaporizhzhia Oblast, right? And you can see that this is probably where Russian forces have the most work to do. And it's unlikely, I think, they even aspire to control Kherson Oblast. I think they find this Dnipro River to be just too good of a natural barrier. So I hypothesize that that is the Russian, what Putin refers to. Now, you might remember we talk a lot about his kind of Ruski Mir vision of restoring the Russian Empire to its historic lands, i.e. its domination of its neighbors and neighboring populations. But I think Putin is now finally trying to scale his ambitions to reality. And I think that is his ambitions, right? He wants to reach those borders, declare the republics a part of Russia, or whatever legal fiction he chooses to come up with. And then is simply declare victory, even if it's one-sided, right? Sort of like where Putin says, listen, we're done the war here. We're digging in. We're going to build a very robust defensive structure. And that is that. I think that's actually the plan, right? And Putin has also dropped that the current mobilization efforts are sufficient for this approach, and that Russia has brought in, he said, 160,000 new personnel so far in 2024, right? We're about 6 months in. So that puts it right around 25,000 new personnel every single month, which is interesting because that's about what the Ukrainians are killing off every month. But Russia has still made gradual gains. Again, some of them are tactically significant. A lot of them are tactically insignificant. This advance, for example, in the last 24 hours in Chasiv Yar is significant, right? When Russian forces dig into an urban area, they can move house to house. And that's what they've been doing in Chasiv Yar. So they're now on the outskirts of the town. So it seems fairly likely, based on kind of Russian tactical successes, that they're going to creep their way through the entirety of Chasiv Yar, as Russians are apt to do. But the fascinating part is, again, that Putin's relying on some key assumptions here. The first is that Ukrainian forces are no longer able to conduct any substantial liberation campaign. This is probably because of the failure of the Ukrainian counteroffensive effort. And that failure really told Russia, hey, listen, if you can take territory, it's very unlikely to be lost, which is a not unfair assumption. He also asserted that Western support to Ukraine is finite, and that Russian forces, right, because they've stopped Ukrainian efforts to retake territory, mean that eventually the West will get sick of it, new leaders will be elected, and that
he do be singing toe.
That is a nice cat. Thanks for that Nation Twat story. Where was the video we were watching?
Ukraine will be abandoned by its allies, enabling the Russians to make further gains, right? Now, I find this interesting for a couple of reasons. First off, what Putin didn't disclose, he disclosed his battlefield plan, but what he didn't acknowledge explicitly is the other two prongs of the Russian offensive plan. And those are taking place in the West. One is targeting Ukrainians' political support. These are targeting politicians and countries who provide diplomatic and material support for Ukraine at a governmental level. This, of course, is part of just a campaign to isolate Ukraine from international support, pivot international support to the Russian side. That's one of the reasons I think Russia is being so active in Africa, is to bring more, to bifurcate the international community and have a larger contingent of countries that support Russian efforts here. Right now, the international community is overwhelmingly in support of Ukraine. Even countries that don't necessarily arm it still recognize that they don't want to live in a world where a big, strong neighbor can invade and conquer a smaller, weaker neighbor, and willy-nilly, right? So most countries want to sit there and say, this is not okay, right? But that kind of international consensus is something Putin's been trying to chip away at. And he's got China on his side, who claims to be a neutral broker in the war, despite supplying Russia a lot of war material. And again, he's bringing more and more of these African countries, Iran, and other countries to kind of support this Russian effort. But the third prong I thought is most significant, and that is Russian efforts to change public opinion in the West. And that includes some of the stories I've covered here, right? Russian-backed agents are conducting publicity stunts in and around Paris to discourage the French from supporting, or to create the perception in the French public that there's actually less support for Ukraine than the reality might indicate, right? They've staged videos. They've really pulled out all the stops. And we also know that Russia has been working tirelessly to influence politicians in the EU, in Canada, in the United States, and that these Russian efforts to influence these politicians are, again, part of shifting the policy, or sort of throwing gunk into the wheels, so to speak, of the policy. You saw how effective it is, right? Russia was unable to stop Ukrainian aid from being passed, but it created a massive delay, and that delay led directly to the Russian conquest of Avdiivka, right? So there's that the political aspect, there's the propaganda aspect, and I strongly, strongly believe, as you guys should, that when you see, you should go on to things like the RT website, and you can see the talking points that Russia wants propagated in Western media. And then you can see those talking points appear in other major news outlets, like an invasive tree, right, shooting up its little roots here. We know the main tree trunk is RT or TASS or other Russian state-linked services. But you can see those same talking points pop up all over in other right-wing, often right-wing news outlets, but also in some left-wing news outlets, right? I saw recently a Russian talking point about the treating a routine NATO planning exercise for the defense of NATO, trying to convince people that it was actually part of a dangerous NATO escalation, that NATO was somehow planning to invade Russian territory. And that story ended up on like a socialist news website. So Russia doesn't have ideology. They just want to make sure that they not just push their talking points or their fictional points, but that they create a perception in democratic countries of a divided electorate, that where there's a large contingent of people who believe in an isolationist or non-interventionist stance, right? That would allow, of course, Russia to do its intervention.
All right.
I am so sorry to bring this up again, I really apologize. I'm arguing with some internet trolls. Can you provide evidence that supplements are a replacement for food? I am so sorry they keep hounding me with this question, and I don't know what to say so's.
Yeah, dude, depending on the type of diet you're on, you're gonna need certain supplements. There are just certain vitamins or minerals that you might need excess quantities of. They might be missing in sufficient quantities. You might have specific dietary needs. There's nothing wrong with taking supplements, okay? Like, practically every diet is going to require supplements. Thanks for that donation, Riley. How? Fuck. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I'll react to that after this match. Fuck. Okay, the game, I guess. Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Don't forget. Dust it up. Loading. Losing Alpha. We're taking Bravo. We've lost Alpha.
What in the fuck, dude? Ah, shit, another one. Dude, I hit him. I fucking hate how that keeps happening. Shit.
What game is this?
This is Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. Thanks for the donation, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Fuck you. Why, the guy with that Wilson fucking sucks dick. Damn it! Fuck, shit!
I don't forget.
I hit him again. He was right fucking there. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit, yeah, nice spawn. Fuck. Oh my god, dude, just these spawns are just AIDS. Thank you, yes. Wow, dude. Bro. Holy shit. God damn it! I keep almost getting a Wilson.
I don't forget.
Oh my god. That is so stupid. That's right, get fucked, get fucked. Okay, fine. We got... Here comes the pain. Here comes the fucking pain. Oh, you motherfuck.
Swapping mags!
Friendly care package on the way. Enemies taking Bravo. Securing objective Alpha. Friendly UAV on station. Enemy UAV active. Friendly care package in the AO. They're over there. Keep it distant. Friendly counter UAV is online. Friendly care package on the way. They're taking Alpha.
They're rage quitting. They're all leaving.
Friendly remote turret deployed.
Yeah, they're totally rage quitting.
Friendly UAV online. Friendly UAV
Hell yeah, bitch. Get smoked.
mission is complete. Good work.
Hell yeah. 105 kills, 38 deaths. Pretty goddamn good KD. Let me see, Dodo.
Yeah, and you know, you don't have to do this, you know, because like this is
35-21.
Living in the moment. Yep. Because obviously you have everything in the world. And I saw a clip where you were talking to another podcaster who was asking about how much money you have, like on Google. Yeah. And you were talking about how, like, you know, you could have everything, you could buy anything. Once you can have it all, you kind of go like, damn, I realize what really matters is whatever's in here. Whatever's here is going to actually make me happy.
Yeah.
How do you live in the moment, like having everything you have, and how do you actually find happiness now when you've had everything else in the world that, you know, maybe at one point you thought would make you happy or people think is going to make them happy?
You know what? It is such a beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry. No, it is
It's a solid
it is so the material world is utterly incapable of providing lasting happiness.
Yeah.
And it's just you have to get to the ends of the things and still be miserable to realize that, right? And you know, there was a thing people talk about rock bottom, and I coined a phrase that there's a corresponding place called, I call it cliff top. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
And rock bottom is when you get to a place where you can't go any lower. It can't be worse. You're in the wasteland and your life can't get any worse, and it's either die or elevate.
Yeah.
There's a corresponding place called cliff top where you wear out everything in the material world. There's nothing else that you can reach for. There's no more sex that's going to be anything but a lateral move. There's no more money. There's, you know, no more success. And it's a abyss. It is an absolute abyss when you realize that there's nothing left in this world to reach for to make you happy. And then it's the same thing. You either die, you know, which is what you see when you see people like kook out after they get money. That's what happens. They realize they get up there, there's nothing else, and they're the same scared little boy or girl that they were when they were broke. And there's a decision you have to make where you have to trust that the universe wasn't created for you to run out of things, right? And then you realize that the final frontier is getting your inner house in order, right?
Dodo Dunny Tellers, read the comments after you watch this Twitter. I'm assuming this is gonna go something like black people are invading. This is what started racism. What the fuck? Advertisements for well-known brands. Yeah. Oh my god. Where are the white men dancing with black women? Weird that it's only black men and white women. People laughed at me when I said Poland fell with that new president. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, racism is still alive and well.
Now to Russia, where the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, once known as the Russian Davos, has come to a close today. The three-day event was attended by representatives from 130 nations, from Afghanistan to Zimbabwe. It was also a sign that Russia's economy...
What's behind Russia's booming economy? Their economy isn't booming. They're just propping up their own local currency by selling whatever foreign currency they have that they have saved, but it's gonna end.
Is growing despite a tranche of Western sanctions. The International Monetary Fund says its economy will grow over 3% this year.
Yeah, that's right. People are freezing to death inside their own homes, but it's growing. This is just bullshit.
Let's bring in DW's Russia analyst Konstantin Eggert in Vilnius, who joins us with more. Konstantin, let me start by asking you about that projected growth, 3%. Have sanctions failed?
Well, look, all sanctions always work over a long time. That's number one. For an economy like
okay, this is just fucking stupid. The other link you gave me is broken, Dodo, but thanks for the donation, man.
With no women, with no drugs, with no money, with nothing, can you cultivate a joyful spirit just with you and you? And the undertaking of that work is excruciating. But it's the work that Buddha was talking about, it's the work that Jesus was talking about, it's the work that Muhammad was talking about, that Arjuna was talking about.
Muhammad never talked about inner peace and happiness. That's not a good example.
It's the, it's what Job had to suffer.
That's deep. I mean, even for us, because we're kind of in entertainment and we're, at what point do you know that, or how do you navigate that? Like, what would your advice be?
What do you do? What do you do?
So, have a ball. Have a ball.
So get it out of the system first.
Get it out,
you got to get to clip top.
Right? Yes, you get to, do everything you want to do, right? Try to make as much money as you want to make, just exhaust the joy of this world. And you're going to have a really, really hard night one night, and you'll be laying there by yourself, and nothing's going to mean anything to you. Right? And then you'll have to detox. And then as you detox, you'll start to be able to look at your mind and realize the monsters in your mind, the same monster that made you climb and reach for those things, is the monster that keeps you from being happy. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like what I was talking about with you construct your own suffering. You make these expectations for yourself, you make these demands for yourself, and you're constructing your own suffering. If you get rid of those demands, if you realize that you're literally creating the game for yourself, and you can choose to win, you can cheat and just choose to win. If you construct a game that I can only be happy if I get X, once you get happy, you're going to have to create once you get happy, once you get X, whatever it be, money, women, cars, whatever, if you get that, then there has to be the next thing, because those things aren't going to make you happy. So you can keep playing this game where you're chasing this, carrot dangling in front of you, or the Twinkie, and you'll just keep losing. If you just get rid of all of that and realize that this stupid hamster wheel you're on is the hamster wheel you created, you're the one setting these expectations, you're the one demanding all these things for yourself. You can just cheat the game and just choose to be happy.
All of that craving, all that scratching, all that clawing, and then you just gotta make peace with that dude, and you realize that ecstasy isn't happiness. Peace is happiness. Balanced.
I still got to get it out of my system, so.
Yeah,
I'm still in the ecstasy phase.
Yeah, that's an interesting convo. Fuck, this map again? God damn it. At least it's team deathmatch, whatever. Should go by pretty quick. I love that Gundam suit.
Hardcore team deathmatch. All operatives, you're clear to engage. Taking the lead.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that's this map. Oh my god. Yeah, this map is fucking stupid. Oh, and a teammate killed me, thank you. Great, shit. What? Fuck! Super annoying.
Enemy remote turret offline. Lost the lead.
Bullshit!
Secured the lead. Got contact. The enemy's taken the lead.
How? What? From where? I fucking shot them all. Oh my god. Eat a dick. Eat a dick. Okay, so, retarded teammates got it. Got it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, this is good. Dude, I can't believe we're gonna fucking lose this. These fucking idiots. Wow.
Won't happen again. Hostiles deployed a remote turret.
Okay then, I guess there were a few people on our team that got a lot of fucking deaths. Dodo donated $2. Did Quest give his take on IDF rescuing 4 hostages? Hamas claims 200 Palestinians were killed during the operation. Did he say something? No, he didn't say anything. Yeah, 200 Palestinians were killed, many of them being Hamas. Yeah, 6 and 26? Yeah, fuck you, dude. Fucking asshole. What a dickhead. Yeah, one dude on her team fucked us all over. Hard point. Let's go with Tokyo. Because why not?
Hardcore, hard point. Secure the target area. Target area located. Secure the hard point. Hard point compromised. Secure the area. We've taken the lead.
Are these people even fucking playing the game? Jesus. Oh, killed a teammate.
Stand by.
He turned the corner at just the wrong time.
Target area updated. Move to the hard point.
Changing max.
Oh shit. Damn it. Oh, fuck. Eat shit. Almost got a Wilson.
Revenge isn't usually my thing.
Friendly UAV online. Hardpoint relocating. Stand by.
Trophy system out. Enemy KIA. Enemy contact.
Hardpoint relocated. Secure the target area.
Stun grenade out. Got contact. I'm red on ammo.
Haha, I got a Wilson. Fuck you, bitch.
Gun incoming. Careless mistake. Won't happen again.
Confirming next hardpoint. Stand
Shit, I'm like out of ammo. I got a swarm. Fuck you. Fuck you. Dude, I might be able to get like a nuke.
Deploying drone swarm.
Drone swarm is online.
The drone swarm's online. Flush them out.
Careless mistake. Won't happen again. Reloading.
Dude, are they all rage quitting?
Stand by. Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area.
So I'm at 16 kills, I think. If I get 9 more, I think I get a nuke. How is my drone swarm not fucking killing anybody?
Careless mistake. Won't happen again.
8 more.
Your drone swarm's over. Clean up the rest.
Yeah, one guy died. How did it not kill more? That's super fucking weird.
Hostile eliminated.
We've got him on the run. Keep up the chase. Confirming next hardpoint.
Bruh. I might be able to actually get a nuke. I'm not even gonna bother going for the objective because,
Careless mistake. Won't happen again.
like, we're just winning anyway.
Move to the hardpoint.
Enemy KIA.
Hardpoint compromised.
Yeah, I got a. Haha.
Requesting close air.
Oh, get fucked.
Loading fresh mag.
I got the fucking biological bomb. Dude, they must be pissed. Okay, fuck it. I'll use my, we're about to win anyway.
Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area. Hardpoint relocating. Stand by.
Yeah, dude, fucking annihilated.
Good work.
Did I even die once? Yeah, dude, they just sucked ass. They were so bad. Yeah, 36 kills, 1 death. I think that's the best KD I've had in this game yet.
Hardcore domination. Those operatives secure and maintain their target. We're taking Bravo. I'm not the enemy here.
Oh, my bad. Killed the teammate. Ah, shit. How did I miss that guy? Fuck.
We're taking Charlie. Enemy's taking Alpha.
I don't know how I missed that guy too. Shit.
Charlie secure. Enemy securing Bravo. We're losing Alpha.
Ah, goddammit.
I don't forget.
We control 2 objectives.
Shit. Yeah, he knew I was gonna be there, so.
We're losing Charlie. Friendly UAV online. Hostile UAV in the area.
Fuck.
Enemy's taking Bravo.
Okay, the game just lagged.
UAV active.
That was lame.
Semtex incoming!
God.
Hostile counter UAV overhead.
Ow. How in the hell can you not penetrate through that fucking wall to blow up the stupid explosive?
Hostile cluster mine detected.
Their cover is down!
Enemy securing Charlie.
And a teammate kills me. Thank you.
Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy securing Bravo.
I need medical.
They're not even bothering capturing any of the fucking objectives. They just suck dick.
Bravo. We're losing Charlie. We're taking
Let's see how this goes. How? Oh my god, that's cheap. Okay, yeah, alright. You know, fuck Call of Duty. I'm gonna go nighty-night now. Hope you guys had fun. And Kinder, you're being super annoying. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I should be on tomorrow, so I'll see you all then. And sweet dreams.